it divided, and even the Muslims disassociate themselves from the Islamists. Came up with the term Islamist for people, and they disassociated also, like Taliban and all these organizations. But when it comes to Hindu and Hindutva, the way you said that there is no difference between the two. Why is the West hell bent to divide and malign the terminology which we do not want to disassociate? I want to associate with that because that is the response. When you attack Hindus, that is the response, as you rightly explained. Why are they hell bent to push their agenda on us? That's my question. And why are they trying to equate us with others?
It's very simple, Neeraj. It's very simple because what is happening is that you have seen that there is a gradual decline in religious practices. Many people are, in England and US, identifying themselves as people not belonging to a particular religion. There is a huge group of people amongst Muslims who call themselves ex-Muslims because they are not agreeing to that. You will seldom find people from Hindus saying that I'm not a Hindu, because it's whether you pray, because it's Hinduism in reality is the one faith in the world which has no objection to whether you pray or don't pray, you practice Hinduism or don't practice Hinduism, so long as whatever you do defines you. That's the bottom line. We have a karmic philosophy that you have to live with the consequences of your action. It doesn't matter how many times you pray in the day, but what you do defines you. Actually, a Muslim friend of mine asked me, you don't even pray as many times as we do. How do you practice your faith? So I gave him an example that give a simple example. Let's say for your guy, prays 5 times, straps bombs, goes in the marketplace and blows himself up, right? He did it in the name of his God and his belief that he was doing something in the name of his Allah. But I didn't pray that day, but I'm driving my truck. I pick up 5 injured people, take them to the hospital, and their lives are saved. So, from your definition, who is Khuda ka banda here? Who is performing God's job here? And he said, you are. I said, that's the point. Eventually, it is what I do defines me. So today, if I'm here, I abuse you. Even as a Hindu, I'm a bad guy then, right? That's the point, which is the West is recognizing this, that we are being embraced. And we are being embraced not because we are imposing our will on anybody, because people see the beauty of our belief systems. I have many American friends who ask me, why the hell don't you talk about yourselves, because your philosophy is really good? I said, that's our failing, because we do not proselytize. We do not say this is who we are and you are wrong. That's the point which is very important for us. We have to take our good word forward. And thanks to science and technology, look at it this way. This forum itself, today, so many of us are here talking with each other without knowing each other. We have interacted in this platform many times. That's why I know Neeraj's face. I know Sandeep's picture. I know Maya Rane. I know many here. So the point which I'm trying to say is that we have all come closer through our voice, through this medium, and we have to carry this message forward. There is nothing wrong in talking about us, and I believe that our good word must be carried forward. It's not against anybody, but as Vivekanand ji said, arise, awaken, and assert who you are, and to which I add my fourth A is act. Because if you do not act, your knowledge means nothing to anybody. And I have had this experience in the last 30 years that I have been in this country, explaining to people why our practices are the way they are. And when they listen to the way I explain it to them in their language, they say, damn it, you must tell us more about your faith. And that's the message which I'm reaching out to all of you, including those who hate us. Get to know us first before you jump to conclusion. Talk to us. We are not bad guys. We are very accepting and accommodating of every single faith in our life. And I have had great Sikh friends. I have had great Muslim friends. We have no conflict because we have come to terms with ourselves. We drew the Lakshman Rekha this far and no further. So if our behavior and conduct we do not establish ourselves, then we get run over. That's what we have to remember. And this is the question which I'm asking all over America. We are the most peaceful immigrant community anywhere in the world. Apart from occasional white collar crimes, we are not a law and order problem anywhere. Yet, we are being attacked as if we are the goddamn villains of the peace. We are not. We are not. We merge, we accept, we live in a society and make our mark. We work hard. We are very, very good at accommodating and adjusting. I just want to end with a
But
senator once told me that we love you, Indians, as immigrants to this country. You are professionals, you work hard, you are in the highest median income, you have family values, you take care of your children, you are not a law and order problem anywhere, and you ask for nothing. That's the important part. We have
uh,
never asked for anything for ourselves.
yeah, thank you, Vibhuti. Uh, One last question. That today I see that Hindus are under attack from Australia, Melbourne to London to Leicester, and in Chicago also they asked for boycott of Hindu businesses. So is this our weakness, which they consider that okay, the Hindus have to listen to us only, and what is this problem that the whole world is going against us all across, because we are peaceful, as you said. We don't do anything. We don't call for any kind of boycott, but they are doing it, and they are doing it all across.
The reason is very simple. Our success has become our biggest bone of contention for others. Look around everywhere. Indians are successful people. They have made their mark in business, professions, and we don't interfere there. We are not, you know, it's just an example, okay? Muslims, wherever they go, they ask for halal. They installed an halal economy, right? Are we asking that? Have we said boycott halal? Have we said ever, has any Hindu anywhere said or practice that we will not buy anything halal or anything like that? No. But we are being hit at is because our success has become an eyesore for many. And they can't accept this fact that these jokers have landed here, worked hard, and become moneyed. Since money is the instrument of measuring success, we are a target. We are a target. We don't carry guns. In San Diego, for example, uh, in one of the groups that I'm there, like people were saying that Hindu homes were being targeted, all because, all because we are successful. They know that these guys don't have guns. They are peace loving. They have wealth at home to steal or harass because they are easy targets. So unless and until we begin to demonstrate, draw the line, get prepared to deal with the situation as it is, because we have to deal with it individually, collectively, and institutionally. Let me give you an example. Uh, in New York City, for example, when Bill Blasio was the mayor, he gave small Eid and big Eid as a holiday. Perfectly fine. They asked for it and they got it. When Hindus went for asking for this, because we don't demand things, we are pretty satisfied the way we are. But when Hindus went to ask for it, they said that federal regulation says that so many days in the year the schools have to be open, and now all days are exhausted, so we can't give you. Very interestingly enough, the current mayor took away one Eid holiday and made that as a Diwali holiday. Now we are doing this in the New York State, that to declare Diwali as a state holiday because we saw somebody else doing it. So the point which I'm trying to say is that we have to become proactive. We are, as a community, not much engaged in the local communities that we deal with. And as a result of which, we get marginalized. I have asked this question of Indians here that we guys contribute so handsomely to the political parties, political candidates, and we never ask for our votes. Believe it or not, certain communities were negotiating for their voting bloc in this 2022 election. They were negotiating, whereas our votes are for free. We get taken for granted. Remember this. The moment you get taken for granted, that's the worst thing that can happen to you. And that's the reason why I invoke, Swami Vivekananda's call for arise, awaken, and assert. Because if you do not and act, is my A added to that, humbly added to that, is that unless and until we do that, we will remain marginalized. Nobody will care for us, and we get taken for granted. That's the important part. So the fear is actually Hinduphobia. It's an irrational fear, or Hindu means plain hatred against us. That these guys are not like us, yet they are successful. So how can they be successful without being like us? So that's the whole point. And I'm saying that the West has to become awakened to the fact that they are being run over. I heard Mohammed bin Salman's speech the other day, in which he was addressing a whole lot of a big audience, in which he said, Europe will be the next Middle East, and we will be the ones who will pull them out of the morass. So think about what is happening in the world around us. So we are the target because we are successful and we don't interfere in anybody's life. So you need a target. Every hero needs a villain. Every villain needs somebody to hunt at. And we have become a happy hunting ground because of very way we are. And that's why I say that we have to go back to our original text that, as Rishi Sunak today said, it is my he in an interview with a famous British guy, he said that it's my dharma that I have chosen to go for political role to solve the problem. It's my dharma. He used the word dharma. Bear in mind the BBC story on Modi's raking up the Modi 2002 thing was not an attack on Modi. Modi was the means for BBC to hit at Sunak, because Sunak had very proudly displayed his Hindu belief. He did his arti and puja at 10 Downing House, and he's absolutely proud of being who he is. So look at it from this point of view. 2024, three major democracies of the world will be going for election: US, India, and UK, right? The left, Marxist, and all those gangs, what we Jaipur Dala, we call the Panchmakars in India, they can't see that this kind of that these countries cannot tilt towards right of center, and wokeism is another reason that is hitting at us. And I would appeal to all of you here is to get engaged in local communities. Those in America, get engaged in education department, get engaged with the local communities where you are participating, because only when you participate that you get heard, and then you can make a point. We all have a right to do so. We are not violent people. We want to debate, we want to have a dialogue, and we want to have a conclusion, peaceful conclusion to whatever is being talked about. So there are a lot of issues here. That young man, I interviewed him on my show. He came out as a very decent guy. He said that I was just concerned. I was also a woke guy. I was also against Modi. Then I began to look at it from a different perspective, that what has he done? What has he said? And people rake up the 2002 Modi's Godhra thing, but nobody talks about the fact that Modi did not start killing of Muslims here. The numbers are very interesting. Even Pakistani reporters have said so. That total number of deaths were not 2,000 Muslims killed, but 984, and 300 Hindus who died too. So the question was not that Modi did, but there was a train that was set ablaze, which carried 59 pilgrims. Rajiv Gandhi was the one who made the statement on Indira Gandhi's death, murder, killing. And when the Sikh riots happened, Sikhs were killed in Delhi. He was the one who made the statement that when a big tree falls in the jungle, there will be a noise. Think about it from that point of view. Nobody talks about that. And Modi was exonerated by India's Supreme Court through any number of institutions established by Congress party. He has been declared not guilty. After that, BBC, is it BBC telling a gospel truth? Come on, man. BBC is full of lies. We know that. We don't need to be told about it. So, guys, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to air my thoughts. And I thank you very much for listening to it. And I will hold my peace now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibhuti for answering all these questions. Over to you, Sandeep, if you have anything, or we can go to Shiva then.
Yeah, just have one question, Vibhuti. You touched upon it about the book and the author. I mean, I'm certain that you fairly know the content of the book. To your mind, I mean, who is scared of this book coming out and being sold on Amazon, and why they're scared? Any ideas? What might be in the book that scares them if it goes on sale in Amazon?
I had he was on my interview for about an hour. And, his point book, since the book was in the process of being completed, so we did not dive deep into that. But I think I did ask him what was the inspiration behind talking about Modi in the manner that he was saying, that people had been attacking him left, right, and center, as if he's the ultimate villain of the peace on the planet Earth, or as if he was Lord Voldemort. So the question came about, then he said to me that then I began to look at things as the classic thing to say, that if you want to understand your enemy, you want to understand him from, you have to begin to look at things from his point of view too. And he said that I began to look at things in a dispassionate manner. He actually said to me that from awoke, I became awakened. And I began to see things from what he was trying to do. So I'm asking everybody here that he said that he has never spoken against any religion for that matter, ever, till date. He has been abused left, right, and center by Congress party goons who have called him Maut ka Saudagar, Chaukidar Chor hai, and by any number of names. He didn't call Sonia Gandhi anything. He didn't say Sonia Gandhi was the killer of Sikhs. He didn't say that. So the question is that when you address something in a dharmic way, then people kind of get annoyed. They get irritated. And then he began to say that I began to look at his policies, what he was trying to do. He was committed to working towards India. Many people will disagree with that today. His supporters are saying that he is giving too much to Muslims. So much so that I'm sorry, truly saddened to say that some people were saying that we will make him naked for doing what he does. We will make sure that he loses. I said, to whose benefit? That's the point which we have to realize. So, I have not met Mr. Modi. I don't know him. I know him from his words. But what this young author was talking about was a young man's perspective. He's a very young guy, and he's a young man's perspective, and he felt that from being awoke, he had awakened. And that's why he chose to do the book, examining his policies, his utterances, his statements. And that's how he began to do that book. And I was hoping to see the book in plain sight. And I didn't think that he was, belligerent. I don't think he hated Modi. I don't think he was writing or eulogizing Modi as a godhood. None of that. He was doing he has done, as he told me, a factual analysis of the man. And that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vibhuti. I mean, if they're afraid of this book, that means that book has touched the raw nerve of this woke or anti-Hindu people. That makes it, more a reason for me to read it and to recommend others to read it as well.
Yes, absolutely. Because here is the interesting part. He's a very young man. So he says that if I can be awakened with facts and facts and truth, it might help many youngsters who are swept under the woke philosophy at this point in time. Whether it's a fad or a fashion, I do not know. Uh, But this also, we all pass through a particular phase in our own life, So even in America, we had a pet rock, a concept of pet rock. It didn't stay too long, right? So the question is whether it's a wokeism is a fad or a fiction or a truth. I do not know that. How long it will last, I do not know that. I'm not sitting on judgment. The thought that struck me was that if in America we are taking down the confederacies and other things, they have their own history. Whether you see, you have seen the history of America, Confederacy, everything else is there. If they are taking down the statues or monuments of Confederate people, then it thought struck to me that what's wrong if we take down the statues or names of those who murdered, killed, and committed genocide against us? Why Aurangzeb? Why are we worshipping Akbar the Great? Why can't we question that assertion to be right or wrong? Let's go and examine that history, our own history. Is that how Tipu Sultan did what he did in the country and what Macaulay did in the country? Let's kind of critically evaluate today's time, knowing what we know now. Because a lot of documents are coming out. Let's examine them. So can we, if we do that in India, if it is done in India, then people will begin to say that, oh, India has become anti-Islam or anti this or anti that. But what I do know one thing for sure, and those of you who have seen me on my show, I have said this, that in that the 2020 caravan of people, left-oriented people, they will hit India very hard, and they will hit Modi on three considerations. India needs a lot of change, both in all three fronts: social, economics, and politics. We need a change. And, and any change that Modi will try to bring about, which people want the change to happen, it will definitely affect some group of people who will be very unhappy with it. There is always, any change you bring about, there is a particular group of people who are losers in that. It happens. It's a classic story of corporate welfare as well. That McKinsey or Bain or Big Four will submit a report for re-engineering the company, and that the report will gather on the shelves of the CEO, primarily because there are people within the organization who know that they will be affected by that re-engineering. So they become the resistors in there. Likewise, in the Indian context as well. So the Modi haters will attack him on everything that he tries to do, and the plank will be that if it affects Muslims, oh, he's anti Muslim. If it affects a particular group of people, oh, he doesn't care for the farmers. If it affects something, oh, he's anti minorities. And he's also the Hindutva guy. That's why he's doing all of it. Think about it. That's the plank. Those are the four issues on which Indian election will be affected. And I can tell you with guarantee, violence will be one of the tools of that. Believe it or not, these Rana Ayubs and others who are right now on a bandwagon of creating a furor, or the Western media, that Muslims are up for a real bad treatment or a genocide coming in 2024, is is a canard, is a Godhra kind of a instigation, because at some point in time everybody's patience runs over. Godhra was a reaction. Godhra was a reaction of Hindus for the brutal killing, burning down of 59 people in a closed compartment, railway coach. Think about that. If you felt that nobody should react to that, that is unreal. If Hindus had gone home considering that as an evil thing done by some evil, oh, it's not my karma, that would have been a real bad karma. So the point is, but Gujarat has been peaceful ever since then. Think about it. Think about it from that point of view. Is it good? It is good. Am I happy about it? No. That must not have ever happened. So, and we all know that who inspired, who not inspired, inspired is a wrong word, who perpetrated that part of a violence. That's the important part for us to be cognizant of. So that's all I'll say. Thank you so much for listening to me and giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Vibhuti ji. Welcome, Pandit ji. Shiva, go ahead if you have a question.
Actually, I have a different perspective, a little bit different, not that much. I think I won't talk from Hindu perspective. I want to talk about like we are the souls that need to be saved. That's the problem. So what I mean by that is like we are not unique in what we are facing here. If you look at the history, why we were invaded, and what were the forces that were doing, what is happening in Africa, what is happening in South America, what has already happened in North America, Canada, and all that, everybody was whoever was native were praying or had their localized version of faith have been wiped out, completely wiped out. So in the name of saving, so as religions start, they start locally, they have their own ways. So this is like whatever grew up from the Levant region, they had this tendency of going around the world and preaching and spreading their faith. The problem is that we don't have that. Hindus don't have that, right? We don't go seeking other people to convert. But then when you take Islam and Christianity, they have this tenet of like going to foreign lands and then as a missionary or as doing a dawa, and this is like a constant barrage of conversion, and we have been facing that for like centuries, and it will continue. It's never going to stop. We just have to understand how to tackle with this. No, we are not being attacked because we are successful. We are being attacked because it needs to happen. These souls need to be saved. We are the savage ones according to them. So the way they look at us is like something foreign, which does not make sense. It's like we don't pray, we don't like follow one book. We don't follow their way of understanding God. So it's like we are evil, or we need to be converted, otherwise we'll fall in hell. So it's their moral duty to do that on and on and on, constantly. And there's a lot of money behind these, and there are a lot of well-meaning people who send their families as missionaries across Africa, across India, and you're seeing that conversion going on left, right, and center, everywhere. What you don't see is like all the cultures that have been wiped out, completely out of existence. You can take Hawaii, you can take native people in Canada, you can take natives in North America, South America, you know Incas, Inuits, Mayans, all that is gone, long gone. Somehow we have survived. So we had certain seeds which made us survive. So we are pretty strong in how to handle this situation. So we just need to realize the mindset of the people that are coming at us is like these are well meaning people in their mind who are trying to cause harm to our culture. So that's the way I look at it. And I think uh, I don't know what percentage of that is true, but that's my understanding of what's happening. This is
Yeah,
nothing unique to Hindus.
thank you, Shiva. Yeah, thanks you for your views. I think again, I want to bring it back to the topic. Uh, just to reset the space. You know, uh, a book by a very young author has been deplatformed by Amazon. The reason it is a book about Modi, and the reason they're given it is that it had Hindutva themed content. That's the reason they have banned it, deplatformed it. What's interesting is if you go to Amazon and look for Mein Kampf, a very hateful book, that's okay. You can find and buy it, and you can also go and buy all kinds of religious books which say nasty things about non-believers. That's available. But somehow a book, a kind of political analysis by a young man who was opposed to Modi in the beginning, and then after he started looking at the facts, he changed his mind. His experience was in that book. So that kind of book is somehow not kosher on Amazon. Again, they're trying to demonize Hindus, and they're just using the word Hindutva. This we should not see this in an isolation. This is what's happening for past 6 to 7 years in US, UK, and other
Absolutely.
places.
So I have one point on that. I think we should not try to look it from their perspective. We should try to look at, for example, Twitter example, right? Certain people get in and they start enforcing their views, and that completely ruins the platform, right? the open discussion stop happening and it start tilting towards certain direction. So in my opinion, there might be people in Amazon, I don't know full details, but more likely is the case that there are certain people who are biased towards certain mindset. They might be doing this, right? So
Yeah, we for sure don't know what exactly is the reason behind who pulls the strings. But what I'm suggesting is, one, we should raise awareness about this book being banned for Hindutva content. And second, make sure that everybody knows about this book. If it has touched a runner of this anti-Modi people, there's definitely something in it they don't want everyone to read. So try to publicize this book and buy it, read it. I'm gonna order it, and also I'm gonna gift a couple of copies to other people to read as well. Um, yes, yeah, Panditji, welcome.
Namaste ji, Namaste ji, everyone,
Namaskar.
and thank you very much for allowing me this wonderful opportunity with these wonderful souls. Um, excuse me. A couple of points I'll make just briefly. Um, the term Hindutva has been used in Western media as a pejorative and a very aggressive one, and it's used in comparison to the ideology of Islamists and Crusaders, of the Christians, who basically want that belong to the same fold of the Abrahamic fold that want and they cry and clamor, sorry, for that sort of governance. Um, a, so Hindutva has been used, is a narrative has been presented in Western media, has been propagated and allowed to flow freely in Western media. And this is by no little means by a lot of Islamists who want a narrative to be floated in through the world that Hindus are inherently bad to Muslims. Of course, we know that to be grossly incorrect. So this is a narrative that's being that grew and grew and grew and grew into this term. Hindutva is a flag term wherever you go in Western media, and most of them are ill informed what it actually means. So that's the first point. Of course, and I've said this before in other spaces. The onus rests with us to present a counter narrative, because the pillar of Hinduism is not like any other religion, any other system of belief. The pillar of Hinduism is ahimsa paramo dharma. The pillar which we stand on is ahimsa, non-violence. That's why so many Hindus are mostly vegetarians, because fundamentally we believe in the protection of all sentient beings. This is not something that they those that promote antagonism, those that have inherent animus against Hindus and India, they cannot allow that narrative to progress. It's against their narrative. Our counter narrative is against theirs. So that's the crux of this issue. Um, how do we counter it? Well, we have to start by not being passive Hindus. When I say passive, I'm not asking. None of us fundamentally we are not. One of the brothers stated we are violent people. We don't. We don't. I'll quote one of this author. It's an American commentator. He's an atheist. Most Many of you may know Sam Harris. And so he made a comparison with an extreme Islamist and an extreme Hindu. And this is a comparison that he made. Said an extreme, if you go to the extreme practice of Hinduism, and he was quoting the Jain, someone who followed the Jain system of belief. I guess he put it all together to we're all Hindus. So the most extreme practice is where this person is so much immersed in nonviolence that he or she would put a gauze over their nose so that they don't inhale an insect, because so immersed are they in protecting in another sentient being. They would walk on the sidewalk looking down keenly to make sure that they don't step on an insect. And so that's the extreme form. I said that's an extreme form of a practice. We should all be so lucky that we have many more of these extremists in our midst. So compared to the extreme form of Islam, where someone believes you have to strap a bomb and go into a crowd of people and blow them all up so that you can go to heaven. Compare the two extremism, and they're not the same thing. My point is, we cannot be passive. The dharma that we follow, the dharma that we follow is that absolutely sublime, not because of inherent bias, because that's an objective truth. So we must be more informed, and we must be more informed when narratives that makes the term Hindutva a pejorative, that make the term Hindu something that can be maligned. We must be more informed that we can push back every which way, because then even Hindus will fall for the false narrative, and where the unfortunate incident, the situation right now that is going on, where a beloved Modi book on him, just because his team Hindutva is being banned, that cannot be allowed. We have to push back to Amazon and tell them, "Look, we have a voice too. We absolutely have a voice too. And our voice speaks with our pocket. We purchase books there. We do a lot of purchase, and this must be corrected. The same way people complain, because from what I gather, is that complaints, and they posted up, there were some complaints that some people were grieved one way or the other. Well, we're grieved because that's incorrect. It's a false narrative. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for this opportunity. Namaste.
Yeah, thank you, Panditji. I think the term Hindutva is being used as a dog whistle to target our community. I'll give an example. Recently, there was a protest in UK where Indian Hindu diaspora went to BBC headquarters in a peaceful protest. They kind of stood there, held the placards. They were protesting against the biased coverage of BBC about the Leicester violence. And one guy comes in there with the camera and heckles them, and his name is Shakil uh, Afsar, and he makes a video and posts it. Okay, that's all fine. That's been uncalled for. It's a peaceful protest, but as so far so good. That's okay. We can ignore that. Then he goes on and creates a video of him shooting a machine gun and uploads that video with a caption saying that target practice for the next BJP RSS Hindutva event. So he's basically saying that these people who I went and protested, heckled them in front of BBC, are the legitimate targets. He's just giving signal to his Islamist brothers and sisters that arm themselves up and go and target Hindus. That's what's happening. We are becoming the soft targets, and sooner we realize, better it is. The worst thing is that guy is still on every platform. He's not been deplatformed. I don't think there's any action that's been taken against him. This is a direct threat from him towards Hindu community. So what I'm trying to say is anything that is done against Hindus is given a free pass. We are kind of becoming free for all. Yeah, Miniji, go ahead.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, everyone. I was listening, Vibhuti ji, Shiva, Pandit ji, Neeraj, and you. Um, everybody has said everything that, you know, um, need to be said. But one thing that I want to add is the way these people try to confuse the world and try to justify themselves for attacking Hindus is they say, oh, we are not attacking Hindus, we are attacking Hindutva. Okay, I have a neighbor who likes to discuss, uh, Christianity, Islam, Hindutva, Hindu. So I asked her, "What uh, what do you think about when somebody say Hindus and when say Hindutva?" She said, "I don't know the difference. So what comes to your mind when somebody use these terms?" She said, "The only thing that comes to my mind is Indian people." So ultimately, they are attacking the people from India who are Hindus, um, and with wear brown skin, wear red dot occasionally. You can recognize Indians in a crowd from their skin color and from their. It's very easy. It's scary because we are living in a foreign country where we live peacefully. We love our neighbors. Our neighbors are very happy with us. We are good neighbors. We are good citizens. As Vibhuti ji already mentioned, that we have no record of violence or even small crimes in any country we Hindus go and live. Um, but at the same time, when people are using this terminology, Hindutva, they are just justifying their conscience. Probably that is pricking them, or they want to just justify themselves. Okay, we are not attacking Hindus, but we are attacking Hindutva. They are attacking Hindus. They are attacking us. Um, it becomes extremely scary because when our children are going to the colleges, universities, we are we have no discrimination for anyone. Our children are even more liberal. If we even tell children that um, this is what is happening in the world, they say, oh, you're paranoid, it's not real, because they are so much um, comfortable in the society they are living and they have been brought up. But here, all of a sudden, we are listening this serious things um, about us, and we feel attacked right now, and I really feel scared for my next generation um, when these attacks are coming on us. This is just a beginning. This is just a beginning, and it can be very serious. I cannot talk more because I am away and I am at somebody's home. So I'm going to listen, but it was absolutely pleasure listening to you all, and I will listen to you more. But I wanted to add this point about Hindu and Hindutva, such a deceiving um, y- thing that we hear from the people. No, we are not attacking Hindus, we are attacking Hindu. You are attacking Hindus. You are attacking us people who are live in every society peacefully. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Miniji. Also, they are becoming brazen now. Last week, there was a protest in US where you can see a bunch of Muslims going around and asking people to boycott Hindus and Hindu businesses. So we are not only being attacked physically, they're targeting us commercially as well. Somehow this is acceptable, all in the name of opposing Hindutva. Yeah,
And
Shiva.
Sandeep,
Yeah,
if you remember, Leicester violence and this attack on Hindus were just before the festive season, and it was also an attempt to, because it will definitely affect the businesses of Hindus. So they did it deliberately just before the festival season. I mean, I don't understand that this developed world is not looking at this. this Islamist which you were talking about, who attacked our peaceful protesters, he went over there. He said, "These are the Hindu goons. These are the Hindutva people. These are BJP people. This was not allowed in UK." But if you look at the whole thing, I mean, these are the people. These are UK citizens who were just protesting, and they have all the rights to protest in a democracy. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
can go
mean,
to Shiva.
it is bit like people saying that we are against Zionists, not against Jews, but basically, they just hide behind the word Zionist to attack Jews. They are doing the same thing with Hindus. They hide behind the word Hindutva to attack Hindus.
So I'll start with what Neeraj just said. I think we should just laugh at them because everybody knows their truth. The Islamist, everybody in Europe knows what's going on. Everybody knows, you know, the dark side that they have. So we should just shrug it off, and we should just know that these things are going to happen more and more. So see, the thing is, we are coming out of long period of colonization, right? And we are getting highly successful. And now I think what we are missing here is like I observed, like everybody is saying we are peaceful, we are peaceful, we are peaceful. What we need to learn is that's not sufficient. That's half part of it. We have to be very assertive of our rights, and we have to show that there are consequences if you mess up, right? I'm not saying violence, but whoever does these designs, they should feel the financial pain, or whatever they are doing, they should feel it. So next time they would think twice before attempting such endeavors. So any organization or anybody who is doing such things, we have to raise our voices and we have to make it happen, so that these things know, if we are just being peaceful, it's not sufficient. We have a long history of fighting back, and now we have to be more assertive. In I live in Western world, a lot of, I guess, us live there. So we have to kind of stand up and be fearless. I think Mini just mentioned like the kind of incidents that are happening in US. I believe that's what she said. I also live in US. And if you look at like January, right, there were like 40 plus mass shootings just in January. So the world is broken in many ways, right? And people are not that religious, they are pretty lost, and a lot of violent things are happening. We just have to be fearless about it. So all I want to say is, just being peaceful is not enough. We have to be action oriented, and that part is on us. I think we are
Yeah, I mean,
missing that. So
these two are not mutually exclusive. You can be peaceful and you can also be action
yes.
oriented. But again, do whatever you like to do,
But what I'm
ignoring
saying
or
is,
shrugging
action
off with the
part is
laughter.
we are lax on it.
Yeah,
Other people are
yeah.
doing more, and I think we need to do more on our front. That's totally on us. We cannot keep blaming on like, oh, they tagged us with in Hindutva. Well, that's a win on them that they tagged us that way, right? That's the design.
No, it's not blaming Shiva. It's not blaming. It's called raising awareness,
Sure,
right?
sure.
And a lot of people don't even know what's going
Yeah.
on. You can laugh at them, but you can say shrug it off. That's not a good strategy. Ignoring them
No,
does
what I'm
not
trying
make
to
the
say is
problem
we
go
should
away.
focus on what can we do rather than what they have done to us, right? That should be
Yeah,
the
one
focus.
thing we can do is raise awareness. That's the first thing. Yeah, Vinny, go ahead.
Um, Hello, good morning. I mean, it's a good morning for me. I don't know, but it's the time there in other parts of the world. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I actually wanted to ask a question because I mean, I am assuming that all the people here who are the speakers live in the Western world. I wanted to ask the question that why language has always been occupied by the left wing as far as Western countries are concerned. Hindutva is not an English word; it is a Hindi word. So that's why it doesn't get accepted normally by the people over there. My issue with that is that why is if we have political influence on the right wing as far as America is concerned, and we have a Hindu prime minister in UK too, why is it that the Hindutva is not normalized till now? Why is it that it is getting so much hate from the right wing as well as the left wing in most of the Western countries?
Vibhuti ji, do you want to respond to that if you're there?
I can't I can't hear Neeraj. So is it only me?
We can.
I can hear him clearly.
Okay, I can drop down to listener section and join
No,
back again.
I
yeah,
Sorry.
can you hear
opinion
me?
on that, if I can share.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty new phenomena. By new, I mean like it's only like 5-10 years old. So it's gonna take its own life. It's too early in the game. So these things have if you think of like how Islamization and Islamophobia that they're trying to create, these things take long time, like starting from 9/11 or before. So these things have a long running time. So we have time here to set the right narrative. So it's too early, is what I think.
But sir, my actually the issues that concern the Hindu community when as far as the Western civilization is concerned. I mean, look at the UK. It is basically I always call UK a hub of Schrodinger's idiots because the Islam has actually captured the law and order system. It has successfully captured the left narrative, but as far as the Hindus are concerned, they are the most progressive community over there. And after that also, independent reports had been generated, but as far as the lister rights are concerned, but no one actually took that up. No establishment media actually came out and said that okay, Hindus were not responsible for whatever happened in Leicester. And the most important people in the threatened people. Okay, I was echoing. I'm sorry. So Shakil is not yet arrested. He actually openly threatened the Hindu community who were peacefully protesting for the BBC documentary over there. What is the lack in the law and order system over there? Uh, Dawa is also not arrested. Ali Dawa, that hijab guy is also not arrested. They are openly, demonizing Hindu community. They are threatening them, and they are free. They are absolutely free to say whatever they want, and there is no action by the government. What is the lack over there? And when the media in the India actually responds to that, and they generate a narrative of how Hindu community is being targeted, they are called emotional. The response is not inaccurate, and in what if I could actually phrase it correctly, it is inapt. So what is the proper way to actually address these situations? Because we can talk about it as much as we want, but if the establishment media is not picking it up, because it's their choice, right, at the end of the day. I mean, I can tell you the number of times I have been kicked out of spaces because of my swastika symbol. It is not normalized to the extent we want. So, what is the solution over there, sir?
So we are Hindus, right? We look within. So the answer is within, is what I would say. I think I'll speak about the UK problem, right? So I think Hindu community did respond pretty well this time around, even though the percentages are pretty low as compared to the Muslim community there. But later on, what happened was the narrative was set correctly, and the people who were trying to set the Islamic narrative eventually lost that narrative. In the beginning, they won big time, but later on, as things started coming out, we actually responded beautifully after that. So I think it's our own learning that we need to be quick to respond and be vocal about it. If we are not noisy, if we are not putting our, nobody is going to set a narrative for you, nobody is going to speak for you if you do yourself don't speak. So you have to call it out, you have to be vocal about it. Doesn't matter if you are one person or thousand people. If you are not speaking about your own issues, who else is going to talk about it? They're not going to talk about that. It's all about politics at the end. Like these politicians or these BBCs of the world, all they care about is the numbers, right? So who are they speaking to? How much percentage of Muslims are in a within community? How many Hindus are in within? They churn this data all the time. They know the details. They know who the politicians need to cater to. So it's all about that. But then quite often you see that sometimes, the loudest voices win. So there are loud voices in Islamic world, right? And they set their narrative, and they win quite often, and we just sit quietly and do nothing, and we are just busy earning money and not fighting for our cause. That's where the problem is. So the problem is within. I think we need to, and we are growing out of it, which is great to see. This same incident, if it would have happened few years ago, nothing would have happened on the blip. Nobody would have known. This time people cried foul, like what the heck, this is not our doing. And then people in UK rose up and they set the narrative correctly. We are getting very assertive thanks to Modi ji and a lot of things that have happened in India. I think we are gaining confidence there, and more of that needs to happen. So these people know, like I'm sure BBC is feeling a lot of heat these days, and they will be thinking twice. They will do what they're going to do, but they will be calculating, more calculative going forward. So yeah, that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah, thank you, Shiva. Welcome, Mayaji.
सुबह सभी को। मैं हिंदी में बोलूँगी इफ इट्स ओके,
Yeah, yeah, sure.
क्योंकि कई सारे लोग यहाँ पर जुड़े हैं जो शायद वांट टू ब्रेक फ्रॉम ये। दो किताबें हैं, मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ कि पहले तो जॉन पर्किंस की इकोनॉमिक हिटमैन, प्लीज़ पढ़ लीजिए। पहला और सेकंड वॉल्यूम, पहला तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, हिस्ट्री है इसमें। जैसे हम अपने इतिहास को हम लोग खोज रहे हैं आजकल,
क्या आप नाम
वैसे
दोबारा रिपीट
थोड़ा
कर देंगे, सॉरी?
हाँ, वो किताब है जॉन पर्किंस की इकोनॉमिक हिटमैन, ये पढ़ लीजिए आप। मिडिल ईस्ट का
That's that
राइज,
the book's title is Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
या दैट
Yeah,
इज
yeah.
इट, दैट
Just
इज द
Google
वन।
it. You will find it
So,
funny enough. Yeah.
yeah, there are two volumes to it, but first one is the most
Yes.
important for
Yes.
us because it documents the entire rise of Levant that we know right now. जो लेवांत करके जो हिस्टोरिकल रीजन है मिडिल ईस्ट का, उसका एक पहलू वहाँ पे आता है। और दूसरी किताब है जो मुझे लगता है थोड़ा मुश्किल है पढ़ने के लिए, लेकिन पढ़ना ज़रूरी भी है, इज़ विक्टर फ्रैंकल का मैन्स सर्च फॉर मीनिंग। मैं ये दो क्यों बता रही हूँ कि प्रताड़ित होना एक बात होती है, उसके बाद अपने एक्सपीरियंस को किस तरह से डॉक्यूमेंट करना दूसरी बात होती है। अपने इतिहास को जानना बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, लेकिन हमारे साथ जो हुआ वो किसी और का इतिहास बन के रह जाए, कम से कम इतनी भी कोशिश हमने अगर की होती तो आज 70 साल पहले जो हुआ है, उसके जो पहले हुआ है 100 साल पहले, बहुत ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है, वो आज रिपीट नहीं होता, क्योंकि कहीं पे तो उसके एविडेंस, निशान, प्रूफ्स हमें मिल जाते। अभी हम जिस तरह से कन्विंस करना चाहते हैं, दुनिया भर को हम कन्विंस करना चाहते हैं, वो कन्विंसिंग का जो अप्रोच है, वो मैन सर्च फॉर मीनिंग में एक छोटी सी पतली किताब है, ज़्यादा बड़ी नहीं है, उसमें हॉलोकास्ट के लोगों ने जो किया है वो समझना पड़ेगा हमको। वो अभी यहाँ पर शुरू हो चुका है, जो नहीं किया हमने वो अभी शुरू कर रहे हैं हम। और तीसरी किताब है साई दीपक के दोनों वॉल्यूम, प्लीज़ पढ़ लीजिए एज इफ लाइक यू आर ग्रेजुएटिंग। ये टेक्स्ट बुक हो गया है, ये ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सारे सॉल्यूशंस जो हमें देना चाहते हैं, वो लॉयर की तरह वो ऑलमोस्ट हैंड होल्ड कर रहा है ऑथर हमारे लिए। और अगर इतना भी मिलने के बाद वो खुद बोलते हैं कि आपको पता नहीं था, आप बोलते हो, तो वो तो मैं समझ सकता हूँ, लेकिन अभी पता हो चुका है तो अब देखता हूँ मैं आप क्या करते हो। ये उन्होंने खुद अपने बुक लॉन्च के वक्त कह दिया। एंड बिकॉज इट इज़ रिसर्च्ड, आपके सारे सवाल जितने भी है, इतना रिसर्च्ड शायद कोई ही बुक होगा जहाँ पे क्रॉस रेफरेंसिंग नहीं है, ओरिजिनल एविडेंस ऑफ हाउ slavery, how subjugation, dehumanizing has continued from different parts of region which are obviously Abrahamic, but how they have finished civilizations एंड देन कमिंग टू वेयर वी आर. तो ये 3 किताबें मतलब 3 ऑथर्स हैं. इनको पढ़ लो आप, जॉन पर्किंस, विक्टर फ्रैंकल और साई दीपक. मैं इसीलिए ये 3 बोल रही हूँ बिकॉज़ हर एक लोगों का अपना इंटरेस्ट होता है. The West is confused. The Western Hindus who have never had understood the history of Hindutva are confused कि हमारे साथ ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है. तो इसकी थोड़ा बहुत बैकग्राउंड इकोनॉमिक हिटमैन में मिल जाएगा आपको कि वाई इट इज़ हैपनिंग. एंड डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप जूइश लिटरेचर थोड़ा सा पढ़ें, जूइश ऑथर्स को पढ़ें, क्योंकि वो लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत की है और उनका एक लेसन हमें लेना पड़ेगा. क्योंकि वो है इसीलिए वो इस तरह से है, इसीलिए वो लोग पूरे दुनिया तक, पूरे विश्व में कहीं पे भी हो, वो एक साथ जुड़ सकते हैं क्योंकि उनको हिस्ट्री सारी पता है. एंड देर ऑन सेम पेज विच वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू राइट नाउ. आखिरी बात यही कहूँगी कि पॉलिटिकल सॉल्यूशंस सोशल इश्यूज के लिए कभी लागू नहीं होते. हमें पॉलिटिकल जो सिचुएशन चाहिए, पोजीशन चाहिए, वो आती ही रहेगी. वो एक बोलता है जैसे कि आप मंथली बिल भरते हो ना, या फिर आपकी रजिस्ट्रेशन फी होती है. सो द रजिस्ट्रेशन टू बी इन इंडिया इज टू ऑलवेज लुक फॉर अ हिंदुत्व पार्टी. डजेंट मीन दैट इट विल एक्ट ऑन योर कॉजेस, बिकॉज पॉलिटिक्स में रहने के लिए उनको वो सब करना पड़ता है जो वो मतलब नहीं भी बोले, मतलब उनके वैल्यू सिस्टम के बाहर जाके. तो मुझे यही कहना था बस. मेरा और कुछ भी कहना नहीं है बिकॉज़ यहाँ पर सभी गुणी हैं और सबको सब कुछ पता है. लेकिन और दूसरा है कि सपोर्ट, यू नो जब आपके विचार किसी से मिलते ना हो तो सपोर्ट करना मुश्किल हो जाता है. लेकिन फिर भी एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव याद रख के, क्योंकि लाइक वी आर डिफरेंट, वी आर डिफरेंट, बट इमेजिन कीजिए जूइश are not one race. They are a mix of races and yet they can unite. So definitely we know better, right? हम तो इतने अलग अलग लेके रह के भी साथ रह चुके हैं. लेकिन अभी क्या हो रहा है, बिकॉज ऑफ so much of information clashes and so much of different types, इतने अलग अलग, फिर हमको ऐसा लगता है कि ये नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं या फिर इनका अप्रोच अलग है. So don't do that. Sometimes it is important to just listen, क्योंकि हमने उनको सुना ही कहाँ है. हमने कश्मीरियों को सुना नहीं है, हमने मलबार के हिंदुओं को नहीं सुना है, हमने गुजरात के लोगों को भी नहीं सुना है. ये जो रायट की बात करते हैं लोग, ये रायट 3 दिन तक चला था. पूरा महीना जिसने दिखाया उसको पद्मश्री मिल गई, है ना. तो ये देश में अगर यूनिटी नहीं होगी तो इनके लिए हम जस्टिस कैसे मांगे. आवाज़ ही नहीं है. एंड दैट्स ऑल आई विल से एंड फिनिश. आई लाइक दिस रूम बिकॉज दिस रूम हैज़ ब्रॉट इन ऑल डिफरेंट साइड्स ऑफ द शेड्स ऑफ हिंदूज. बट हिंदुत्व अगर है तो हिंदू है. बस. थैंक यू सो मच.
Well said, Mayaji. I mean, the way today you have said that politics is different than the societal issues which we are facing, and you summarized it well. That we need to work on our goals, right? Uh, yeah, Shiva, go ahead.
या धन्यवाद
Uh,
माया जी.
before
आपने जो बुक्स के रेफरेंसेस दिए, जय साई दीपक का तो
Shiva, there's a request. I mean, if you can speak in English, that will be much better because we have an English audience over here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So what I
yeah.
was saying was, thank you so much for the references. I'll definitely check out. I have read couple of those books, but जो पहली आपने economics की बोली थी, I'm definitely gonna check that out. And I think one thing I just want to add, I 100% agree with everything she said. I think we need to learn to disassociate our movement from the politics. What that does is it gives us like double the power. So even when governments fall, we are not dependent on it. The movement continues, right? Governments will come to serve that movement. If they don't serve our cause, they will fall, no matter what political party that is. That gives us tremendous power. Otherwise, the dynamic actually reverses. We become subservient to that party, and on the long run, it's actually very damaging when that party falls or it goes into wrong hands. So we should be the magnet where these parties try to serve us, right? That should be the right way. uh, one last thing I want to add is like, I don't know if there are young people here or aspiring people. Learn to write. Learn to write a lot. I think if you don't write about your own causes, your own history, your own future, somebody else will write for you. So learn to write. Try to write as many books as you can, journals or publications or blogs or whatever that is. Learn to write beautifully. Learn to write or speak beautifully, because that is the power of the future. Everything is getting digital, and everybody's craving to read books. So if there are not Indian authors, somebody else will write for us, which is not going to be great. So the rise of J. Sai Deepak is a perfect example. Vikram Sampath, I can name so many new ones that are coming up. So I think more we write about ourselves, and I think yes, Mayaji brought in example of, like, Jewish history of speaking to what has been done to them. A lot of it is because of hardship. It hardens people. So we are fortunate that we are much bigger in number and probably way stronger than them in that sense. But if we don't do these things, it might not be great. So I really want to stress on the point of writing. I think because we are talking about this book getting banned, imagine if there were like 1,000 more authors waiting in line. Some will get through. So these forces won't have a way of just blocking a book, because there will be different contents, different perspectives, different directions coming at them, and they cannot block all of that, right? So we probably are getting crippled because there are very few authors out there. But if there are a lot of books, then these people will have a hard time blocking that content. So yeah.
One thing I want to say here, Shiva, that multiple times these kind of attempts were done in the history to shut down people not to write, right? There are many people who have written, many writers, but then the moment you get insecure and try to block someone, especially I will talk about this book itself. I mean, the traction of this book will grow.
Yeah.
Now look how many people will buy this book, and how many people are going to circulate this, and how much interest it creates within you people. That's number 1. And number 2, I think, I don't know, there are two misconceptions we have, that we have very few writers. We have so many writers in the history also. And two, when we say that Hindus never fought back, at times we do another mistake by kind of disrespecting our ancestors who fought back these aggressions by the West, be it by the Muslim invaders or the Britishers. We fought back. 1857, Mayaji will concur with my thought here. 1857, the fight for independence in 1857 was one of the greatest things, and it was documented by Veer Savarkar. This term Hindutva, it is not a new term, and attack on Hindutva is also not new. It is almost 100 years that this society has come together, and Hindus are coming out of the that damage which 100 in the last 100 years what we have achieved is to fix the damage which is done to this society for the last 1400 years, I'll say. We were busy fighting it back, but then in the last 100 years, we did wonders when we, got back to, power recently. But still, the battle was on, whether we were in power or not. But we were fighting for our culture, for our civilization, and for our, value system. So somewhere I feel that we need to recognize and accept the facts that we always fought back. And there are a lot of books also. Two things I want to make. Yeah, Sandeep, go ahead. Was it Sandeep or someone else? Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't know if Sandeep wanted to talk, but I can say a few things on that.
Yeah, go
So
ahead. And we just a second, I just wanted to check with Vibhuti ji here. Vibhuti ji, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
You want to say something?
I will hold my horses for a little while longer.
Okay,
I'm
no
listening to
issues.
others. Thank
Let
you.
us know.
Thank you.
Let us know if you have to say
Yes, I
something.
will.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
funny you mentioned 1857. So you got to look at the reaction that Britishers did after 1857. So the way they put up the army, like they stopped recruiting Hindus, and it was, like you should read Ambedkar on this, and a lot of other books written about what happened after that, and then later on how they brought in communal award. If you read those laws, how they started dividing between Hindus, Muslims, and castes within Hindus, it was all by design, and it was primarily to stop this force. So you're absolutely right, like this term was coined at that time. So there is a fear about it, that if there is a local rise, then it has a lot of power, because India is a big continent, and they won't be able, because these were like handful of people, so they had to manage us in a way where we are not together. So, if we have to build a nation which is inclusive of everybody local, then we have to learn how to give a decisive reply, no matter what our faith is, but at least which is not derogatory to our culture, or not trying to block us in many ways that they try to do, because everything Western is kind of put in a positive light, and everything alien to that is like put in a different light. So that's how it goes. So I'll go back to, like, it just goes by the sheer volume. So a lot of authors have come in past, and they have been banned, but that doesn't matter. What we have to do is what we have to do on our end. So if there are more writers come up, I think this thing will just drown in that.
Yeah, go ahead, Panditji.
Yes, thank you again for letting me say a few words. I think there must be a degree of fearlessness when this issue comes up. There's a great deal of reluctance among Hindus. You don't want to come across as a sort of an activist Hindu, if there's such a term. Um, because in the part of the world that we live in, I know uh, a lot of my Hindu colleagues would rather be just this agreeable, very agreeable Hindus, non-confrontational, who doesn't pretty much take issue with anything at all. We can't. We can't anymore, right? Social media is a very great, especially the freedom allowed on Twitter for us to correct false narratives. So we cannot be afraid. We cannot be afraid to post this information up in social media. We cannot be afraid to share it. We cannot be afraid to bring an awareness of any kind of false narrative that is presented. We can't be anymore. And that's a step that we must take. And I think I'm safe in saying there's a great deal of reluctance, from my observation, for whatever reasons, to do so. If it's the issue is a little bit controversial, I know many Hindus will shy away, want to be agreeable with everyone. But we've done that for a very long time. We've done that for a very long time, and it's time to have a little bit more courage in bringing awareness to these issues right across the board so that this can be addressed. And if there's no awareness brought to it, then the loud voices out there, the loud voices out there are the one that's heard. The loud voices are the one that present the false narrative, are the ones that are being heard, and they certainly will drown out the correct narrative. So I'm saying, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Panditji. Just to reset the space, a lot of new people have joined. So this space is to raise awareness about a book being blocked by Amazon. The book is written by a very young author. His name is Saurav Dutt, and the book is about Modi. And the title of the book is Modi and Me: A Political Reawakening. Basically, he describes his journey about how he was, anti-Modi person to begin with, and then how he started looking at the data and how he changed his mind after that. So that book has been blocked by Amazon. The reason they have given is very disturbing. The reason says the book has been blocked for having Hindutva themed literature. So it's basically an attack on Hindus, and this is a common theme nowadays across across all continents. You go to UK, you go to US, or you go to Australia. People are attacking Hindus in the name of attacking Hindutva. There have been physical attacks in UK. There have been boycott calls by Muslim groups to boycott Hindu businesses in the name of Hindutva, attacking Hindutva. So this is basically, we are the target. We need to wake up and smell the coffee. Um, we cannot be in denial anymore. And again, the immediate thing is, I would request all of you to at least retweet his tweet about him describing why Amazon has blocked his book. Spread awareness, and also retweet this space so that more people can join and know about this issue. Also, if you can, buy his book, and if you can gift one or two books to others, do that as well, because I think whatever this young man has written has rattled some people. There might be something which threatens them, so it's a good indication that it's a very effective book to change the minds of undecided people who have an open mind. That's why they're afraid, and they're blocking this book. So we need to encourage this young author, to make sure that his book sells more and more. Just for the sake of the truth to come out, we need to do that. Vibhuti ji, I have tweeted to him asking him to join this space if he's available. I don't know if you have his contact. If you can invite him so that we can benefit from his presence here and learn more about the book and why it was blocked. If he's free,
I do know him, and I have interviewed him on my show, and I know him. We have had a lot of conversation, and but then he's in London, so it should be
okay,
2 o'clock in the morning there.
okay.
So I
No, I
am
thought
hundred
he's
percent
in
sure
India.
that he is probably awake, but I feel guilty to
Yeah,
ask him
understand.
to
Yeah.
come there. But there is one thing which is, like I always say, that every disaster brings us an opportunity, and uh, every disaster is an opportunity for someone. I'm particularly, you know, in, intrigued by the call to boycott Hindu businesses. It is such a stupid step taken by the smart people. And I always also say that smart people make dumb mistakes. And since the Muslims are giving a call, I have not followed it. The Muslims have given a call to boycott Hindu businesses.
Yes, I
Thank
have.
God for that.
Yeah, I have pinned the video. You can watch
Yes,
it
so
yourself.
at least nobody can accuse us for boycotting them now, right? So I would say it's a very interesting thing. Let's stop buying anything or everything halal. Why not? You
Yeah,
know?
in fact, halal meat is against my religion, and
Yeah.
a lot of Hindus, we are forbidden from eating halal meat.
Yes,
Even the
absolutely. And
Sikhs are forbidden from eating halal meat.
I'll put it this way, Sandeep. One more, just wanted to add more. One more thing is that if Dabur or rice makers or masala makers want to export to Middle East and a halal certification helps them sell there, I have no problem with that. But I don't want to buy halal stuff here. So let's tell Dabur, let's tell manufacturers of in India that hey, you sell halal wherever you have to, but not to me, not for me. Now nobody will accuse us for being, Hindutva thing for boycotting Islamic Muslim items. Just bear this in mind. I think somebody said, I think Shivaji said that, we got to act. And that's what I always say. Don't depend on government for everything. Government has other priorities, other things. Because I know one thing for sure, that if government of India were to ban Amazon in India, you will find those panchmakars raising a bogey that book is being banned because it was Modi's book. It's a very tricky situation. A second thing that I wanted to add here, and I got to call it a day, is one of the things that you have noticed that the woke people, the Muslim people, their only tool of negotiation is not discussion, dialogue, is violence. Why? And targeting us individually. And I'm 100% sure Peter knows about that. They target us. They target us individually. Nupur Sharma is running around to save her life or in hiding, whereas the idiot fact checker, Zubair, is walking the streets in full freedom. That's the kind of a thing that we have to bear in mind, that the democratic tools, the tools of democracy, are being used by our opponents, opponents of democracy, in a much smarter way than us. And the rule of the game is that if your enemy is playing your game better than you, it's time you began to refurbish your own game. How we play that. I have spoken enough, and I want to appreciate everybody for listening to it. It's a very important conversation about the banning of the book. It is an existential threat for us. 3 years ago, I did a show. Is that we Hindus are in denial? We are under existential. We are facing an existential threat because we are a hunting ground for every kind of a marauder in the world, because they fear us. They fear us because not because we are bad, the sheer rise and the domination that will come from science and technology that will support our way of life. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibhuti.
Good night, Vibhuti ji. Thank you for joining.
Good night. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dr. Jagdish here. Welcome, Dr. Jagdish.
नमस्कार विभूति बाबू, नमस्कार संदीप।
Namaste.
जी बहुत दिन के बाद देखा आपको।
मैं हिंदुस्तान में हूँ अभी, तो इसलिए
Yes, I know. Okay.
तो ये जो अमेजोन का केस है ना, ये अमेजोन का केस बहुत डीप रूटेड है। हमारे साथ में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अमेजोन का केस चल रहा है, बहुत बड़ा, अमेजोन और रिलायंस का फाइट। और उसमें अमेजोन चाहता है कि कैसे करके वो जो स्मार्ट मार्केट्स का है फ्यूचर का बहुत बड़ा केस है उनका, तो उसमें वो अमेजोन वाले बहुत प्रॉब्लम कर रहे हैं। पर्टिकुलरली जेफ बेजोस हैज मेड इट अ पॉइंट दैट he will try to see all this, and one of the billionaires, so naturally they play all the tricks in their trade, and this banning or stopping book sale through the Amazon is one such game they are playing. So this is more to do with Amazon's own business interest, and they are fighting to buy those. You remember those Apna Bazars were there, and then it's a big case going on internationally with Singapore and Supreme Court, so Supreme Court of India, and that they are not expecting much positive thing. So they are trying to create problem for Modi government and BJP. None of them like Modi government now because their interests are not being served. That is simple. These billionaires, some of these billionaires have these kind of things very clear, and through various means they are manifesting it, whether it is a Hindenburg report or whether it is BBC documentary. Or BBC documentary was completely sponsored or through the advertisement revenue of BBC overseas, and the company was well known for 5G, which was banned in India. And not only in India, it is banned in many countries, even including UK. That's why UK has put BBC documentary on Modi on BBC overseas, BBC International. So there are so many internal things going on, and these people, billionaires, are trying to buy it out that India should be purchased, and India is not available for sale. Simple. And they are fighting it out through their various means. So these are not smaller things, there are deeper things going on, and let us see how things take shape. The book stoppage from Amazon will have a dent on the sale of the book, no doubt, but at the same time there are other sellers also, they should sell it. There are many Indian sellers, they should sell it internationally. So book will be out for everybody, even if Amazon stops it. And the book is written by a gentleman who is very good, and is nice, very good writer, very good author. So I hope that things will be uh, good in India's interest, that these people are getting exposed very clearly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jagdish. Here is what I suggest as an immediate action item. I think we all should tweet to Amazon asking them to reinstate the sale of this book on their platform. One, and if you already are premium member or using Amazon, just reach out to them, write to them, or call them up and tell them that you would like to have this book on their platform, and tell them that it has been taken down for invalid reasons. So there is no reason for them to block this one. So that two things I think we all should do. And also, in India, if you are familiar with any of these lawmakers, MLAs, or ministers, just let them know this is happening, because they're always way behind the curve when it comes to these kind of things. Let them know this. I would see this as a deliberate attempt to interfere in Indian electoral politics. This is a book about a politician, a sitting prime minister.
One,
Jagdish, can you mute yourself,
one more
sir?
thing I missed. 1 second. One thing I missed to tell you, that Amazon Jeff Bezos owned Washington Post also, and do you know Washington Post game plan and how this Rana Ayub is brought there and all these games are going on. So this is one more.
Yeah, Jagdish, can I finish what I was saying? I was talking about certain action items. So this basically, if you know any minister or anybody in their office, just do let them know this is what's happening. This is basically an Amazon, which is an multinational company interfering in Indian electoral politics. This is as serious as Russia interfering in U.S. Elections. Nobody should tolerate this one. That those things I think we can and should do it immediately. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Jagdish.
Sandeep, I have one question
No,
before.
that's all. That's all. Thank you.
Is that person is the author on Twitter?
Yes, I have pinned one of his tweets. His name is Saurav Dutt.
Yeah, he's on Twitter. If you just go to my Twitter thing, you will see that I have replied to his tweet as well. So
Okay.
Yes.
he's there.
Maybe he should start like a chain, come up with the hashtag, and then we can all start,
He has done a
yes.
tweet. He has added the Kindle Amazon reply and the reason. It's all on the tweet.
Okay, great. I think we
Yeah.
can
At
start from
least
there.
read.
Yeah.
At least retweet it. That's the least we can do. And also
Yeah.
quote tweet, tag appropriate people like ministers or media personals, whoever it is.
Yeah,
Just
let's come up with a
make it reach.
consistent hashtag. If it doesn't have already one, then I think we should all do that. 100%.
Yeah.
There is one poll of Sudarshan News editor going on, and I noticed that there are no. If you read that poll of Sudarshan News and the comments, you will notice that what kind of people are polling there. So please go on to that poll, and it is taking a larger shape. So vote for that polling, who is going to be future Prime Minister in 24, and increase the numbers. Thank you very much.
Do you know which ministry we should tag? Is it information and broadcasting or IT minister for this one? Platform blocking Indian author's book. I don't know. Maybe you should tag both.
Sandeep, can you put that tweet of Saurav on up so that we can retweet it? Thank you.
Yeah, it's already there. It's third from the last. I'm gonna make it the first one just so that it's easier for everyone. Just give me a second. Okay, you should see it in the first tweet. Yes, go ahead. Yeah, welcome, Peter. Yeah, welcome, Peter. You came up. Go ahead.
Sandeepji, I just wanted to offer my perspective for just 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After listening to this dialogue for a little while and becoming aware of, as you been talking, I've been looking up the issue under discussion. I've looked at Sarav Dutt's profile, looked into the book. And one thing that I just want to note is, as far as I understand, I am in disagreement, strong disagreement, with probably almost everybody in this room. However, one point of particular common ground that I hope that we can agree upon in terms of this gentleman's book being censored and being denied publication is that I am strongly opposed to that. Saurav Dutt, I'm peripherally familiar with his work. I have not actually read his book, but I've read a little bit about it. And I just want to voice my opinion that whatever disagreements I may have with him, with the narrative in his book, et cetera, that I am here strongly in support with the general sentiment that it should not be banned, it should not be censored, and he should have the right to publish this and distribute it widely. This is an issue where we're on different sides. We're in quote unquote information war. And if that's the case, then I think that everybody should have um, a fair, level playing ground to express their opinion and put it out. And so I would raise my hand in support of what's being expressed here today in this space as far as supporting the right of Saurav Dutt to have his book published, distributed, and read. And read and hopefully, from my perspective, read and extensively criticized, torn apart. But you can't read it and you can't criticize it and you can't tear it apart unless you can access it. And if it's not being published, if it's not being made available for people to purchase, then that's not possible. So I just wanted to offer that, and with respect, and thank you for a moment to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I really appreciate your support for not banning the book. That's how it should be. If you don't like the book, you should not basically ban it, and you should read it and do your critique, write a review, whatever it is. That's the right way to go. Yeah, thank you for your words.
My last word for the evening, and then I will call it a day, is, my favorite phrase is knowing what we know now, all things considered. Uh, where do we go from here is a question. And I appreciate Peter supporting the non ban of the book. And thank you very much for saying so, because, yes, if we don't read, we don't know. Then what are we actually criticizing? And that's what is important. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here, expressing yourself. But as I always say in my TV show, that knowing what we know, where do we go from here? And that's the thing that we need to have another round of conversation. What do we do individually, collectively, and within an institutional framework? Thank you. Good night.
Yeah, thank you, Vibhutiji. Yeah, thanks for sharing your views, and good night. Yeah. Welcome, Miniji.
Hello, good night, Vibhuti I'm coming and you're leaving.
Well, it's my bad luck.
I think it's
For
mine.
you, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
will. I will. If you are speaking right now, then I will
I just
listen
wanted
to
to
you,
make
and
a
then I
quick
will.
point. You know, how this BBC
Sure.
documentary was banned in India and people were crying, day and night about it. How democracy has come, in a danger and whatnot. And now this book gets banned and people are like applauding, oh, wow, what a good job done. So I just don't understand the double standards of people. So maybe if someone can, just Tell me why the double standards? Why do we always have to be on the other end of the spectrum all the time?
Well, anybody wants to answer that?
Excuse me, guys. Someone's posting inappropriate content in the thing up above.
Oh, thank you. That's KMH. Everybody, please block him and report him.
Everybody block him and report him.
Sorry about the phone, guys. I'm gonna delete this. Yeah, yeah. Please report those idiots. Unbelievable.
What? Someone's still putting things up there.
Sandeep sir, I think he's still on the speakers. There's like a couple people. They might have blocked you.
Yeah,
They might have blocked you, so maybe that's why you can't remove it.
okay, so let me see.
I don't see anybody. Oh, who are you trying to remove, Sandeep?
Uh, no, that guy is gone. Okay, two people haven't spoken. Tushar, do you have anything to speak?
Yes, yes. Namaste, Sandeep ji,
Namaskar.
Niraj and everyone. Yeah, I was listening to this conversation, very insightful. Um, but I just wanted to say the way a person came and said that we should there should be no ban and there should be a free platform for all the voices. Without knowing, you cannot actually judge. So how can a person who, without going a shaka, judge and talk about RSS? Right, so it is the same thing. It is planned. People talk good in front of your face, but
Yeah,
actually
Tushar,
they do.
just give me 1 second. Neeraj, can you start removing this all these porn links these motherfuckers have posted? Sorry for my
Okay.
French, but yeah, Tushar, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry about that, but yes, so I feel strong about this kind of thing where people just don't realize that they are actually not doing good for the whole society as such. They are spreading the hatred. So it is like Mohan Bhagwat ji says that working for, or caring for Hindutva or Hindu doesn't mean that we are against or opposing other religion, right? It is like, if I am protecting my family from neighbors, doesn't mean that I'm attacking the neighbor's family, right? We have all the rights to talk about or protect our own family, own people. It doesn't mean that we are working against the other people. So that's a basic actually thing which needs to be understood by everyone. And without knowing, you cannot actually directly blame and start spreading hatred. And that's what many people in the Western world now came up, and we all know who from where they get funding. It's like our the people who are against India, against the progress of India in last few couple of decades. They actually want to demean it, and they themselves don't have money to do that. I'm talking about our neighbor, but they actually are begging. They're not begging for their own people, their own food, but they are begging for gathering the money in order to demean our beloved country, in the Western world. And they try to hire people and to just to write the content, just to ban this kind of content where they feel that it could actually influence the Western world. Those people who are sane, those who are truly liberal, in true sense, they are liberal, and they actually don't. Uh, they are very open-minded. So such kind of trait we have here, which we have to definitely find. And as many voices said over past 1 or 2 hours, I listened to everyone, that we should definitely raise our voices. It is tick for that time now. It should not be happen that we just listen and just uh, you know um, just listen and just ignore. But the time is now to go and raise the voices as strong as we can. Ji.
Yeah, thank you, Tushar. So, welcome, Dharamvirji.
Thank you, Sandeep ji, Neeraj ji. Namaskar, Vibhuti ji.
Namaskar.
Jai Hind. Uh, you know that in 2022 there was a loss of about 834 billion dollar in the market capitalization. And in the last year, you know that Amazon and Apple proved to be the two biggest loser in the terms of market cap. And then no one raised voice about them. CNBC reported that Apple valuation has decreased by $846.34 billion. What will happen if the book is banned because every third person in the world is a worshipper of Hindutva. If we are thinking about losing of $100 billion of Adani Group in India, I think it is minor. It's not so. Because Adani has 34 ports in India and 12 ports are international buy and hold position. In my opinion, this is the boycott of India's growing market. Even the UK Prime Minister, Mr. Sunak, has also said that I'm the Prime Minister of UK because of Hindutva. Who can deny it? And now within 2 days also, Amazon stock is down by 6%. If you will take the span of 1 year, it is about 13% downward. Stock downward is 13%. This is their sorrow. And in my opinion, tit for tat is the best option today, so that these people can learn a great lesson. We should not keep mum. Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep ji, Neeraj ji. Namaskar. Jai Hind. That's all.
Sorry, can I just make a quick point? I think these people are trying to, people like Audrey Trushki and all these people, Khalid Bedoun and all those, people who are just useless. They are trying to create this agenda, and a lot of our enemies within too. They're trying to create this agenda that Hinduism and Hindutva are different things, which they are not. I think people should open their ears, clean their ears, and understand that Hindutva is nothing but Hinduness. It means the element, an essence of being a Hindu. So we need to understand that and make people understand that. And I have actually pleaded with people to use the term Hindutva, that I belong to the Hindutva. We are Hindutvavadis. So there's nothing wrong with the term. They're trying to make this term as dirty as, Islamist or whatever, but it is not the same as that. Hindutva is nothing but Hinduness. So people who are trying to run an agenda, they need to be called out, and the agenda needs to be, busted.
Absolutely, Mini, totally agree with you. I mean, even people like Adi Trishke know this. It's the same. Uh, I have heard this from their own mouth. There was a conference called Dismantling Hindutva. In that, couple of speakers openly said, there is no difference between Hinduism and Hindutva. If you want to dismantle Hindutva, you should dismantle Hinduism itself. So let's target Hinduism. That's what they said. I can post videos. So for them, in their mind, there is no confusion. They're just pretending that there is a difference. I think confused people are us, who are the targets of this blatant hatred towards us. Now it is not only online, it's not only intellectual attack, it's a physical attack. Look at what has happened in Leicester. And look at this guy, the guy who posted a video with a machine gun saying that his next target will be Hindutva BJP event. And look at the uh, economic boycott call from Muslims in US. So this is basically getting nastier and nastier. I think we are in denial. Frankly speaking, most of our community has no idea what's going on. So this is our duty to raise awareness for our own future and the future of our younger generation. We don't want them to be targets of this kind of hatred for no reason, just for being who they are. So as a first step, I think this book has touched a raw nerve. I'm glad that Peter agrees with us that this book should not be banned. I would also urge Peter to, probably tweet in support of the lifting the ban. And maybe Peter should read this. Maybe he will change his views. Who knows? But if you don't change your views, Peter, you can write a review, and we can hold a space, and we can rip the book apart and see why you disagree with that.
But Peter himself blocks people, so that's fine. We can skip him. Don't give him the responsibility he's not capable of.
Yeah, welcome, Peter. You came up. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Mike is yours.
Sandeepji, yes, I have actually already tweeted just maybe 10, 20 minutes ago in support of lifting the ban on this book. I strongly support that. I believe that, earlier people were mentioning Mein Kampf, that it's available for purchase on Amazon. And I'm not comparing Sarab Dutt's book to Mein Kampf, certainly not, especially not having actually read it, although I am firmly of the opinion that it is not in the same category. But whether it's Mein Kampf, whether it's books by Golwalkar, etc., by Savarkar, etc., I believe that all of these, whether it's the Communist Manifesto by Marx, which I also don't support, I strongly oppose, I'm strongly of the opinion that all of these works should be made available for people to purchase, for people to read, to digest, and to review. And actually, with the attention being paid to this latest book by Saurav Dutt, I'm very interested in reading it myself. I am quite confident that I will have very little that I will agree with when I read the book. But I definitely do want to actually at least put it in front of my eyes and see his thoughts, digest his thoughts, and learn what it is he is saying. The only other thing, and again, like I don't mean to interject here. I'm as I said when I first joined the space, I just mainly want to listen and learn and hear what you guys are saying. I don't agree with most of it, but I do want to listen to you. Um, but in terms of the issue of Hindutva versus Hinduism, I hear what you're saying on that aspect, on that definition of the terms. My main question would then be, well, okay, if Hindutva is something that you would equate to Hinduism, what about the term to differentiate the terms? What about the term Hindu nationalism? So in context, for instance, of I'm a Christian. I oppose Christian nationalism. I know many Muslims who oppose Muslim nationalism. I know many Jews who oppose Zionism or Jewish nationalism. And so when it comes to if we would steer away from the term of Hindutva and instead talk about the idea of Hindu nationalism as a religious nationalist political ideology, is that something that you would similarly equate to the Hindu religion, or is that something that you would have some disagreement with? And I think that's probably going to be the last thing I'm going to say.
Yeah, thank you. Here's my take on this one, right? Both nationalism as well as Hinduism are not native to the words are not native to India. In India, the correct word for what you call Hinduism is Hindutva. Yeah, you could say nationalism is a political ideology. You can support or oppose any political ideology that stands on its own. But Hindutva is being Hindu. That's the essence of practicing Hindu religion. So that's where I draw the line. Yeah, you can oppose any kind of nationalism, including Hindu nationalism, but don't conflate that with Hindutva. Uh, Welcome, Abid. I'll come to you. First, let me go to Mayaji, and then I'll go to Abid and others.
So, I'm talking to Sandeep. Sandeep, the thing is that, when we're given these terms, which are very English, right? And English is not our native language, but we have mastered and we understand it. So it's easy for us. But why should a person who's living somewhere in, say, Madhya Pradesh or somewhere in Rajasthan or maybe, Telangana decide that what he should feel according to what is being told? So if his emotions, his response to his motherland has to be articulated by somebody who is not native to this land, how fair is that? Okay, that's one thing. So the language can be any. Okay, first of all, I don't even think the people who followed faith of Sanatan had themselves defined the word Hindu. Hindu comes because the people who were learned had the idea that it's Hindu. All of us are following our paths for centuries, right? And the second thing is nationalism, what we say, and the the political aspect of any faith. I would like to look at the evidence of how many faiths have spilled out of their borders and tried to spend their nationalism of their country, their religion, their ideology in lands which did not belong to them through colonizing. That's one thing. So I don't know. I mean, if you are going to just put everything broad brush that, I object to this, so I object to this as well. So that doesn't fit in because you are trying to mix fruits. So you have a situation where you see, 70 almost entire world being colonized by the Western powers. So of course we understand what they did, and so there was any element of nationalist movement that they had, which was guided by the church, right? So you cannot use that cookie cut solution to solve the problem that you are having with the faith, which is not even coming to your doorstep. Nobody has propagated Hindutva. Nobody has propagated dharma, which is actually the word we use in India, dharma, which is nothing but the codified human relationships with their environment, whether it's to do with environment in the sense of human to human, human to animal. So I'm just going to say that, we do not need the nomenclature from people who do not understand our language, our faith, our rituals, our customs. We do not need the language from them. Okay, but we speak a universal language, so we are going to say that okay, what you believe is Islamist nationalism. We know the evidence. Now, I want an evidence which can say that Hindutva is as much scary as any other faith which has spilled out of their borders and gone and invaded any other land. Now, if that evidence is not applied, if you do not use the numbers and statistics, then it's just an idea to just vilify somebody somewhere who is just wanting his own resources for themselves. And if those resources are not available to them and they are going to be robbed by someone for centuries, okay, and there is some course correction, would you, in the same sentence or in the same sentiment, apply those judgments, those measures, and those corrective practices for Black Lives Matter? No, you won't. So you want would America give a land, a piece of their land to the African Americans who came there as slaves? They would not. But you know what? The African Americans did not invade, nor did they, being a minority, they did not control, and nor did they say that you have to follow my faith or my culture in America because I am here now. So this land is not going to be an example because there is no other place colonized and subjugated and enslaved, dehumanized like Bharat. I do not say that because it happened somewhere else, it applies to us. No, it doesn't. So when it doesn't apply to us, why should we start defining ourselves by the Western lens? We already have lost our history. We have managed to somehow salvage our culture because we still eat the food which we cooked 200 years ago, 300 years ago. So somehow we have survived. Now, if it is about matters of governance, it's through the democracy. It cannot be because someone feels a little bit upset about a certain leader. That doesn't work. If you feel that you're going to mold opinions of the people who will vote, that is also democratic. I mean, you keep on doing that. If there is a force telling us whom to vote, like which bank to open your account with, let people decide. And people have been deciding. Gujarat decided for 3 terms. India decided for 2 terms. Maybe another 5 terms. Maybe after that there will be a change. Who knows? But we cannot expect that because it is not as per the consumeristic society that we are going to come and just okay because this brand sells more in US, it works in Europe, so I should also have it. No, it doesn't work like that. I think the problem with people understanding Hindutva is that they feel it doesn't fit in with me. No, it's not going to fit in for you because you don't belong here. It will matter to people who belong to this land. It is the only place where people do not look at citizenship. They look at where they come from. Unfortunate is that the West doesn't understand this. And they keep on writing and telling us that, look, it's written over here. It doesn't matter. Because it's not written, because our massacres have been not written, doesn't mean that they did not happen, right? You will talk about statistics all the time, but only when it is coming to the subjugation, you will not ever have a statistic on how many Hindutva people you compare with rest of the these situations which you have in your mind. Nationalism from Islam, nationalism from church, you have not one evidence, but still you will come, and because it's such a nice picture that I'm going to put everybody in one slot. How can you put that? No, you can't. This country has been controlled for more than 1,500 years of attacks, persistent attacks. No other region has gone through it. And look at the way civilizations have been wiped off. I think it's the last surviving, so they have a good chance. In fact, according to the UN, the natives population has to be protected. So that means that in that sense, Hindutva, which is just a vocal, section of how Hinduism, and because Hinduism is also so easily, misconstrued. Now everybody is going to tell us what is patriotism, what is Hinduism, but why would you tell us? We know what it is, right? We live in this land. So the best thing is to just say that you have a nation, you live there peacefully, and we have only this country. We want to live here peacefully. Out of the number of countries which have been colonized, this is the last country. that has to decolonize itself. And if you're going to object to that, that would be inhuman. I want another just 20 seconds more because it's just, I think somebody's opened their mic. So the thing is that I just wanted to say this because the more and more people speak, the more and more they get vilified. That means that you're not even letting people write or talk. But you demand for the right of speech and the freedom of expression. Only when it is someone from India, you will not want it. So how fair is that? And just not about banning. I mean to say, when your biases are in place, we consume all kinds of literature. Our markets are available for all products, but that is not the case for Hindus or I would say Indians. The Indians will be only heard if they talk against India. So that is where the bias has been. And it's a complete circle. From writing our history to telling us you should not feel like that, you make us feel guilty, dehumanize us, our massacres, my ancestors are insulted, and I should take it. My war heroes are insulted, and I should take it. But if I say that no, don't do it to me, I have a right, this is my only place I can be, then you say we are fascist. And it's not even about politics anymore. Politics is just one of the tools to, get some voice. That itself you cannot. Would you do that to any other country where their elected representative is vilified to this extent? No. And that is where I say that we cannot be enslaved further. And so do not come to us and tell us in your language what we should feel because we know. You think 130 crore people are having no brains? They can't decide? I'm done speaking. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mahaji. We have Abid here. I think he's from Pakistan. He will have a different view. Let's listen what he has to say. Abid, go ahead. You have anything to say on this topic? Mike is yours.
Hi. Hi, good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm here. I'm very happy to speak here. I am from Pakistan and I am from the Azad Kashmir, on the line of control, the Pakistan side Kashmir. Uh, I have just few lines to
Yeah,
say here.
Abid, just one
Uh,
small correction. There is no Kashmir and Pakistan side. It's Jammu, Gilgit, and Baltistan. Let's stand corrected. Okay, go ahead.
okay. I just want to say, uh, I'm against the bans, every sort of ban, either it's on social media, either it's on any platform, either it's in any country. I don't buy this ban, and I'm against this ban. If the Amazon ban the book on Moody, I I condemn this. But I have few lines. Uh, what if Moody and Indian government bans the documentary on Moody? What if they ban the press freedom in Kashmir? Why we be very choosy with when Ben sports us, and why all the time we cannot differentiate the Ben? But
Yeah.
we I have suffered
Are you
many
in
men
favor of
here
banning
in
Wikipedia?
no, no, I am not. I am not. I'm not. I'm
Good.
against all
Yeah.
bans, all sort of bans. I have been suffering bans, but I'm just asking uh, where you people are when India bans freedom in Kashmir, in press freedom in Kashmir. Why Modi banned the documentary on 22 Gujarat crisis? There are so many lines. Every community has its own guidelines, like Twitter has its own guidelines. And I have been suffered the bans from India as well as on Twitter. Now, a couple of times, Indian government complained about any tweet, and the Twitter just remove that tweet. They warn you, and they can even suspend your account. But the standard should be standard. I am against bans, but I would request all you people, we all should be against the bans in every
Yeah.
sort of
Yeah. Yeah. We
life.
got you. So, you said that your Twitter was banned in India, or they asked you to remove some tweets. Maybe they felt that you're
Many
instigating
times
people.
they ask, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, no,
Yeah.
no,
I'll,
never.
I'll tell you why. I'll
I'm
I'll
not
tell
the
you why.
person.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah. I'll tell you why. Government has the responsibility to maintain law and order. If somebody is instigating from across the border, I think they will block it. But
Then
it's up
same
to the
rule
government,
goes
right?
goes for Amazon. then same rules goes for Amazon.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazon has
So
its
no, no,
own
it
community
doesn't.
guidelines.
No,
YouTube has its own
Abid, hold
community
on.
guidelines.
Yeah, okay, I heard you. Just hold on. Amazon and the government of the country are not the same. Amazon is a publicly traded company. It's a platform. It's a business, whereas Indian government is a government elected by Indian people. So you cannot compare these two, right? So there is something called net neutrality, and there is also something called interfering in electoral politics. No outside entity, especially a commercial entity, should interfere in somebody else's politics. Nobody will tolerate that. That's the issue. As far as a country banning something or the other, it has the right to do so. All the countries do it, but banned by a country and banned by a technology platform are two different things. I hope you understand the difference. Let's go to Netzi.
I just wanted to say something before Netsi go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I think Abid had raised one concern that in Kashmir there is ban on independent journalism, right? Media. I just want to ask one question, Abid. As you first, I mean, Sandeep has already corrected you that you are not from Kashmir. You are from either Jammu or Gilgit or Baltistan. So the question to you is, when you accuse India of banning independent journalism, I just wanted to see that what newspaper or what web portal or something you were watching or reading coming from Kashmir, which was stopped now.
Okay. Listen, many of my friend,
Name
they
one.
used to write uh,
Yeah. Name
from
one
Kashmir.
portal. Yeah. Name
Uh,
one portal or anything which is
listen.
banned.
Okay, listen. I have a friend in Kupwara. He used to write articles on his digital media on for some papers in locally publishing in Kashmir. I asked him. He stopped after August 2029. August
I
19.
don't care about
I
your
asked him why.
friends. I just want to know
2029.
one
What is this
portal,
English we are?
which portal he was writing and which portal was banned.
Listen. I am telling you. I asked him. He said there are few newspapers which are not now publishing. There were a group of journalists who was forced to
So
stop
you
to go
said
to
few.
Kashmir.
You said few, right? Not all.
Isn't Wikipedia
Yes,
blocked in Pakistan recently?
Oh, netizen, I'll
excuse
come to
me.
you. Let us focus on Kashmir first for some
I
time.
don't, I don't agree.
I
I don't,
just
I don't.
okay now hear me out, Mr. Abid. I
I'm
come from the
against. I
state
am
of
against any sort of
wait.
ban.
Now hear me out. You couldn't answer my question, so let me tell you some of the newspapers which come from Kashmir. One of the famous Kashmir Times is also coming from Kashmir. Then the Greater Kashmir comes from there. You can find its portal as well as they publish their news. But if you do irresponsible journalism, then of course you will be under scrutiny and you may be jailed also for that. But at the same time, there is no ban on any
Who
journalism.
will
All
decide?
the
Who will
major,
decide this journalism is responsible or it is irresponsible?
So,
yeah,
Then you, when you apply the
if you
boundaries.
support separatism, if you promote this radicalization, if you support that kind of thing, that is not allowed here.
But Neeraj, satanic verses is also banned in Kashmir.
Yeah, that is also banned because we don't want to spoil the atmosphere over here. So Abid, just by coming over here, we have so many journals and so many journalists working from there. We have Daily Excelsior, we have Kashmir Times, we have the Greater Kashmir, and so many others which even I don't know. Just don't say that journalism journalists are not allowed. It's not China. It's a democracy.
So
It's not
I have another
Pakistan.
question. So you are, what if Modi bans the documentary on
I don't.
by BBC?
Which documentary?
My
Now, don't switch from here. Let us end here, and then I'll go to netizen. So I just want to tell you that there are various newspapers and journals published from here. We have the J&K Reporter, which gets published, and that is owned by one of my friends. and I am from Jammu and Kashmir, for your kind information. Anyways, let's go to netizen.
Yeah, just before we go to Nitsan, Abid, I'm glad that you are, principally against all kinds of bans, and I would like you to tweet that you're against banning satanic verses. Can you do that, my friend?
Yes, why not?
Yeah, let's do it right now. Just tweet that you are against banning satanic verses. That book should be available in Pakistan for everyone to read. Then I will
Okay.
agree that you walk the talk. Otherwise, it's just a talk. Yeah. While we do that, let's go to Nitsan.
You
Thank
Yeah.
carry on. I'm going
Yeah,
to it.
please do that, and then I'm gonna pin. Once you retweet tweet that, let me know. I'm gonna pin it to this room, and everyone can retweet it. I think we need
Okay.
brave people like you to come forward and stand for free speech and stand against censorship. I'm fully with you, my friend. Let's do it. Netson.
thank you. Namaste and Jai Shri Ram. Jai Hind, everybody. Great. You're doing a really good job hosting this space. Let me just say that outright. You've allowed quite a bit of spectrum and voices on here, so great job so far. My thing is pretty much the same as anybody else. Uh, People have the intelligence to decide what to consume, what to discard, and what to criticize and tear apart as they please. I do not support things like burning religious books just to make a point. I don't support that for anybody. But in terms of getting content out there in a published manner for people to consume, that is what free society is about. And it looks like most of us are in agreement with that. Now, coming to the Hindutva part, this is where I get concerned that there are people other than Hindus that are deciding how we should behave, how we should react, what our political mandate should be like, and what our discourses should be shaped as, and what our historical perspectives need to be, and allowing no fluidity in our ability to constantly um, calibrate what we knew in the past, what we're learning about how information about our civilization was distorted. So Hindutva, the problem is with these type of feedback that Amazon gets, all of these are AI interfaces, right? They're learning. So every time people go in and put in something like, well, I find this offensive because of Hindutva, it's not just about taking something off of circulation. It's also feeding into your AI log algorithms the ability to flag anything related to my identity, to speak up as a Hindu, as something dangerous. And that's really what needs to concern us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Netson. Abid, if your tweet is ready, I'm all set to retweet
I
it.
have tweeted. I have tweeted.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. I mean, you're a brave man, my friend. Yeah, where is the
No, he's not a brave man. Look at his tweet.
No, I mean, Abid, I'm talking. Okay, maybe I will tweet
Yes,
for
I am
him.
brave man.
Maybe I will tweet saying that Abid agreed that they should not be banned on anything. He fully supports the availability of satanic
No,
verses in
hey,
Pakistan.
no, it's
No,
you, Shelly. No, no,
see,
no.
I
Now
think
I see how much
think
brave
that
you are.
no,
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 I
no,
see how
sir.
much brave you are.
See, Sandeep, he has to write what you want you to tell him. That you
Yeah.
write
So
the
yeah,
book written by Salman Rushdie,
yeah,
right?
maybe
He does not write
No,
the book.
please establish some standards. If you are of the opinion of this that people should
Now, who is
decide,
talking about the
then
standards
let
over
the
here?
people
no,
decide.
no.
Who is talking
Abid,
about the standards?
Abid, do
Few
you
people said
support
no,
do you support
no.
the ban on
I do
satanic
not
verses or
support.
no,
I do not support any ban. I am
including
against. This is
including
fascism.
satanic verses?
Any
Say it.
ban. Any
Including
listen, please listen.
including
including
Any ban.
Wikipedia. What about Wikipedia?
no, no, forget about Wikipedia. Satanic
Oh
verses.
my
That's
brother, I have said already. I am against all sort of bans, but Listen, please
Satanic
listen.
verses. Do
If,
you want to read it? Do you want people of Pakistan to
I'll,
be able to read satanic verses? Yes or no?
I'll,
Yes or no question, my
if someone
friend.
if someone to if someone want to read, he should read. It's his choice. You cannot
You should read
this
what?
buy these.
You should read what? You were right there. You were, you know, you have your hammer up, but you're not hitting it. Just let's go for it.
Sorry, I
No, I'm
couldn't
not.
hear.
No,
Sorry,
never mind. I'm
sorry.
just pulling
Again,
your
say
leg, my
again.
friend. I don't want to be responsible for your Sultan Sujuda. Relax. Understand? No worries. Let's move on. I was just pulling your leg.
I couldn't get what you are saying. Please repeat.
I said, uh, forget it. Will come back to
No,
you.
no, I can say something. Wait.
Yeah, good.
If you tweet that please have please remove the ban on satanic verses and let people decide whether they want to read or not, right? If you're against it, if you do this tomorrow, you can be beheaded for that in Pakistan. That's what we are saying.
Just I got your point. Listen now. Listen, I got your point. We are in the society. There are so many red lines.
We are also
Every
in the
people.
society. Who is not in the society? Everyone is in the society.
What makes you think
I'm
that
talking
we are not
about.
in the society?
I am talking about my society. My
And
friend,
we are
please listen
talking
to
about
me.
our society.
Here in my society, there are few people. मतलब जो आपको एकदम कत्ल कर देंगे, वो सोचेंगे भी नहीं. They will not think even कि यार इसकी जान लेना कितना मतलब कितना बड़ा इशू हो सकता है. They will kill you. कि they
I
just for what that this point is not supporting their religious sentiments. We are in the society where extremists and sort of religious mindsets that has been cultivated over years and years, and they are
I
just
agree.
they kill you if you talk about uh, this these gray lights, these gray areas, they will kill you. They will be judged. They will say कि ये तो जहन्नमी है, इसको उड़ा दो. तो for this is for here this platform for in any closed community we can discuss it, but in public, in masses, there are hundred of people and hundred of minds. They are judged. They can kill you.
Yeah, I agree with you here. You have a very closed mindset. And but as far as Kashmir is concerned, we have democracy. Everyone, we follow different rules. We have every journalist is allowed to go to Kashmir. They report from there. So please don't spread the misinformation based on
Can
something
you give me
what
a
you
visa?
hear from your friends.
I want to come to India. I want to go to Maulana Azad and
So don't worry,
yes,
don't go to
right.
Maulana Azad. We don't want to give you a visa. You will be a citizen of India soon once we get back Pakistan occupied Jammu and
Hey,
Kashmir.
this is
Yeah.
another mindset. This is another mindset.
No, it's not a
I
mindset.
say,
It it
I
is
feel sorry.
it is our
I feel sorry
it
for
is
this.
no, no, you don't need to be sorry for that. The
I feel
massacre
sorry for
the
this.
massacre of Hindus and Sikhs is still not forgotten. It happened in Mirpur. It happened in Ali Beg Gurdwara where it was converted into a concentration camp. We still
So, what
don't.
about Gujarat Fasadas?
No, no.
What Modi did in
Gujarat
2023?
happened in 2002. We are
I think
talking about
you
1947.
know, Neeraj,
So,
this
so
situation.
still,
One second,
so
hold on,
still,
Let Mayaji
hold
speak
on.
first, Abidji.
Hold on,
Wait a
hold on,
second.
hold on. Because I never really, this every time when there is a discussion, like Neeraj and you are talking, okay? Neeraj is trying to explain to you. If you can hear him, you would understand that he knows the history. Now that you don't want to listen to him, you did not even give him a minute. So I hopped in between to tell you. You said Gujarat, right? गुजरात को 20 साल से ज्यादा हो गए फिर भी आप उसको रिपीट करते हो आपको पता भी नहीं है गुजरात के बारे में गुजरात 3 दिन
एक मिनट
तक
सुने,
ही
ये 1947 को रिपीट कर रहे हैं. ये 1947 को रिपीट कर रहे हैं. मैं तो जस्ट काउंटर
हाँ
आर्ग्यूमेंट किया. मैं
Abid,
तो
नो
Abid,
कहता हूँ
नो
भाई
नो
Abid,
आप.
वन सेकेंड
Abid, let
अरे
her
अरे
speak. Abid,
यू
let her
डोंट
speak.
हैव
I'll come to you.
मैनर्स
Let's have a civil
in
discussion.
your
Let
country
Mayaji
you
speak.
don't let you don't let women talk in a country but इंडिया में बहुत अलग टाइप का माहौल है जरा यूज टू हो जाइए आप इंडियन रूम में हैं सो
Yeah, Mayaji,
बात ये थी
one request, because we have a lot of English, audience. So if you can please,
no one second he can't
yeah,
understand no that's why I have to talk to him in Hindi
No, he will
So
understand. It's okay. If he doesn't understand, then he has to go back to class.
the issue is that you come to this room and you don't let anybody speak and you giggle. And so one thing is, he was talking about massacres. There's no point of laughing about it. The giggle irritated me. Okay, so when there is a massacre, whether you appreciate that situation, you accept it aside, they were your ancestors. Okay, the people who died, 70 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, they were your ancestors, because entire subcontinent is converted. That is one thing. Second thing is, when you talk about Gujarat, you won't know anything, because even the Indians who know about Gujarat were reading papers, okay, and looking at NDTV that time. So you don't know, definitely don't know as much as the Indians do, and the Indians themselves do not know about what happened in Gujarat, because it was a controlled media. The real riots were brought down in 3 days. The coverage of that continued for one whole month. Okay? And in spite of getting all the evidences in place by a committee which was specially appointed by the Congress to investigate Narendra Modi, who was back then Chief Minister of Gujarat, 12 years of investigation. None of the officers were of Gujarat cadre. They were brought from center. He was given clear chit. Supreme Court gave him clear chit. Now, who are you sitting in Pakistan and ranting on Gujarat riots? So now this is once and for all. Take this message to whoever you know, that there was casualties on both sides because there was a riot. And this started because there were 59 Hindus which were burnt alive in a train bogie. And they were not burnt because it was some situation. They were targeted for their faith. So it is a genocide. And there was a retaliation. Now, when you say riots, 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 you cannot control a crowd of 20,000 people when they come at you. And that's what the case happened. अब आप बात कर चुके हो, अब इसके बाद कभी गुजरात का नाम मत लेना, समझा ना? Don't do that, because if you come to us, we also have questions which you have no answers for. Go ahead, Neeraj.
Are you telling me that the police can't control 20,000 people? Obviously.
Yeah, who is that? I couldn't understand what he said.
Yeah.
Opinions. Hold on for
I'm
a second, my
saying
friend.
the police should control the retaliation. If someone is
Yeah.
retaliating or
Okay.
anything, the police should have controlled it.
Yeah. Please don't speak out of turn. A lot of people have raised their hands. Peter, will come to you. Let me go to Nets. You wanted to speak. Go ahead. Netis. Let's see. Uh, okay.
Are you talking about me, Booby? My name is Booby.
Yeah,
Are you
Boogie. Yeah,
referring to
no.
me?
Hold on for a
Yeah,
second. Raise your hand if you want to speak.
sure,
Um,
sure. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Peter, go ahead. Then I'll come to everyone who has raised their hand.
Yeah, Sandeep ji. I think maybe just a quick one, two, three. So, in terms of, I think something that was said to Abidbhai a couple of minutes ago about him coming to India from Pakistan, and about it sounded like, if I got it correctly, about India or about Pakistan becoming part of India at some point in the future. If I got that correctly, I do appreciate, like it or not, the transparency as far as just generally what I understand as far as the Akhand Bharat goal of Hindu nationalism. That's one. Two is to you directly.
No. Peter, 1 second. So that is taking POK back is not Hindu nationalism goal. There is a resolution in the parliament. All parties, including Congress, left, and the Islamic parties, have agreed to that. So it's not just the agenda of Hindu
All
nationalism.
right.
Just to be aware. Yeah. Go
So
ahead.
number two is that I would appreciate you specifically for running what, in the time I've been listening, strikes me as a generally pretty professional and civilized space. I understand the ideological perspective from which you and most of the participants in this space are coming. But I really appreciate the opportunity to allow people of a different ideological stripe to speak and to offer, within reason, to offer their perspectives. Certainly, for my own part, when I'm trying to facilitate dialogues, I really love the opportunity to welcome and give an open floor to people from an opposite or a diametrically opposed uh, ideological perspective to share their perspectives freely, without interruption, and without a lot of crosstalk. Last thing I would say is I do appreciate you bringing up to this gentleman, Abidbai, the issue of sharing about satanic verses by Salman Rushdie, especially considering that, and this came to my attention after Salman Rushdie was shot, unfortunately, I think 8 months ago last year by Islamists. And then I did some research. I found this clip in February of 2014, about 3 months before Modi came to power as the PM. Salman Rushdie was on record on video at a international conference, specifically describing Hindutva in so many words, as crypto-fascist. And so, on the one hand, I'm strongly in your camp with supporting opposition to Salman Rushdie being censored, or certainly Salman Rushdie being violently attacked. I'm absolutely indisputably opposed to that. But on the other hand, while he has been highly critical of Islamism, of Islamic fundamentalism, he's also on record as describing Hindutva, and not even Hindu nationalism, but Hindutva itself, which a lot of agree or disagree, and I understand that most of the people in this room probably disagree, but a lot of academics, many of them Indians, do tend to equate Hindutva to Hindu nationalism, and Salman Rushdie is on record as describing Hindutva as crypto-fascist. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Thanks for your kind words. Yeah, a couple of things. Salman Rushdie is not only against Islamism; he's against Islam itself, right? That's one thing. Second thing is, yes, I mean, I don't agree with a lot of things he says, but I think you should be able to say it freely without any fear. People should not be in fear to express their views. But Abid is getting there, is not fully there, but hopefully someday when he gets to probably a safer place, he should be able to express it freely. I do understand. I don't want to put him on spot, but I appreciate his views. Yeah, Abid, any comments? Go ahead. Looks like you're
Okay,
trying to
thank you
speak.
so much. Thank you so much. I just say, I appreciate this. You people listen me, but I would say one thing more. In conversation, we should respect the perspective of other person. If I'm from a different community, I have a different background, I have a different history, you have a different history. You still think you people will take someday. But I am of the opinion and ideology of Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad. That I wrote, read his book, The India Wins Freedom, the last book, what he wrote, and he said this book should be public after 30 years of my death. Uh, he says now India and Pakistan are reality. They both have to go friendly. Uh, uh, India and Pakistan, if they are rivals, they cannot be changed. If they will be prosperous, they will be very good friend. It will a very good sign for Asia and South Asia. I am of very fan of his ideology. What he has written in Wabare Khater, what he has written in India Wins Freedom. I don't buy this. वहां जाएंगे और उसको ले लेंगे और इसको भी छीन लेंगे. These you people can do this. Everyone has its own mind, uh, but I don't. I respect every Indian. I respect every Pakistani. I respect every person, every human being in any country. But when you take it, the fight of India and Pakistan, then many things spoil. Many history will spoil. Many culture will spoil. the literature will spoil. Being a person, we should respect each other. I would say this.
Yeah, thank you, Abid. I definitely respect you as a person, no doubt about it. But I disagree with most of the things what you said. I haven't read Abul Kalam Azad's book, but from my
That's why
recollection, he was opposed to two nation theory. I don't know how do you justify, following him,
I don't
while
buy
being a
two-nation
supporter of
theory.
Pakistan.
Two-nation theory was a big joke of the history for Asia. Who said I buy
I
big
will tell you
two-nation
something.
theory?
Sandeep, 1 second. There's a reference to this in Sai's book. Can I just say one sentence? I just read it 2 days
Yeah,
ago.
go ahead. Yes.
The reference of this is that
Maiji, we can't hear you.
Maulana.
We can't hear you
Can
properly.
you hear me
Maybe
now? Can you hear me now?
better now. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So Maulana Azad, why he was opposing, I understand is the real more details will be in the subsequent chapters. But there is a reference and there is a citation on this that the Wahhabi movement stayed away from 1857, and Maulana was part of the Wahhabi movement. That section which did not believe that we should have a partition because that would divide the Muslims, and that the country should not be divided because the Muslims' strength should not be divided. That is where it is. That's all I want to say.
I am shocked. I am shocked.
You don't
Yes.
have to be shocked because
Yeah,
there
yeah.
are citations.
This is
So
how
yeah,
much
what?
you know Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. This is how
No,
much
no,
an
no, no.
Indian
There
know
are
about
this
Maulana
is
Abul Kalam.
1 second, 1 second, 1 second. There are British archives, okay, which are referenced. So if you're reading, read history as is, rather than what is, because you guys are taught, scriptures in your medical courses. So आपके पास तो, I mean, I'm just saying that you have to do more than what is available in Pakistan.
Yeah,
Okay, that will help.
Abid, if you want to know more about Maulana Abul Kalam's views, read. There is a British author, Tofail Ahmed. Just Google his name and Abul Kalam Azad. He has written a lot of translations from his own writings, so you get a better perspective. It's freely available, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, I'll come to you. Stick around. Let me go to other people who have raised their hand for a long time. Bhuvi, go ahead. Please be concise. There are a lot of people who want to speak. Then I'll come back to you in an order. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. I'll just make one point regarding the topic of the discussion, which is Amazon bans a book, right? So the problem is this was meant to be happen. Like most of the these companies are in some sense a tool of Western propaganda, and
I'm
we
sorry,
have to
Sandeep.
find a
I
way.
have to go. I have to
Yeah,
go.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Abid. Hope to see you again. Even though we may not agree with what we say, but I would like to hear your views. That's a good thing that we can hear each other. Yes.
yeah. So these companies are not working for us, and they are of course they can be used as a tool of propaganda for other countries like US and things. So we have to in some way find and develop our own platforms. Like we have Kuku FM and all these platforms. So we need more push towards that because Western civilization says that they support free speech and that, but when push comes to shove, you know what happens, right? So we all know what happened during COVID times and how they were censoring their own people, and I think they were also calling Trump supporters as MAGA fascist and things. I mean, it's the same narrative. So you look at China. I mean, of course, they are authoritarian government, but they are well aware of this whole issue, and they have created their own parallel platforms. And I mean, they are censoring it heavily, but we don't have to do that here. And we have to, in some sense, build our own platforms, and we can make it, let's say, a civil discussion, and we don't have to censor it from the perspective of their laws and values. And point number two is just I think he went away. Okay, fine. uh, yeah, because personally I think that banning BBC documentary was a big in some sense disaster, because in banning anything will be kind of serves the opposite of the purpose, and I think in that sense, like government and MEA has managed it very badly. So that's my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Bhuvi. Who was next? I think Shori. Shori, go ahead. Shori, if you're here.
Yeah, yeah, I'm here. No, first of all, I'd like to uh, convey my appreciation for you for allowing some people who are absolutely inimical to Hindus in this space, um, whose views probably echo what the Nazis thought about the Jews. And if they had it, maybe they would always sit lecturing about Hindus on their morality. I mean, the defenseless Hindus to remain defenseless, and then if they picked up anything for defense, they would probably argue that it is fascism or Hindu fascism or something like that. But on the other side, advocate, popular secessionist movements and say that those are always in retaliation to the Hindu nationalist state. This has been going on for quite a while, and I simply don't know why we need to platform them anyways. But if they are still interested in listening to this, and I think that something came up, and it was very quick to be pointed out that Hindus always there is a project of Akhand Bharat going on around with Hindutva and stuff. The problem is that if India was divided, I think every Hindu has a right to think about getting back the land that was lost by Hindus, and I don't see why not. But still, uh, go ahead. I'll try to talk later. I'm in between something now.
Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Shori. I allow different voices, even though I don't agree with them, just because I don't want
Yeah,
the space to be.
there has to be some
Yeah,
limit set. There has to be some line in the
no,
sand
Shori.
after which we
No,
wouldn't
Shori.
allow people who
Yeah,
would not.
okay, Shori,
Mm.
thank you. This is my
Neeraj,
space.
Neeraj,
No, no, of
uh,
course, of course. I really appreciate what you're doing. That's
Yeah,
all.
thank you. My space, my rules. Sorry. I
yeah,
allow people with
Neeraj,
opposing
I
views.
just, yeah, I just
Bhuvi,
had one
can you wait?
statement.
Can you wait, my
Yeah,
friend? No,
just
can
one
you
state.
hear my voice?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
you
can
are
you wait
audible.
for
Yeah,
30 seconds? Thank you.
yeah, sure.
So, I this is my space. This is how I run this space. I don't want this to be an echo chamber. As long as people are civil, don't abuse each other on the forum. I will, give them a chance to express their views, even though I may not agree with whatever they say. Uh, my only reason for doing that is it gives us an opportunity to answer them back, and maybe we'll have a conversation. Maybe they will change their mind. That's the only reason. So if you're a kind of a person who gets triggered with these kind of things, please avoid my space or just stay in the listeners. Thank you. Yeah, Bhuvi, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you are absolutely true. Because even few months ago, I had this conversation with a Shia Muslim, and he had no idea about Kashmir, and had to sit there and go through the history, and then he realized the complications. And I just wanted to make a point to Peter. I think he asked a question if it is Hindu nationalism. I mean, yeah, it is Hindu nationalism, but when I think the problem is they tend to look at the term nationalism from their lens, because whenever the Europe says nationalism, it's all about anti-Semitism, and they perpetrate genocide, and it's all fascist in nature. So I think whenever the Eastern civilization says we are proud to be Indians or Hindus, they have this impression because that's what they have done for thousands 500 years. So in their sense, they kind of think, oh, if we had done all these things, in that sense, then even Eastern civilizations are about to do the same thing. So it's in that sense, that is kind of showing their own weakness and their own ignorance. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sanatani ji, go ahead. Sanatani, you had your hand up. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to speak about this book ban, and it's really important for us to understand like how their toolkit functions. I really found one really interesting tweet from Sammy, which I've pinned up, and it really shows and exposes double standards of these people that we don't even scratch the surface of the kite. kind of violence, etc., which the other group does, and still we get labeled as, saffron terror groups and Islamophobic people and etc., etc. So when that label gets applied on us, and then their narrative is pushed so hard to the West and to the people who don't have enough knowledge and one who are new in the platform, and since the platform is naturally left leaning, to them is what they're trying to appeal, because to them this is what is the truth. They think that, okay, yes, Indian people are such extremists who do not tolerate any other religion, but when they look at the facts, etc., they get shocked, and the facts need to be exposed. And that is why I feel the space that you're conducting and the way you're exposing and giving these other viewpoints their platform to come and express themselves, and then get answers to that, to understand, okay, they were wrong all the way along, is something we need to understand. Like, just recently, I was attending another space talking about Bangladeshi Hindus, and that's where the entire hypocrisy gets unfolded. Like, if you see in India, if they say uh, you know the way Muslims are affected in India, it's the worst ever possible. But if they go ahead and have a check of how the population has declined for the Bangladeshi Hindus and the Pakistani Hindus, then, and also the kind of atrocities that are been so they have been subjugated to, then they really don't have any answer for that. And when they are left speechless, I think that builds our narrative. And I think that there should be a mechanism in place to push forward our narrative as well, because somehow the platform has a left bias, and once you do follow a certain kind of ideology, to you and the kind of feed that you're subjugated to, all of it is all what you want to hear, and hence you feel that, okay, yes, our narrative is getting pushed forward, and everybody is coming to know what's going wrong with the Hindus. But when you go ahead and see somebody else's feed, you would see that they're getting all those kind of feeds which are anti this. And to them, the world is all Islamophobic, and saffron terror is very real for them. So somehow there needs to be a kind of check put into place, so that we can actually understand and quantify that our narrative is being pushed forward. And it's not just we are living in our echo chambers. I think those were
Yeah,
limited points.
yeah. Thank you, Sanatani. Yeah, yeah. Piyush ji, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Namaskar. Actually, I didn't want to come to take mic because there are so many already intelligent, good oratory people like Maya, Neeraj Bhai. Many also, of course, comes and goes back to listener, and so many others. I can't remember many names, but only thing that I observed, because I go to many rooms and I normally remain as a listener. So, but what I difference, it's very good room. What I difference I observed is we are entertaining any and every opinion, questioning you, me, or anybody, or even our Hindutva. If I go to those rooms and if, even if I just start my question, I'll be thrown out. Questioning our gods, sitting in the temple. That's all. That's what I wanted to add. I'm listening. I'm listening, and if required, I'll go to listener mode. And if I require mic, I will again request. Yes, Ram.
Thank you, Piyush ji. Jai Shri Ram. Welcome, Purnima ji. You've been listening patiently. Yeah, go ahead and.
Good evening, everybody. I was listening in and actually was quite interested to listen to Peter. Um, First, I have a couple of points I want to make. First of all, I really agree with what Peter said in terms of um, giving mics and giving an opportunity to listen to others, right? And that gives an opportunity to understand where they're coming from, what their issues are, and how do we actually counter this or understand if there's some gap in terms of understanding. Now, the what question actually I have for Peter on this particular regard is if he actually believes in listening to others' views, could Peter understand and actually respond back? Why did he block me a year ago when I questioned him about his connections to the Democrat politicians, whether it's Ram Valivalam in Chicago, a state senator, Democrat, Shama Sawant in Seattle, a city council, Kamala Harris, Pramila Jayapal in Washington, Ro Khanna in California. All these are Democrats. All these are Democrat politicians who are actively working against anti-Hindu agenda and anti-India agenda. Why did he block me? If he's so open for a different kind of views, I don't see that kind of tolerance. So that is one question. So I'd like to know that. The second point, coming back to Amazon's banning on Hindu.
Sorry, Purnima ji, I did it by mistake because I was adding Peter and then I pressed on this mute everyone. Please go ahead.
No worries. I just wanted to comment on this Amazon book on Hindutva. It's a joke at this point. I don't think it's happening silo because there are toolkit gangs who are cohesively working together. I'm sure they are reporting. So AI is picking those up, and machine learning is automatically working against us. So either we raise our voice or just be perished. That's where we are at. And in general speaking, in United States, and I haven't seen anywhere else, including in India, any politician or any corporateer or any academician or any media person would actually speak anything good for Hindus. And they are all working cohesively, uh, pushing agenda against Hindus. Now let's talk about dismantling Hindutva. How many Hindutva boys were there in their conferences when they pulled all the media folks and the professors, even from India, even from India? So this tolerance only works one-sided, unfortunately. I'd like to hear from Peter more on this.
Sandeepji, may I speak for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Paramji, I appreciate your comments. And I do see, as you are listed here as a speaker, yes, I have blocked you. I guess it was probably about a year ago. I don't remember the exact circumstances, but you have summarized them in your commentary. And so I guess that must have been the circumstances under which I did it. Now, one of the things that I would say initially is that Twitter is a private company. It is it's a private platform. And in context of what free speech means in a democracy, free speech means the government, the state, may not prevent you from freely exercising your right to express your opinion, your political perspective, etc. Free speech is not impeded by somebody choosing to disassociate, by one private individual choosing to disassociate from another private individual on a private platform. That's not an impediment to free speech. As far as listening to different perspectives, I am very open to that. I don't remember the exact circumstances under which I did block you. What I do, because throughout day to day with my work, especially on social media, I tend to experience a lot of um, attacks, what appear to me, to be coordinated, systematic attacks and targeting by what appear to me to be BJP supporting or BJP sponsored IT cells. And so I tend to preemptively block a lot of those, or if not preemptively, as they pop up in my mentions, in commenting on my posts, I will typically just block them because I know the narrative, I know the talking points, I know what they're saying, and especially if they're a brand new account that's been created within like the past 1 to 2 months, if they have 0 or 10, 5, 10 followers, I view them as a troll account. So I block them. I don't want to interact with them. Sometimes, in the case of, as I'm sure you're probably aware, in the case of me engaging in writing criticism, articles that criticize American politicians who I believe are associated with the song Parivar, I may sometimes block some of those politicians depending on the nature of what they say. And so, in context specifically of you and your account and whatever interaction we had, I do not specifically recall the context of why I blocked you. I'm happy to unblock you now, but I'm sure it had something to do with that. Now, you mentioned, and I think this strikes me as very important. You mentioned, I believe, at least 4 different politicians, all of whom, if I'm not mistaken, are Hindu. Ram Villavalam, Rokana, Pramila Jayapal, and I'm uh, blanking on the name of the fourth, but I believe, if I recall correctly, it was also another Hindu politician, Hindu American politician. All of these Hindu American politicians, and probably most notably Rokana, have specifically stood against the agenda of Modi in India, of the Hindu nationalist movement in India, and in the case of Rokana, actually explicitly stated that Hindutva, he used the term Hindutva, that Hindutva is something that should be opposed by all Hindu American politicians in America. Now, I think that's particularly important in context of this conversation where there's this idea that opposition to Hindutva is somehow Hinduphobic, that opposition to Hindutva is somehow premised on opposition to Hindus broadly. And I think that actually all of those politicians, and especially Ro Khanna in particular, exemplify how that's not true. That's not factual. Like Ro Khanna is a Hindu. He's a practicing Hindu. From everything I understand, he's a religiously minded Hindu. And yet he himself came out in so many words and said that opposition to Hindutva is basically the dharma, the duty of every Hindu American politician. Now, how can it be that you can argue that a Hindu American politician who opposes Hindutva, or to use a better word, in my opinion, Hindu nationalism, is somehow Hindu-phobic? From there, I'm happy to engage with you again. I will, at this moment, go ahead and unblock you because I am interested in engagement, even with people with whom I would radically disagree. However, I do want to um, toss this back over to you now, I guess.
Oh, thank you very much, Peter. I appreciate that. The context was anti-CAA protest, and your connection, direct connection with Shama Sawant, Pramila Jayapal, and Audrey Trushki, and literally working and spewing venom against Hindus and
Can I would love to have a back and forth. Can I, with what you just said, briefly address that? I didn't catch the name of the first person you mentioned, Sharmila something.
Shama Sawant.
The city councilor from Seattle.
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah. So I've met her on one occasion, Kashama Samant. I've met her on one occasion. I met her at the time, I believe, in what was it, February of 2020, I think, was when they passed the Seattle anti-CAA resolution, if I recall correctly. And I met her on that day when the resolution was passed. I have no connection with her. I follow her on Twitter. I don't think she follows me back. Um, and I've never had another interaction with her. I spent maybe 10 minutes talking to her personally with Audrey Tushke. I've met her on two occasions, most recently in New Jersey, I think it was in October or November when she was speaking at some event at Rutgers, and I attended the event. I'm, I'm aware of her. I like her work, and she's aware of me. I follow her on Twitter. She doesn't follow me back on Twitter. And as far as actual interactions, I've met her in person twice and spent probably, again, maybe 10, 15 minutes in actual conversation with her. As far as Pramila Jayapal, I admire her. As far as her domestic politics, I actually don't support a lot of them. But as far as her stance on issues related to India under the Modi administration, I have a great deal of respect and admiration for that. I've never met her. She, as far as I know, she doesn't know who I am. I follow her on Twitter as, do hundreds of thousands of other people. She does not follow me back, and we have no connection. So as far as those three individuals you mentioned, that's the current situation.
Well, the context was not just that. It was more of a trying to figure out the connection with the farmers' protest, the Khalistani farmers' protest, and your connection with the Khalistani separatist gangs that's being creating some unrest in the country in India. So there's not just one question, but I had responded to some tweet in your timeline, and you probably didn't like my question, and the blocking just happened from there. That was
Sandeep, you are giving disproportionate time to Peter. I think he's a crypto jihadist, and Yeah, please don't tell me how to run the room.
yeah.
Just
Let's not
hold on for a
point.
Sandeep,
second.
just ask him
Let's
who is
not
Bhajan Singh. Can
call
he
names to anybody.
Guys,
expand on
no,
that?
no, hold on. Please, let's have a civil discussion. Yeah, I think
If you
Purnimaji,
talk about names, yeah.
we can't hear you. Finish your point, then I want to go to Mayaji. A lot of people want to speak.
Yeah, I was just saying let's not allow anybody to call any names or call because that just dismisses
Yeah,
our
just I
idea.
mean, it just shows that is not articulate. He cannot make his point. It's just triggered.
Yeah, no
Hindu or
issues.
whoever it is,
We
just
have a right to be triggered. We have a right to ask questions, and
yeah,
if
be
we are not
civil.
able to get the
Just
questions,
don't
we
call
don't
names.
exactly.
Uh,
I
that
appreciate
doesn't add
Peter.
any value. Okay, if you're
So,
done, then
so,
I'll
so,
go to Mayaji.
Sandeepji,
Yeah.
if I may briefly, and I'll be brief, because I do not want to dominate the space. But as far as Purnima has mentioned, the last thing I'll address is her question about the farmers issue. In relation to that, my name was brought up in February of 2021 in relation to the farmers' so-called toolkit. This now I'm not here to argue for or against the toolkit, but what I'm here and I don't I'm not here to demand that I be believed, but here is what I would state as what I believe is pure fact. In context of the Farmer's Toolkit, it was like a 3 or 5 page PDF, which was put out, which was supposed to give people advice about how to talk about the farmers' protest on social media. Within that Farmer's Toolkit, that PDF, I was listed as a sympathetic account, and they tagged my specific handle on Twitter. Up until that point, although I did support the farmers' protest, up until that point, I had actually basically been completely silent on the farmers' protest. It wasn't the issue I was focused on, and I'd spent basically no time talking about it. However, it was then brought up by Delhi police in a press conference in February, maybe 13 or 14, 2021. In that press conference, they cited me, and it was subsequently advertised in Indian media, mainstream Indian media, like citing me as, in so many words, as like the kingpin, the mastermind, et cetera, behind the whole toolkit. They subsequently went on to arrest 2 to 3 young activists, female activists in India. I think maybe 2 out of 3 of whom were climate activists, which I've never been involved in climate activism. And one of whom in particular, a young advocate, attorney, Nikita Jacob. They arrested her, and they, within a few days, released in Indian media transcripts or supposed transcripts of conversations between me and Nikita, in which I had been allegedly asking her about which was the best VPN to use between us in our conversations to conceal our dialogue. And here's my position, is that with the arrest of Nikita Jacob, this young advocate, I had never in my life heard of her. The transcripts which were released, actually word for word within Indian media, were, from my perspective, entirely fabricated. I had never corresponded with her. I had never heard of her or corresponded with her. I did not have her WhatsApp or Signal, anything. And I certainly would not be asking such questions. Within context of being a mastermind and or so-called kingpin of this farmer's toolkit, I had a previous track record of basically, I mean, in my own head, I supported the farmers' protest, but I had never actually on record publicly come out really in support of it. And I had nothing to do with the creation of
Yeah,
this.
Peter, I think we got the gist of what you're saying. Thanks for
All right.
clarifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One about Ro Khanna. You said something about Ro Khanna had said that opposing Hindutva is Dharma. I never heard that. If you can provide any references where he said that, I'll be really, grateful.
Okay.
You don't have to do it now. You can just back channel me, message me. I do want to know what exactly he said, because I haven't heard any such thing from him.
I can provide it for you directly now, word for word. So
Yeah.
this is Ro Khanna, and he is tweeting on August 29, 2019.
Yeah, can you pin the tweet, please?
Let me message it to you, and I'll get you to twin it.
Okay.
Or pin it. He stated, in response to my article about Tulsi Gabbard and her Hindutva connections, he wrote, important article. It's the duty of every American, or Dharma, the duty of every American politician of Hindu faith to stand for pluralism, reject Hindutva, and speak for equal rights for Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Buddhists, and Christians. That is the vision of India my grandfather Amarnath Vidyalnarkar fought for. That's what he stated.
Yeah, pin the tweet, please. Yes. Yeah, Purnimaji, I'll come to you. Let me just.
Sandeep,
If
I
it's a
have
quick thing, yeah, go ahead. I really want to go to my IG. She has been waiting for a long time. Yeah.
I
Finish your
just have
point.
two question. Peter, you don't have any connection to Bhajan Singh Bhinder, aka Iqbal Chaudhry?
Well, you say AKA Iqbal Chaudhry, and I've seen that in Indian media, and I've seen that, and I have not seen any evidence that that's actually factual.
Okay.
Can you provide me with the evidence that he is actually factually AKA Iqbal Chaudhry?
What? So, do you have connection? Did you have any contact with Bhajan Singh Bhinder?
I have contacts with a lot of Sikhs in America.
So, should we take it as a
And I have never in my life supported the Khalistan movement. And there's no rational reason to suppose that I would, especially because I have repeatedly stated that I don't. And then when you bring up this gentleman, with the specific reference, and again, Sandeepji, I apologize, I'll wrap this up. With the specific reference to Bhutan Singh Binder, one of the actually not one of the only thing about him that is actually documentable that seems to be maybe factual, maybe, although it's only been reported by a single source, um, is that he allegedly attempted in the mid 90s, early 90s actually, when I was probably about 7 years old. He allegedly attempted to purchase weapons to support the Khalistani militant movement. And here's the key point, and then decided not to. And for me, when I look at that, I'm like, well, if somebody's thinking about engaging in militant activity, whatever their reasons, whatever their religion, whatever it is, and then they decide not to, isn't the decided not to part the most important aspect of that?
Sorry, is that a question?
Rhetorical question.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm just curious if you had connection, and now I mean, you're on record, I suppose, saying I don't know if this space is being recorded right now or not, Sandeep, but
Well, I mean, my question would be like, if I do or if I don't, what does it matter?
well, so are you saying that you didn't support Khalistan separatist movement ever?
Not in my life. I've been in this field of issues related to human rights in India, or South Asia, and then issues related to Hindu nationalism, issues related to human rights in South Asia for about 17 years, and issues related to Hindutva, Hindu nationalism for about 7, 8 years. And never in my life, I've never written, I've never spoken in support of Khalistan, and I've repeatedly spoken and written about how I don't support it. I don't
Then
support any religious nationalist movement anywhere ever. Christian, Sikh, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, etc.
Then what was your argument against CAA
No,
movement in it?
Purnimaji, can you hold on for a second? Let me go to Mayaji, then we'll come back to you. But
Gigi,
if he wants to speak, Mayaji, sorry to keep you waiting for a
Yeah,
second.
no,
Yeah.
no, no, that's fine. Sandeep, this is so precious, because I listen for so much of concern that people have about South Asia, Asia. And the human rights part is really heartwarming. That entire world is focused at the human rights and human tragedies in South Asia, and which is why we have, we saw that this CA was brought in, right? Because we see that this continent has gone through so much only because there was a privileged faith wanting to divide on basis of faith. And when that partition happened on two sides of India, we saw that the Indian population did not subjugate the ones who demanded partition on faith but chose to stay back, right? They were not persecuted. Unfortunately, on both sides of India, the ones who could not make the Passover, it's actually a Passover, I say, and they stayed there, they have been completely wiped off. You see, Pakistan, where they are minorities, that is mostly what I'm talking about is Hindus and the Sikh. You see the Hindus of Bengal, East Bengal, what is their state today and where they are, in the sense of only talking about human rights. Forget about the financial, the economic, and the freedom of speech, which is a very different level of conversation we would have to go. So when I see so much concern for the human rights of South Asia, why would anybody object to CAA, which invites those persecuted communities who were left behind? They could not come to this motherland due to whatever reasons, the travel, the distance that they had to cover, they could not. They were stuck and they were tormented by repeated massacres. um, how come they do not fall in this concern and how they fall out of this fold of human rights? And when it happens, there is none of the human rights activists, whether it is to do with, especially the experts in South Asia, they do not have anything to say about it. In fact, they oppose it that no, it cannot be based on religion. But the partition was based on religion. So the people who suffered because of religion, right? They are not hacked because they are talking. They are just hacked because the one who's talking is belonging to a certain faith. So when persecution is at that level, how do we say that a corridor which opens for saving their lives to ensure that they are not facing genocide after genocide? Just 2 weeks ago, there was a businessman in Bengal, East Bengal, who was massacred because he was belonging to a certain faith, the religious minority of Bangladesh. Should that not be a conversation? Had CAA been applied, he would have been here somewhere in India, alive, right? So, and that is the reason why Peter had blocked me, because I had asked this question to him, that how is it that your human rights defines only the rights of a certain few who are very, very vociferous, who are funded, who have taken land on basis of religion, and now also say, the same people say that we also want to come back. How is that? So more than us, it is the Akhanda Bharat wanted by the people who divided us, but not Akhanda Bharat the way it was. It is that Akhanda Pakistan, right? And now all this is based on what? Human rights. And that is when Peter blocked me. So, Peter, I don't want you to unblock me. I have nothing to give you. I'm not a very big, important handle at all. But my only problem is that when you say your values change when it's your personal choice, and your values change when you expect those from others. How is this? How this may plays? I don't understand. When you say human rights, they should be same for everybody. When you say human rights in the sense of region, creed, race, color, economic status, does not matter. Because everybody who earns more also eats food. He wants child to be safe. The every person who goes as a laborer wants his child to return alive. Human rights is not a luxury. Same way, freedom of expression is not a luxury. When you say that you block Purnimaji because of that circumstance, you have blocked me for just saying this, that you do not stand for Hindus when they are minority. Because you do, in your mind, Hindus do not have a voice, whether they are majority or minority. So you saying that you're a human rights activist is concerning, because you are an icon for so many young people, who follow you. And if you say that your human rights is going to differentiate between language, faith, and race, then it is misguiding an entire population, okay, who follow you. And I will not say this to you on Twitter. I'm saying this because you're right here. To you, that if you believe in human rights, you should not have stopped CAA. If you believe in human rights, you should know that Punjab's water table is not down because of dams. It is down because they do the wells that have eroded the groundwater, which needs a different kind of crop rotation. If you do not want to study hard about India, do not invest your time and energy in India, please. You have lot of other work to do. But if you want to really focus on South Asia, then you need to do more than just understand BJP. This room is not a BJP room. And you think that people are here talking about BJP? No, not at all. And that's why you probably think, that everyone is employed with BJP. BJP doesn't do anything. I would say it's a political party, right? But India is not BJP, if you think that way. And if you're making it to that, then that means the attacks are also clearly against some people who are choosing BJP. That means again you're against democracy. So, in all senses, whether you're for free speech, for democracy, or for human rights, your standards keep changing. Either you stick to this, that yes, be proud that yes, you like when people talk against Hindus because you fear Hindus, you're xenophobic, or else you stand for human rights and say yes, I understand this, and I support the Hindus of Bangladesh and Pakistan. I will write about them. I will talk about the first conversions of minor girls, the first, the subjugation when they stood for ration 2 months ago in flood-affected areas. Women were raped before they got any. They didn't even get food. You did not stand for them. That is where I expect that human rights activist needs to stand for these little children who have been taken away. You won't do that, right? So your subjective human rights values do not help us, and we really think you can do a great service for South Asia because that's where your commitment is, right? If you do that, you would take this message not only to Audrey Trushke, because she also has blocked me for whatever reasons, and I do not want any one of you to unblock me. Let it be the way it is. But you need to introspect amongst yourself when you have these Hindutva conferences, that you pass on the manual, which is exactly a copy of what Nazi did to Jewish. It's exactly the copy of what dismantling Hindutva is nothing but a booklet copy pasted from the Nazi manual, and how you target and put them on. And we are all marked according to your manual, which is why I say that your Hindutva is just a card. Your human rights is just a tool. Do not use them on us because we are faceless. Okay, it doesn't matter. But what you're doing to people who follow you is extremely painful. These are young people who do not understand. These are young people who struggle with values. And if you're giving this to them, who believe, dharma is beyond. You quoted, na, Rokhanna. Your dharma will be completely, wiped off because of your bad karma. This is bad karma. And I'm saying this not because of anybody. I have no concern what you do, why you do this. But if you are human rights, again, I'll close saying that stand for the people who are suffering. Do not choose based on your, brief, that tick marks that okay, this is now important because this is belonging to this faith and this country. No, talk for everybody. I expect that the next 1 month you will at least have some conversations for the Bangladeshi and for the Pakistani Hindus who are suffering with rape, subjugation, starvation, and complete apathy. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mayaji.
Sandeep
Yeah,
Ji, if I may,
yeah.
30
Peter,
seconds to
I'll come.
respond.
Yeah, I'll come to you. Maybe you can respond to me as well.
Maybe I can just quick 30 seconds.
Yeah. Just allow me 2 sentences. Connected to
Gigi.
this, I think the couple of things. I think those are universal. When any external entity interferes in internal politics, that's not liked by any country, be it US. Just go back and look at all the conversation about Russians interfering in US elections. Same thing, if you interfere in India's internal politics, that is some kind of farmers' law. These are democratically elected governments, and they have their own system to deal with that. Or CAA, which is democratically elected parliament passing that law. Uh, I know that this is kind of a interference of a foreign entity in domestic politics. No country likes it. I think all countries do take measures to avoid people from outside influencing internal policies. That's just I want to say. That's the right of the Indian government. Yeah, go ahead, Peter. Yeah.
G, I appreciate it. And Maya G, thank you for your comments. I appreciate hearing that and listening to it. Couple of quick things. I'll be brief. One is that I have more than happily unblocked you. And then beyond that, as far as Pakistan, Bangladesh, I am highly critical, not on a routine basis, but certainly when I'm asked, and definitely on occasion, I'm highly critical of the human rights situation and especially of the situation concerning minority populations in those countries, of what's happening there. With Hindus and Christians and other people within Pakistan and Bangladesh, there is an extremely concerning situation. I don't tend to focus on it because India is kind of the centerpiece of South Asia. India is represents the mass population of the region. India
No, no, no,
represents.
no. Peter, 1 second. You know why I listen to you, but today I will have a conversation with you. Is that your focus is not on India because it is the focus because it's large population. For a human rights activist, you should be focusing on the situation of issues with human rights that a country represents. You are making it about India. No, don't do that. You are saying you're not as often complaining, and conversations are not much about Bangladesh doesn't mean that they are not happening, right? So you ignore that because your focus is India. So then you should only say that mandate. This is what happened in that room when you blocked me, and you can again block me if you feel. The issue is that you do not call yourself to be an activist for South Asia human rights. You should be an activist for human rights. You should be an activist for human rights globally, because it's not like the human rights violation of India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, or Sri Lanka or anywhere is different from what happens in Middle East or in South America or Europe. Is it different? Are they different humans? Do they eat different? Do they have different children? Do their children don't have future? Don't they have the right to pray, follow their scriptures, follow their? When it is about human rights, it's global. And if you are saying that you will focus at India because the population is largely Hindu, then there's a problem. That means you are a Hindu phobic. You are not a human rights activist. And if you are going to be truthful to yourself today, maybe as you end this room, you leave this room, think about it. You said it's a large population. No, it's a largely Hindu population, my friend. And when you do this, you think that I'm not talking on behalf of Hindu. I'm talking about human rights. When the victim is from minority, it is a concern because a large group does not protect the rights. I understand what you're saying because I follow you and I follow many other human rights. The voice is taken away, you don't have the rights. So yes, we need the voice for India, and I'm proud of it that we have so many voices within India talking for all the minorities. But that kind of support is absent for Bangladeshi Hindus, Bangladeshi Christians, the Pakistani Hindus, the Pakistani Christians, right? But you do not feel the need. You say it not as often because it is a choice you made. And the choice is only based on because India is a majority Hindu country. And you do not think.
Yeah, Maji, I think you made your point. Can you be
My G,
concise?
if
No,
I
no,
can,
No,
hold on,
no,
in,
one
hold
second,
on for a
Sandeep,
second,
you
Peter.
can stop me.
yes,
But when he explains, there are people who listen and go. So you might feel that I've spoken and I will leave the room. I have done my thing because what happens is
Yeah, I
human
just want
rights
to go
activists.
to others also. I'll come back
Yeah,
to you.
yeah,
Just
I'm
yeah,
just leaving.
yeah.
Thank you.
Wind up your point, please. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead,
done,
Maji.
Sandeep.
Make your
I'm
point. Yeah,
done.
thank you, Peter. Hang on for a second, my friend. A lot of people are holding their hands. I'll give you a chance to reply. Scarlett, sorry for keeping you waiting for a long time. Just yeah, go ahead and make your point.
Yeah. No, I joined late, so this I don't mind waiting because some important conversations were going on. It was very revealing, and I learned a lot. Anyway, I'll just stick to the topic. Um, so even I'm shocked by what Amazon did, and Hindutva at its core is one of the most benign movements ever. It's all about unifying a people of a certain geographical region on planet Earth through cultural means. That's what it all means. While it is true that there are people on the extreme left, hand in glove with, who are in the sack with Islamists and other political ideologues to downplay this because they have a deep rooted hatred for the country and its people, which is not entirely surprising because India is apparently doing well in the last few years. I think we also have a responsibility in explaining to people what Hindutva actually means. So, because from a cultural, philosophical, and metaphysical perspective, we believe in karma. So, if Amazon has done this to had done this unjust thing to a book on a benign philosophical idiom like Hindutva, then Amazon has got it coming for them. And if people who support Hindutva have done something morally, ethically wrong, then their karma awaits them too, because that's a core foundational philosophy in which that entire subcontinent runs, minus Pakistan and Bangladesh. So it's shocking, but the story doesn't end here. I think we all have a responsibility to explain Hindutva. And for those who speak uh, ill about Hindutva without understanding what it means, and who keep parroting about human rights, perhaps they should do some introspection and think about what happened in Bhopal in 1984. The people, the victims of the gas tragedy, still have not received their adequate justice. The insult was meted out to them by the Union Carbide Company, which gave them around what, 350 $400 million. And even today the after effects of felt. This is just one of several examples in which human rights enthusiasts keep absolute mum, and they hardly say anything about such genuine human rights disasters. And they keep barking at issues like Hindutva, which has nothing to do with any human rights violations anywhere. So that's all I have to say for now, and I would listen to more because apparently there's a lot of things that one can learn from many of the conversations here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Scarlett. Peter, I'll come to you. Just a couple of sentences. Uh, the whole the toolkit thing, right? I just looked at what Delhi police have said. I mean, they are saying that you are working for ISI. You are more than welcome to deny it or clarify it. It's up to you. But again, it's not beyond ISI to hire influencers outside to do this kind of jobs. We all know about Ghulam Nabi Fai. He was convicted of taking money from ISI and trying to do lobbying without informing the State Department. So I think I just wanted to understand why people are saying what they're saying, because there is something from your background that I think it kind of indicates to that direction, where it shows that you have been working with ISI for a long time. I for one, sure think that there is no smoke without fire. There should be some truth to it. I mean, this is what I feel. Uh, Having said that, I respect you as a human being, as a nice person. Nothing against you, but this is what ISI says. And again, this is not. I mean, this is again what Delhi police say, and it's definitely not beyond ISI to hire people outside to create trouble within India. I pinned the report.
Sandeepji, I appreciate the questions. So when you say ISI, I'm guessing you're talking about the International Society of Individualists. Certainly, I do work with them. No questions asked.
No, the best
Transparently.
intelligence agency in the world, ISI.
Acha, okay. Now,
I hope you understand PRC.
So, as far as working with the ISI, I'm a Christian. ISI advocates on behalf of Pakistan, which is a Muslim nationalist country. For one thing, why would I have any interest in advocating for their interests? For another thing, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a white man. I'm born in California, raised in California. Why in the world would I have any interest in advocating for them? For another thing, look at my track record. When have I ever advocated on behalf of Pakistan? In fact, routinely, I criticize Pakistan, especially. I constantly talk about how, as I am a routine critic of Hindu nationalism, Modi, etc., the RSS, BJP, etc., I constantly talk about how Pakistani platforms, Pakistani politicians should not be raising their voices and criticizing India or the RSS or the BJP or Modi or the Hindu nationalist movement, because even if they are 110% correct and accurate in their criticism is not credible. It's not credible because of the inbuilt enmity between Pakistan and India, which has existed since 47. And then, as far as any actual evidence, I challenge you. I challenge you to raise any actual legitimate proof or evidence that I am in the pocket of, that I work on behalf of ISI. I'm highly critical of Pakistan, as I mentioned in conversation with Mayaji a few moments ago. One of the reasons I tend to focus on India is because India is the largest country in South Asia. It's the most influential country in South Asia. It's the most populated country in South Asia. And so, where India goes, in my opinion, South Asia goes. And so, in relation to the issue of South Asian human rights in the broader region, I think that India has the ability to set an example and set the standard, which can hopefully potentially be followed by other neighboring countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. And then, last thing I would say, and I'm happy to engage with any other questions related to this issue. But last thing I would say at the moment is in relation to what Maya G brought up, is I would invite her. I would be happy to collaborate with her and link arms with her, partner with her. I would invite her to stand up together with me right now, today, going into the future, to demand justice for Asifa, this 8-year-old girl who was gang raped and murdered by Hindu nationalists in J&K. And, just as we're concerned about what's happening to minorities, Hindus and Christians and others, Sikhs in Bangladesh and Pakistan, we should be equally concerned, not more, not
Yeah,
less, but equally
Peter,
concerned about these
that
issues.
Asif was, convict. I mean, the perpetrators of that crime were punished. The law has taken its course, and they're in jail now. So you're trying to say there is a systemic problem in India? No, there is no systemic problem in India. But whereas if you look at Pakistan, there is a systemic problem. So you cannot just basically throw these kind of random things and say I would like to invite somebody to stand behind this or that. That incident happened. It was
Well, I
investigated by
mean,
the police,
in the
went to the
case of
court.
Asifa, is it true or is it not true that there were a number of BJP officials who were rallying and organizing, mobilizing rallies to stand in support of the accused in Asifa's rape murder?
Yeah, that doesn't matter. What matters is the criminals got convicted. That's what it matters.
That strikes me as systemic.
No, conviction of a criminal is a systemic problem.
The fact that there were members of the national ruling party rallying behind these accused
They have all
strikes
the
me
right to do so.
as indicative of systemic problems.
Any criminal is innocent until guilty. So you could take either side. So that's what it is. That's how the law works, my friend. Until you're convicted, how do you know you're guilty or innocent? That's why the courts
Certainly
are there.
innocent until proven guilty. That's in the court of law, but there's a big
Yes.
difference between that and actually taking to the streets in support of the accused.
Yeah, I mean, you can support or oppose the accused. There are also protests against the accused. So it's a democratic country. People are free to, do a peaceful protest. So you cannot have people, not express their views in a democracy. Yes, Scarlett, go ahead, my friend.
See, the key difference is India is not a country where everything is perfect. That's the key difference. We know that, we accept that, we live with that, we are trying to rectify things. On the other hand, the neighbor across the border has no qualms in institutionalizing such things. And one gentleman by the name Miyamoto was recently sanctioned by the UK Prime Minister. And this man was hand in glove with the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan. And he was one of the main clerics who was helping, aiding, and abetting the abduction, rape, conversion, and either being married off to older men or being sold off in the international flesh market. I'm not saying this. There is ample evidence from the Chingari project, which is based out of North America, that supports this. Okay, so there is no such institutionalized conversion, abduction, rape happening on a daily basis. On an average, 3 children are being abducted on a daily basis. Mr. Sindhudesh can attest for this because he lives there. So no such thing happens in India. It is not a perfect country. Yes, I agree that everybody would agree that. Is America a perfect country? There are statistics which our good friend Andolan will show you that America surpasses every other developed country in terms of the number of rapes. India is nowhere even close to America. Maybe you should set things right in America first before lecturing a sovereign democracy like India. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. To other point of yours, Peter, you are a Christian, and why would I, work with ISI? I mean, come on, there could be many reasons. I'm not saying those are the reasons for you, but hypothetically speaking, a Christian can work with an Islamist regime. Let's say the motives could be financial gains, or motives could be honey trap. I don't know. I don't want to go into this. This is not implausible for a Christian to work with an Islamist regime. That's what I'm saying. So that shouldn't be your that difference
Well,
doesn't hold
I
water
mean,
for you.
I appreciate at that same, on that same note. I mean, what are your motives? Well, why are you advocating for Hindu nationalism in India?
No, I'm not advocating for any nationalism. I'm advocating for Hindu.
Sandeep,
Right?
Sandeep,
I'm a
that's a
Hindu.
trap
Just
question.
1 second, Purnima. I'm a
Sandeep,
Hindu.
that's a trap question. That's a trap question.
No, no, hold on. Let me answer
That's
that.
a trap question.
Yeah, let me answer that. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm a Hindu. That's my motive, to make sure that we are not targeted outside. I am a Hindu living in America. So, of late, I've seen Hindus being targeted for, number of reasons. That's my motive, to raise awareness.
Yeah, Sandeep, what's wrong for you to speak up for Hindus if Peter can sit in United States and create an organization called Of Me, Organization for Minorities in India, and mobilizing folks working with IAMC and Hindus for Human Rights and AJA, which is Alliance for Justice and Accountability, so-called accountability, which is AJA, who actually protested against Howdy Modi in front of the stadium. So why can't you as a Hindu speak for Hindus, and why is it labeled as Hindu nationality? Look, this is a trap question. We shouldn't be even answering this question because the fundamentals of the question is wrong. He is a Christian, can question Hindu government, or BJP is not even Hindu government, for God's sake. He can question Asifas, he can asking for Asifas justice, but nobody, he didn't have the guts to talk about the 35 pieces of Shraddha in fridge distributed in 18 days. That's human rights. See, his organization is Of Me. It's particularly focused on India, on minorities. And who's the minority? Muslim first and Christian next. He's a Christian missionary. Peter, you said you had no connection with Khalistani protest at all? Then how come you were part of the
Gee,
uh, online Zoom meeting with Ticket?
Bless you. Bless you.
uh,
I
well,
apologize for
uh,
interrupting. I am a female.
veteran, if I may briefly address the question.
Yeah, veteran, I'll come to you. Just stick around. Peter, go ahead, sir.
I have no association with OFME. I have in the past. OFME is not my organization. I have been affiliated with them in the past, not in several years. As far as your other questions, I, actually, if you can go ahead and pose this again, Purnima ji, briefly, I would appreciate it.
What would you like me to post?
You mentioned my affiliation allegedly with OFME, and what else is it that you mentioned?
Yeah, while she looks for it, yes,
Let me
veteran,
let me
go ahead.
say more about it. Can I?
Yeah, yeah,
Please just
yeah, Jim,
speak
Murthy,
your piece in your existence. Speak what you know, what you've seen. Speak your truth. and that's what we want.
Yeah, veteran. What do you want to say? Uh,
I feel for you. I know there is so much. It's genocide,
where?
atrocity. It's
What are you talking about?
atrocity. Uh, uh,
Where is the genocide?
I think she's talking about Native Americans, who got genocided in America. I think
No, no.
stolen land.
Hold on for a second, my friend. Veteran. What are you trying to say?
there are societies struggling for life.
Okay, I think it's a troll. It's kind of really sad that people come here and troll us when you're talking a serious issue. Yeah, Jimurti ji, go ahead. Purnima ji, you want to come
Sandeep
in?
ji, Jai Shri Ram.
Uh,
And Purnima ji, Jai
Jai
Shri
Shri
Ram.
Ram.
Peter ji, Jai Shri Ram. But anyway, I want to tell Peter only one thing because he took up the case for Asifa, and I want to let him know more because I'm from that state and I want to let him know more. You see, if the truth makes you uncomfortable, please don't blame the truth. Blame the lie which has been making you comfortable all these years and all this time. So I think that's a very important thing which we have to remember. You see, Asifa, it came out. They refused later on because it was done. It was falsely put on to Hindus at the helm of the, because it was done by his uncle and everything. That revealed they refused CBI inquiry later on when CBI was put on that. So having said about Asifa, that's one such case which was highlighted and which was peddled as a narrative, and it was started like with that thing, and Hindus were implicated just for nothing. I think there is one thing which is very very important, which probably Peter has no knowledge about, that there is equality in India on the basis of reverse inequality. I mean, in the sense that, for example, we are pleasing minorities at the cost of the majorities, which people are unable to understand. So that is one of the important factors which people do not realize. And when on the other hand, if we are creating problems for minorities, how do in on God earth people rise in population in a country where they are being genocided, for example? Yes, if he has never spoken anything about Kashmiri Hindus, because Kashmiri Hindus are not a statistical figure for him. And Kashmiri Hindus have had every 100 years, they have been having a genocide. Nobody talks about them. Nobody talks on international level. Nobody talks on national level. The question is, they have been suffering for 700 years, and nobody talked about it, how it happened. Where have these people gone? What has happened to these people? No international, forum like what Peter was talking about has never come forward to talk about them. Having said so, you see, now this, for example, he is selectively cherry picking Asifa. He's not cherry picking Shraddha. He's not cherry picking 450 girls who have been abducted and dismembered and killed by their perpetrators. He is not talking about them. Forget about them. He is not even talking about what is happening in Pakistan on daily basis. He is not talking about Bangladesh, but he has a cherry picking of one Asifa in Jammu and Kashmir, which was done by his own uncle, and they refused the CBI investigation. You see, that is what the world is heading towards. This is what is happening in this on this globe, and people from America are going to dictate us what is going to happen and what's not going to happen. This is a community which adds
Yeah.
300% to the population, 800% they over and above the Hindus they take on subsidy. This is a community which takes 1,800 crores for scholarships against 500 crores for the Hindus as a scholarship. And this is a community which does not add even 1% to the income tax. And this is a community which takes 50 years of pension on against a Hindu lady who takes a pension for not more than 10 years. So this is what they are talking about. This is how the lies are being propelled and peddled.
Yeah. Thank you, Jimurti ji.
Sandeep, may I go? I have been waiting for a while.
Yes. Yeah. Good. But yeah, be concise,
Yeah.
please. Yes.
Yes, yes, sure. So I will have two parts. One part is addressed to Peter. So Peter, we had a conversation, I think, around August or September. So I would like you to, explain precisely what essentials of Hindutva book says. It was the author of the book is Savarkar, because it's all about first principles, right? Because if you are researching a lot about this, you should know the first principles and the philosophy of the origin of theology. Point number two is I'm addressing the rest of the people. I mean, this the concept of humanity and humanitarian aid is has been used as a tool of invasions repeatedly by US. It has been happening in Iraq and in the Middle East. We all know the history, and under the same pretext, Russia has invaded Ukraine. So it's I think it's pretty much good. Russia has copied the tactics of US to do so. So I think
Yeah, stick to the topic,
we
man.
kind
You
of
don't have to go to Russia and US and
yeah, yeah,
please.
sure, sure, sure. Yes. So I think like Peter and all these people are getting a gravy train. They are definitely not ISS. I mean, these two, there is a large network which push this agenda of humanitarian issues, and this kind of issues will be used to as a tool to as a negotiation tool for the rest of the government. And yeah, so that's my point. And the main point regarding Amazon and banning. I think at some point of time we will see more of this banning against Indian diaspora. So as I said before, we need to have a platform which speaks for our community. So yeah, thank you.
G, if I can briefly address, I'll try and be
Yeah,
very
go ahead.
quick. So first one is I think that any rationally minded person, including basically 99% of people who disagree with me, can understand and appreciate that I am not funded by or working for the ISI, and that is an insane allegation. The other thing, number two, is that um, I'm speaking as someone, you mentioned this just a moment ago, I'm speaking as somebody who, as an American citizen born in the US, I have routinely and repeatedly opposed the U.S. wars of foreign aggression in the Middle East, in North Africa, etc. That's been a issue that is very close to my heart. That it's not the issue that I talk about as within my career, but within issues that are of particular affection or to me. I'm deeply sympathetic to opposition to U.S. wars of foreign aggression, tracing all the way back to the war in Korea, the war in Vietnam, etc. Last thing I would say, third thing, is I would just ask, is it or is it not true within context of modern India, with all these videos that are emerging from Hindu nationalist conferences and seminars, that many of these Hindu nationalist speakers are doing things like routinely, especially over the past year, they're calling for social boycotting, particularly of Muslims. They're leading and guiding oaths to eliminate minorities in India, especially Muslims, and to establish a Hindu Rashtra and to kill or die to do so. And they are distributing weapons, especially to youth. I mean, is that or is that not true? Are these videos lies?
Yeah,
Lies.
good point.
Sandeep,
Just hold on for a second, Gurmurthy. Good point. I can show for every one video of the so-called Hindu nationalists, I can show you 10 videos of the Muslims doing the same thing, brandishing weapons, distributing weapons, calling for the beheading, putting bounty on other people.
So it
No, no,
may be
hold
one.
on.
It may be one versus the other, and
No, no,
I
no.
would
Hold on for a
oppose both.
second. Hold on for a second, my friend. And also, if you look at the actual data, there are like close to 11 people beheaded after Nupur Sharma incident. 11 Hindus throats being cut off from Muslim radicals. So you are just cherry picking what you want to see, what you want to present. The truth is much more complex. It's much more uh, transparent if you want to look at it that way. So you're trying to say that there is a systemic problem. I am saying these are communal issues. Both sides are guilty of it. If you want to
Would
speak for human
would
rights
you
of
would
one
you
side.
denounce his videos, these calls where he's
Absolutely, I denounce any call for violence, no matter who that is.
See, Peter,
including the distribution of weapons, the guidance of these oaths, etc.?
Yes, including the distribution of weapons. So that
I
happens.
appreciate that.
That happens on both communities. But if you look at actual numbers of who is being killed, most of them are Hindus. Just go and look at the hard numbers. Take for example the Nupur Sharma case. She said something in return of what the cleric said. Cleric is walking free. He allegedly committed blasphemy, but he's walking free. But Nupur Sharma had to go into hiding. People who supported her right to speak her mind, they were beheaded. Any oppressed minority would not behave in this way. The numbers speak for themselves. I think you need to be a bit more looking at the empirical data, not anecdotal data. Let me go to Iqbal. Scarlett, I'll come to you. Iqbal Singh, if you're here. Sorry, you've been keeping your hand for a long time. I think Iqbal is away. Scarlett, go ahead.
Yeah,
Then
I just make a quick point because I need to leave shortly. Uh, any self-respecting Christian, any person who calls himself or herself a self-respecting Christian, or even a self-respecting human being, should read the link. Check out the link I put on the chat section. It's about how a Catholic bishop from the state of Kerala has warned Christians against love jihad, where Muslim youth from the Muslim community are targeting Christian girls with drugs, narcotics, and rape. They should read that, and they should do some more research and find out who is making statements to defend themselves and who is not just making statements but actually going around committing terrible atrocities against minor girls, minor children, besides chopping off heads. The very reason that today we are even having this conversation is because we don't have the culture of chopping off heads. Whereas if anybody who is against Hindutva had the same stance against Islamic ideology, probably their head wouldn't be on their shoulders by now. Thank you very much.
yeah,
I appreciate your transparency.
yeah. Thank you. Jimurti ji, you had a quick point to make. Go ahead.
You see, this is something very strange. The six in 1947 were 6 million, and they reached 23 millions today, and they are genocided. While as Muslims who were only few percentage, they have become 27%. It is genocide. But if you look at the statistics, the statistics, because we never went to the SHOs and we never went to the police station, because it was 90% Muslims in Kashmir. So what happened is that if you look at that status, if you go by statistics, there are only 29 cases, whereas 5,000 people have been killed. But it is 29 people registered in the FIRs. This statistics bug and nonsense. Every time people talk about statistics, they do not understand the intricacies of the problems in a society where 99% is Muslim and the courts are Muslim, the the police is Muslim. You cannot even register a case. We couldn't even go to the police station and register a case. Is Neil Gunju registered in the case? No. Is Tikalal Tuplu? No. Is Satish Tiku? No. Is the lady who was cut into two houses, is she in the police case? No. And they say there, and then when they go to the statistics, 29. It's on, while it has been 5,000 and 10,000 women have been raped. Nothing has happened. Nothing has ever. No international media has ever spoken a word about it. And then just all of a sudden 5 million people leave the valley and they have no clue about it. Why? You see, this is the hypocrisy I'm talking about. And I know people are just all the time comforted by the lies around them, and they keep on propagating those lies. This is my problem. They have never spoken anything good. They have always been proposing lies and peddling lies. That's my problem. And this is what Peter is trying to say. This is what he said about Asifa. This is so, this is so demeaning. And how can he talk about Asifa, when there have been so many Hindus who have been killed in the same vicinity. This is a problem, man. We are having a problem in the whole on the whole globe. People are getting destroyed because of this rabid virus, which is spreading all across the globe, and people are not realizing it. People keep themselves comfortable with these lies all the time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Peter, the problem here is, you're being very selective. Um, if you are concerned about human rights violation, just look at the big picture. Look at how many people come to India as refugees escaping religious persecution from Pakistan, and look at how many people go to Pakistan from India escaping religious persecution. From Pakistan to India, it's about 15 to 18,000 per year, and from India to Pakistan, zero, absolutely zero. There is, the statistics show that on an average, every day, 3 Hindu girls are kidnapped in Pakistan, forcefully converted, and married off to older men, sometimes old enough to be their grandfathers. In January alone, we have documented through one person, there could be many cases. January of this year, we have documented 13 cases. You can go to my timeline and see all the details. 13 cases in Sindh where Hindu girls were kidnapped, forcefully converted, and married off. Uh, the youngest girl is 11 years old. And there are many reports. There is a report from Hudson Institute. UK government has even sanctioned Miami too. And on the other hand, all the so-called human rights activists don't say a word about it, but they cherry pick the data from the other side and try to show that there is something akin to genocide is happening in India. So if you look at the actual deaths in communal violence, probably there are more Hindus who have died in those communal violences. More so in recent times. Just take an example of Nupur Sharma case.
I appreciate. While I certainly admit that there are many human rights violations and atrocities occurring in Bangladesh, and Pakistan, etc., will you admit to the existence of any, even a single human rights atrocity being perpetrated in India presently today, which is tolerated and or sanctioned by the state?
Absolutely
No.
not. There is no human rights
Not, not, not,
violation
not, not, not a
activity.
single one. Not a single one in 8, 9 years of the
Peter,
Modi administration,
Peter,
or even under
Yeah, yeah,
Congress, even under Congress.
Peter,
yes,
let me
yes,
just
yeah,
say,
yeah. Let
you
me
It's,
let me
it's,
answer that.
it
are.
has
Hold
it
on.
never it's never happened. It's never
Yes.
happened.
Y- No, hold on for a second. There is no systemic issue in India where
Has
there is a systemic failure.
aside from systemic, okay, so putting systemic aside, has it ever happened where it's sanctioned and tolerated by the state?
No, there is no violence
Not
that
a
is sanctioned
single
and
incident.
tolerated by the state. Not a single
It's
incident.
only in Pakistan, only in Bangladesh, and India is
It is a trap,
110%.
Sandeep.
Yes,
It
absolutely.
is second trap.
No, hold on for a second, guys. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Keep on interrupting over each other. No, Peter, there is no systemic issue in India. There is no violence
But
sanctioned by the state
as I
or
said,
supported by the state.
if we set aside for a moment the idea of systemic, so maybe it's not systemic. So set that aside. Has it ever happened? Like, is there one incident or two incidents where it's something, it's an atrocity, it's under BJP or under Congress or under any administration? Has this ever happened maybe in the past 20, 30 years in India where there is some kind of an atrocity that's committed, especially something, because we're talking about anti-minority in Pakistan and Bangladesh. Has this ever happened in India as well, where, setting aside systemic, where
No.
it,
Yeah, hold on for a second.
it's
So,
tolerated and sanctioned by the state?
2 billion population.
yeah, hold on for a second, Jimurthy ji. So, there is nothing not even a single incident which is sanctioned by a state. Atrocities have happened. The biggest atrocity is whatever happened to the Hindus of Kashmir. 500,000 of them were made homeless overnight. Hundreds were killed. They were given three choices: either convert, uh, uh, or leave, or die. So most of them chose to leave. Some of them who did not leave were killed, and they were made example out of. So this is the
G,
biggest atrocity that has happened
G,
in India.
if I can ask respectfully,
Hmm.
to challenge you a little bit, say for instance with 2002 Gujarat, I'm gonna name two.
Yeah.
2002 Gujarat.
Hmm.
In 2002 Gujarat, there were BJP MLAs, and even if I recall correctly, I believe it was the Minister of Education in Gujarat at the time,
Harin
who
Pandya. Yeah.
who are on record saying that they participated in the violence against Muslims. The second one is Orissa, in
No, no.
2000.
Okay, hold on. I don't know about the Odisha
It,
one. Let me answer
it,
the Gujarat one. I'll come to Odisha.
if I
for
can, I'll be
many
20. I'll be
Yeah.
20 seconds. I'll
No,
finish
no,
up
no.
my thought.
Peter, let's go one by one. We'll
G.
talk about the Odisha
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Okay.
Gujarat one. Actually, if you look at the report, the riot started when a train full of Hindus were burnt down by a Muslim mob that included some Congress corporators as well. So there were Congress politicians involved in that act. That's when the riot started. After that, of course, there were riots and people were killed on both sides, but that was brought into control very quickly. The troops were ordered very next day. Military were summoned by Modi to control the crowd. There were many Hindus killed, not only by Muslim mob, also by police firing to control that rioting. So, if you look at overall, there are politicians involved in these riots on both sides. You cannot just blame one party for this one, right? So that's what happened.
Okay. So in that case, I mean, was BJP the ruling party in Gujarat at the time? Yes or no?
Yes, BJP was the ruling party.
And at the time, is it correct that there are BJP MLAs who are on record saying that they participated in the violence?
What do you mean on record? Did they say it in the court?
They've said it on camera.
That I don't know. I know the court proceedings. The court has convicted some of them. I think.
Have you seen the Tehelka Sting videos?
No, I haven't seen it. If you referring to Rana Ayub's
If I
Tehelka,
recall correctly, Baba Bajrangi, I believe he was an MLA.
no,
I
Babu
think
Bajrangi was not an MLA. Sorry, that's it.
he was. I think he was actually elected within a year after the
No,
fact.
somebody can correct me here. 13th
look at the GK of Peter.
No, no, hold on. Let's not try to insulting. Is it true Babu Bajrangi was an MLA?
No.
Okay, yeah. So it was not an MLA, Peter. You're just ill-informed. Sorry.
Actually, you're correct. I believe that I may be mistaken about the specific name of the individual, but there is one of the individuals who was on camera with this Tehelka Sting, who was an MLA, I believe, maybe not at the time, but after the fact, within about a year, who is on camera stating that he was involved in the violence.
No, there is no such MLA who is on camera saying this thing. Maybe I don't. There was some person who said that. That guy is not an MLA though. So yeah, yeah. That's you want to talk about Odisha thing? I don't know about Odisha. So
Sure.
somebody.
So
Sandeep,
with Odisha,
may I?
number two with Odisha, and I'll wrap up after this. With Odisha, 2008, the chief minister of Odisha at the time, who his name escapes me at the moment, but he was not with the BJP, but he was aligned with the BJP through his particular political party. And he ended up stating that within about 6 months or a year, that even though he was aligned with the BJP, he ended up stating that the RSS, VHP, BJP were responsible for the anti-Christian violence in Odisha. And once again, there were BJP leaders who were on record being involved in the anti-Christian violence in Odisha. Is that not true?
Are you talking about Graham Stills?
I'm talking about Condomal in 2008.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Odisha. Yeah, who knows about Odisha here?
Well, I think that would be a particularly important thing to consider. Like if
I mean, maybe somebody else knows here. Just please state the facts. Why
84,
anybody?
84 Sikh riots were also important, but you've forgotten.
No, 13th August. Let's speak at Odisha for now. Does anybody know about Odisha thing? If you don't, that's fine. Yeah, sorry, Peter. I don't think nobody knows what you're talking about here. Scarlett, do you know Odisha thing?
No, I do not know. I just wanted to say one thing. As I said earlier, India is not a crime-free society. There'll always be acts of crime. And to reiterate this,
but aren't acts of crime aren't
Peter,
acts of crime by individuals differentiated but from acts of crime by actual political leaders?
yes, they are differentiated. So if you learn, if you know some manners, will you please stay quiet while I speak? Thank you.
G, go ahead.
Yeah, please, you should go learn some manners. Maybe they don't teach you in America. We do teach our
Scarlett, please.
No, you have it accurately. We don't actually have manners lessons in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
let's not get personal. Just let's speak on the facts, please.
The years between 1960 and 1967, it was that period in which India saw the worst communal riots in the states of Gujarat, Maharashtra, um, to some extent Madhya Pradesh, definitely Uttar Pradesh. And during that period, we all know which party was in power. This is not to go back and then say, point the fingers at certain parties, but these are facts. There are enough stats to show that those were the worst years in post-independence India. And since then, things have gotten progressively better, both under Congress as well as BJP, because we have law enforcement agencies being continuously reformed, even though there is a lot of room for improvement even now, because we are a huge population and we do not have enough lawyers, we don't have enough proper justice courts, that fast track courts, nor do we have enough number of policemen. But that's a different story. So it is not a crime free society. There will be crime, but there has not been a single instance of state sponsored, state sanctioned crime as it is being suggested. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
G, I appreciate that. Just within the context of Gujarat, it's curious to me because I look at so many things. One of the speakers earlier mentioned that Modi was exonerated and found not guilty in the courts. Now, I'm curious, which trial was it which Modi was in? Which trial? In which he was found not guilty by a judge, because as far as I understand, he was never put under trial. And as far as I understand, it was found that there was not enough evidence to charge him, and therefore he was never charged. So if you're not charged, how can you actually undergo trial to be found not guilty and thus be exonerated?
Hey, Baba, Modi was acquitted by highest court of India, Supreme Court.
Terminology. I mean, acquitted. What do you mean by acquitted?
Record time as a chief minister, he was interrogation was a record time. No chief minister or not anybody was interrogated for continuously. I do not remember. I think more than 30 or 32 hours. Okay, and in S27 bogies, there were two girls who were our employees and the witness, and because of their safety, I cannot name or not show the videos or post their videos, but there is enough witness whom I talked to that there was a planned attack on that car sevak S27 bogie. They could escape because they felt something fishy.
Piyush, I think the question. Piyush, the question was specific
no,
to
he
the
was
Modi.
talking
Just
about
hold
the
on for a
Gujarat
second.
minister. That is Maya Kodnani. Maya Kodnani, not minister.
No,
She was
that's
the
not the
MLA.
question. The question about the Modi, was he
tried or was he acquitted?
Yeah,
Sandeep,
Mr.
can I
Please go on.
Yeah,
explain this? I know this case very well, so I can explain it a bit better.
yeah. Go ahead.
You know what happened is Godhra is called mini Pakistan, and the congressman there was Ahmed Patel. He was a Muslim guy, and it's called mini Pakistan because there are a lot of Muslims live in Godhra.
No, Jim Murthy.
So now what
So
happens?
so 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 mini Pakistan is kind of like this like
Oh, it's called mini
microaggression
Pakistan.
term. This
The other
No,
name
no.
for
microaggression
Hold on
Godhra
for a
term.
is mini
second,
Pakistan.
guys. No, this is not. This is going in circles. The question was Modi
Yeah. I'm
tried
coming
and
exactly to that.
acquitted?
So now when fire brigade came, Ahmed Patel and his goons.
No, Jim Murthy. The question was about the trial and the
Exactly,
investigation. Just
exactly.
hold on for. Okay,
That's what I'm
let me
coming. That's what I'm
summarize.
coming to. That's what I'm coming to. And the police was also not entered. So that is why within 6 hours, Modi ji had consulted Rajasthan and MP police, which was a led Congress government. They also did not come. Then he within 12 hours he had contacted center, and the center then he had to withdraw army for it because the police was not able to enter because of the Ahmed Patel. So that's the most important crux in this. The Ahmed Patel had refused for Modi and his party and his police and his fire
Okay.
brigade to
So
enter
that's
to
not the
Godhra.
question, Jim Murthy. Hold on for a second. Hold your thought. I think that's
That is
important
why he was
information.
evicted because within 6 hours he had
Sir,
mobilized the
hold on
momentum
for a
back.
second, Jim Murthy ji. I'll come to you. I think I want to address the question of trial and the investigation. So here are the facts. The Modi was investigated by an investigation agency which was under the
FI.
opposition parties, and that was monitored by an independent agency appointed by the court and adjudicated by an independent judiciary system. There were three checks and balances to make sure the investigation was free and fair. He was interrogated for 9 hours by the police. They looked into all the evidence. They didn't find anything that would
Not
enable them
police,
to charge him.
Sandeep. It was he was interrogated by CBI, one of the premier agencies.
Yeah, did I say something wrong? Um, yeah. So here's the thing. So you cannot just go by, was he charged or not charged? Because he was investigated by opposition party controlled agencies. They did everything to find something on him. They could not find anything because he was not involved in anything. If you look at the chronology, it makes it very clear to everyone the time the riot started and the time the police forces were called in. It happened in very quick succession. He also called police from the other states, which were Congress ruled. And if he was trying to commit any acts of violence, why would we invite a police force of a neighboring state which is ruled by an opposition party? So it has been investigated many
Quickly,
times over and over,
if I might ask, are
and it
all
was no. Hold on for a second,
the
Peter.
G G G
What
are
matters
all
to
of
what matters to Indians
sorry,
is the
go ahead.
Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has said that there is no evidence of him doing anything wrong. So that rests the matter for us. You may or may not be convinced that, for as far as Indians are concerned, that's the final word.
Many things I could say about that. But one of the first things is Modi is a member of the RSS up until he attained office as Chief Minister of Gujarat. That was the only political office he ever held. Before that, everything else he did in public life was as a member of the RSS slash BJP.
No, that's not actually correct. He was moved out of RSS and joined the BJP. I think at least a decade before he became the chief minister. He was working as a
As
party
as
official,
I
a
said,
BJP official, working overseeing elections and all those things. So your
G
information is incorrect.
as I said, he was up until then he was a member of the RSS and or
No,
slash
he was not.
and or slash BJP. So he was assigned from the RSS to work within the BJP, at the national level within the
Yeah,
national.
that is not a
Yeah,
crime though.
I'm not saying it is.
So what's the
And
issue?
and up until then, that was the only thing that he did. Then, when the riots broke out in Gujarat, allegedly, according to basically every international source that I've seen,
So
maybe it's
what is the
wrong.
source of these international sources? Where did they get this information?
Sanjeev Bhatt, IPS.
Maybe it's wrong, but according to every international source that I've seen, that the perpetrators of the riots against Muslims in Gujarat were Bajrang Dal and VHP, which are subsidiaries, affiliates of the RSS, to which Modi belonged.
Are you saying only Muslims died in that riots? What does the
I
international sources say?
I am also saying, if you want to talk beyond international, you
No,
want to talk
no,
about.
no. Let's stick to the international sources. What do the international
let's
sources say about the victims?
let me few seconds. I'll wrap up. I'll shut up. I'll listen to you. And beyond international, if we want to talk about domestic sources, yes, we do have Sanjeev Bhatt. Sanjeev Bhatt was a top cop. He was a top police officer in Gujarat police at the time. He's implicated Modi. We have that's one. We have two. We have Haran Pandya. Haran Pandya was a BJP minister in the Gujarat government. He also implicated Modi before he was suspiciously assassinated. We have three. We have the Tehelka sting. We have multiple members, participants in the riots, in the violence, RSS members, BJP members, etc., who are on camera. It's indisputable that they are members of these organizations, and they're on camera stating, I'm not here to say they're correct or they're incorrect. I'm saying this is what's on camera. This is what, when I watch the video, that's what they're saying. And when I watch the camera,
Yeah. Okay.
they are
Yeah.
members of these,
Yeah. You're
and they're
repeating yourself
members.
now.
They're members of RSS, BJP, VHP,
Yeah.
etc.
Okay.
And they're saying in so many words that Modi gave us license, that Modi switched judges for us, etc., to prevent us being prosecuted. So you have multiple different sources, like Sanjeev Bhatt, you have Harm
Yeah.
Bandia, you have the
Okay.
Telga Sting. It's not one, it's like at least three. You have multiple different sources which implicate Modi. So
Yeah.
how do you deal with that?
Yeah. So yeah, I'll tell you how. All if the just because there is a claim, that doesn't mean that it is true. All these claims were examined by the court.
I
It
agree. I agree. Just
Yeah.
because there's a claim, it doesn't mean it's true. But once you have
Yeah. So
not just
I'm
one, but
answering
like
Peter.
three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the three claims, multiple claims were examined, and they turned out to be false. That's what the court found. And I don't know what your international sources say about who killed Hindus. They're very quiet, silent, because they seem to know.
Was VHP and Bajrang Dal involved in the riots?
Politicians and
Who
organizations of
killed 300 Hindus? Is the question
multi.
he's
No,
asking.
no, no.
Well.
Yes.
That's a good question, but I'm also asking the question at the moment, like, was
So
VHP
you
and
sometimes you
Bajrang
answer
Dal
also
involved or
before you
not?
ask.
Yeah. So was Congress involved, Peter? What does your information say about? Was Congress politicians involved in the riots?
There's not a single source I've ever seen that says that they are.
Do you know who set fire to the Godra train?
That's a good question, and as I understand it, it's never been determined.
Okay, it's determined to be a bunch of one Congress corporator led the mob, and they burned the train, and they were all convicted. So it's in the court records. So it was determined who they found the place where
Okay. So if you say that, then can you answer me, like, was VHP and Bajrang Dal involved in the riots in Gujarat? Yes or no?
I mean, I
What
don't
are
know. I
you
mean, there
saying?
might
You're
be
saying
individuals.
international sources, though, Sandeep.
No, no.
Were there
Hold on for
were
a
there
second.
any BJP officials involved in the riot?
There was BJP officials
Yeah.
involved. There were Congress officials involved. There are all kinds
So
of
so 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 so
people of
so so so
all
there
kinds of
were
organizations involved.
so from what you're saying, I mean, okay, I'll accept that. Maybe there were Congress officials involved. Maybe there were. I'll accept that.
Yeah, those
So
who were
so
involved were convicted.
if there were Congress officials involved, were there also BJP officials involved?
Those who were involved were convicted. There could be a few people who are associated with BJP. Yeah, they were convicted.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So there were
who
BJP
was
officials
BJP
involved.
official when the train cars were burned? Who, who were the BJP officials? You know about I think seven or more those rioters from Godhra are already convicted and are being death penalty is given to them. You know that, and you know about DG Vanjara. Is a Sandeep, sorry, just 30 seconds.
No,
I want to go. I'm just 30 seconds,
yeah,
please.
just be
Uh,
concise, please.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to go because I can't bear this. Yeah, when I was not doing research myself and when I was studying on WhatsApp, yeah, I used to
Yeah,
believe so
get
many
to the
things.
point, my friend.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I go.
Peter,
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions for you. You asked a question to Sandeep. What is his interest asking for or happenings in India or the talking about Hindu causes? What's your interest talking about Hindu nationalism in India, speaking from America? What's your interest as a Christian?
Two things, pretty much. One is humanitarian interest, and second is that I've been involved in this field for almost 17 years, specifically on the issue of internationalism for about 7 to 8 years. And in that time, all of my closest friends are Indians. And everybody I associate with on a day to day basis is Indian. And so my interest, first and foremost, as I mentioned, is it's humanitarian. But second, it's because everybody that I know and I love that's like involved in my day to day life is an Indian person who is concerned about these issues. That's basically why.
Very, very well. I love the humanitarian aspect of it. Since you picked up Asifa, have you raised a voice against Shraddha, who was chopped off in 35 pieces by Aftab, the Muslim blogger, food blogger, or Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded for supporting Nupur Sharma? Does that
Well,
fall under the humanitarian category for you?
that would certainly fall into the humanitarian category for me. I would have to look into those specific incidents.
Very well.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of the specifics of them.
That's
See,
what.
look at how hollow
In
this
in
man is.
Okay, guys,
in
just hang on for a second. Just 1 second. We have Sindhu Desh here. I think he needs to leave. He's from Pakistan. Go ahead, Sindhu Desh.
Thank you, Sandeep. This is so amazing. It's mind-boggling to hear that the reason for interest in India is humanitarian. From a land which has occupied land, soil from which Peter is
We
speaking
can't
has
hear
been
you, my
soaked
friend.
from blood of the native population, and then have the forms to say that the reason for this speaking against India is humanitarian. This is a joke, nothing else. Until and unless all the Europeans leave USA, they have absolutely no right to speak about any humanity cause, as long as they are occupying others' land after committing total and complete genocide of the native population. And the actual reason why these kind of entities they exist even to this day and teach us about the humanitarian reasons is that this agenda is ongoing for last 300 years almost, rather more than that. Since the time of occupation of all the land, the native civilization and native culture has always been demonized and their genocide has been supported. What we are hearing right now is a continuation of that. India belongs to Hindus. Nobody else has any right to commit cultural genocide of India, be it Muslims, be it Christians. They do not have any right. This land natively, originally belongs to Hindus. Why should anybody else have any interest in promoting their culture in Indian land? Only because you have been able to occupy and commit complete genocide of native population in America. That does not mean same should repeat everywhere else. Hindu civilization is the last surviving civilization which these kind of mindset are hell bent to destroy, and that is why they pretend to be, talking about humanitarian cause and talking about human rights while sitting on the skulls of all those innocent human beings whom heads they've chopped off. I mean, the irony died 1,000 times when they named Operation Geronimo when they were killing. Geronimo was the freedom fighter from America who was resisting the British occupation there. And these people come and teach us about humanitarian cause. They should not be entertained, first of all. As long as European mindset is not restricted to their own land, Europe belongs to them, nobody is quarreling about that. They can go and do whatever they want there. They have got no right to exist in Americas, in Canada, in Australia, in New Zealand. What have they done with the Aboriginal people there? And they are coming and teaching us about humanitarian cause. Land which has given the concept of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. They can do that. I mean, it is so surprising that we entertain this kind of mindset even to this day. We have given the concept of civilization to world. We don't need to be taught by the people savages who have committed unimaginable horrors on humanity. At least, I mean, we at the time when we were, uh, we have, we had our own town planning system. We were living peacefully in our land. These people were killing each other's. They were eating each other's flesh 5,000 years ago. And today they're coming and telling us how to live like a human being. Peter, you have to go back and see where you come from before you lecture others. India belongs to Hindus. They are the native population here. Nobody else is. If you don't know even this basic thing, you will, even after knowing this, you will never accept this because you are reaping benefit of that loot and plunder that has been committed by your forefathers on the land where you are sitting right now. Only because these people do not ask you to go back to your place and leave their land. To justify your existence there, you want everywhere else to become same. This is why we are having this kind of discussion today. That Hindutva theme content cannot be discussed in India. Where else will it be discussed? Why Hindutva should not exist in India?
Yeah, I think Sindhudesh, you need to be specific. We are talking about atrocities in India and Pakistan. There are a lot of history, civilizational thing, but I think Peter, he is a human rights activist. He focuses on India and ignores
No, he cannot
Pakistan.
be.
That's what
This is
we're
the
talking
point. He cannot be a human rights activist. He's pretending to be a human rights activist. While sitting in America, nobody can be human rights activist. It is impossible, humanly impossible.
Yeah, and also Indian police accuse him of being on the payroll of ISI. It's not me saying, the Indian police.
I think also PRC.
PRC?
Funded by Chinese also, it looks like.
Yeah, yeah.
Also KGB, if I have to add to it.
No, I think
No. KGB won't touch you.
no,
Come
guys,
on, don't
hold
fool
on.
us.
Iqbal, you're trivialize. You,
Yeah.
I think you're trivializing the serious issue here. Has any? It's not what you think. You have to have
Yes,
some
Sandeep.
kind of
Sandeep, if
evidence.
you were to switch on the TV now, today, 12 Hindu temples have been vandalized in Bangladesh. Today. Day
But
before in Lahore.
Peter is not focusing on Bangladesh, nor in
Yeah, day
Pakistan. I'm just
before
saying
our
that.
sixth. have been harassed in Lahore, and we
Yes,
were on the
dude, but
streets.
doesn't matter. It's not the focus. It's not the focus for Peter. Understand that. He's interested in India. He's interested in the
And
minorities
then
of
he
India.
claims that he's not funded by Chinese.
So don't worry. That's where we're coming to. That's where we're coming to. He's focusing on
I
No,
would
India
add
for a reason,
CIA as
right?
well.
no, this is the problem, right? If you make wild
So don't
allegations,
give
Maybe,
yourself so much
maybe
respect, Peter.
CIA
You
is
are a
a
third grade.
possibility.
Only ISI will touch,
Also,
not
also
CIA.
guys,
Well,
if you make wild allegations, that could be dismissed as wild allegation. If you are saying something, have some references. Quote Indian police or somebody who said that he is taking money from PRC. If not, just don't say it. I am quoting Indian Delhi police saying that he is on the payroll of ISI. Do you have something similar to that? Just pin the link to say that he's taking money from PRC. Otherwise, you're going to trivialize entire thing as hearsay. Let's not do that.
Peter, do you earlier said you have no connection with of me? Do you stand by with that response?
I would say, who does Delhi police work for? Who are they under the
No, no,
jurisdiction of?
I'm
It's
asking specific question on your of me organization, Minorities of India. Were you in payroll for of me at all?
No, I've never been on the payroll of OPMI. No,
Why did they put you as the author then in their organization?
because I've been a collaborator with them.
You collaborated with them, okay?
And can I ask, what's the problem with that?
Oh, there is no problem. You can collaborate whoever, but so that means are you saying you are no way connected to the vandalization of Gandhi statues in America?
I oppose it.
Then why did you say Gandhi got to go?
I have particular opinions about Mohandas Gandhi, and based on those opinions, I don't support erection of his statues,
Hmm.
but that does not equate to supporting vandalism of them.
Okay. So let me just connect the dot here. You have no connection with Of Me, you said, but you are also an author in Of Me because you collaborated with them. Of Me was involved in vandalization of Gandhi statue, and you saying you have no connection with that, but also you said Gandhi got to go.
If may interject, you said API was involved in the vandalization of statues of Mohandas Gandhi. That is not true, and there is zero proof of that. And based on my interactions with the people I know in APMI, that is
And
something they
you
would never support.
and you accuse Modi. What is the proof you have?
Well, that's a different
No, that's not different.
issue.
That shows your double standards. That shows how big a hypocrite you are. Either
Well,
you believe in law or you don't.
I'm
Also,
happy
just 3 days back,
to
just
address
three
those
days back,
issues one
Peter,
at a
hold on.
time.
Just 3 days back, there was a woman in Sindh, Shikarpur. Her husband is a landless laborer. Some Punjabi settlers, they barged into her home, forcibly took her to a secluded place. They stripped her naked, tortured her, raped her, filmed the entire incident, and then they left her to die. Only because she happened to be a Hindu. Now, this kind of incidents will not be highlighted by a mindset represented by a gentleman sitting, Peter. This kind of mindset, not individual. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm targeting the mindset because their complete total objective is to get these kind of incidents happen everywhere in India as well. The part of India which has been occupied or taken away from Hindus, the situation there of native population Hindus have is exactly the similar to what these people did in USA and in Canada and in Australia of the native population, and they want same thing to repeat. Hindus must be prosecuted in their own land in order for their own existence to be justified, and that is why this mindset is prevailing, especially in United States. This will be sharing more details about her once some action is taken against the culprits. But as of
Yeah, I
now,
mean, so
yes.
long story short, Peter, if you're concerned about humanity and the largest
a number of atrocities. I think you should look towards Pakistan and Bangladesh. That's where the data shows, after all, people vote with their feet. You would see, almost 20,000 people coming to India every year seeking protection from religious persecution. You would see, a lot of reports of problems, systemic problems in Pakistan. I think if anybody, any human rights activist worth his salt, should look at it, especially if they're looking at subcontinent. Your obsession about RSS, BJP, and Modi, kind of makes me believe what Delhi police have said about you and ISI. It's not unheard of ISI doing such things. They always do it. So, just objectively speaking, your justification that since India is a large country, I'm focusing on that. That doesn't hold any water. If you look at the largest number of atrocities that's happening across the border, the census data shows it. During just before independence, just before partition, the West Pakistan had almost 20% of population as minorities. Now it's less than 2.
27%.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that, Sandeepji. And just objectively speaking, certainly one would, as far as drawing conclusions about these issues, tend to want to rely on actual proofs and evidences. But the main thing I would revert to is just once again asking, I mean, is it true or is it not true that over the past year, and especially increasing over the past several months, there are multiple videos of Hindu nationalist supporters who are speaking to groups of hundreds or even thousands in the audience, where they are calling for social boycotting of minorities. They are guiding and leading oaths to eliminate minorities, especially
No, no,
Muslims,
no.
and establish a
There
Hindu
was
Rashtra.
yesterday in New York
And
City,
and
boycott
and
Hindus.
they are distributing
There
weapons
was
to
procession in New
youth as
York City
weapons.
Yeah,
yesterday,
yeah.
boycott
Okay.
Hindus.
Equals, hold on for a second. Yeah, those kind of videos on both
Whatever's
sides.
happening in New York City,
No, Peter.
maybe
Yeah,
that. So
let me
so I'm
answer.
not denying that may or may
Yeah.
not be happening.
Okay, so let
Is
me.
Oh, there is a
is
video
that
proof of that. You
what I'm
cannot
asking
deny
about
unless you are a
also
moron.
is that what's
Right,
is
right,
that
right.
is
Okay.
that also what I'm asking about? Is that also happening in India with
Yeah,
Hindu
Peter, I
nationalists?
got your question. Let me answer now. So yeah, there are this kind of rhetorical videos on both sides. The Muslims doing the same thing, but if you look at the actual number of crimes, number of beheadings, there are more Hindus killed.
Are you aware of well, I think it's Sudesh Javanke, isn't it? And in December 2021 in Delhi, what the event that he led, are you aware of that event?
What, did he kill anyone? Did he behead anyone?
Did he or did he not lead a oath taking ceremony in which he pledged people to kill
Why should we answer you that?
No.
Who are you
Hold
to
on
ask?
for a second. No.
This is this is his freedom
fight
of
for or
expression,
die to
man.
create a Hindu Rashtra?
We are a free
Did
Okay.
he or did
country.
he not
Hold
do
on,
that?
guys. Stop
Did he or
heckling.
did he not do that? Did he or
Okay.
did he not do that?
Okay. So I don't know about Suresh Chavanki what he said. What I know is the actual crimes that were committed when members of the one community have killed members of other community. If you look at those crimes, there are more Hindus that are being killed by the Muslims. This actual number of people
That
killed.
may not be, and I'm
That
certainly
is the truth,
opposed.
my
I
friend.
am,
There
my
are,
friend,
my
I
friend.
can send
I
you the
am
list of
certainly,
200.
I am not a Muslim, and so I am certainly opposed to any extremism committed by Muslims,
Oh,
and
come on,
especially
man.
so
Okay.
If you count number of
as
people killed the
you're
world
not a
over, Christians
Muslim,
have killed the most.
I'm not a Muslim. Can we both agree that we're opposed to extremism committed by
Peter,
Muslims, by Christians, by Hindus, by any religion?
Peter, you mentioned you are not connected to ISI earlier. And you also denied that you had any connection with Bhajan Singh Bhinder, who's a Iqbal Chaudhry and connected to ISI. It's ISI operative. and was
which is a completely unproven allegation. And once
just
again,
a second.
I mean
Just a second. Just a
that's
second. Just
absolutely
one
projecting.
second. I haven't just a quick second. Just 30 seconds. I mean,
Purnima,
he's advising operating
that claim has no validity.
transporting weapons for Khalistan movement in India, and
Can I ask you, based off of the single article that alleges that he did
well,
that,
it's not
what
about
is the
single
conclusion of
article.
that
You're
article
asking for
that he
proof for
chose
everything for
not
yourself.
to? He chose not
However,
to.
oh, wait, hold on a second. Right. If you are not connected to Khalistan propaganda or Khalistan farmers protest, were you there in the Zoom call with Rakesh Tiket? Yes or no?
Why should I not be?
You were not there?
If I were, what's the problem with that?
No, you said you didn't support farmers protest. Were you there in the
Rakesh
call?
Tikait is not a Khalistani. What are you talking about?
Were you there in the farmers protest?
You're spewing nonsense. What are you talking
You
about?
were
Rakesh
you
Tikait is a Hindu.
were you present in the meeting with Rakesh Tiket and Khalistani
Rakesh
sympathizer
Tikait is a
Yes or no?
Hindu.
Yes
Rakesh
or
Tikait
no?
Peter,
is
the
a
way you
Hindu.
ask yes and no questions,
You are
that's the way
not
she's been
answering.
asking you. Can you
You're
please
not
handle that?
answering. You are not denying, or you're not denying a question being asked to you. Were you in the meeting for Khalistan protest with Rakesh Tiket and Khalistani sympathizer Mo Daliwal? Yes or no?
I was not in a meeting with any Khalistani sympathizers or with any Khalistani meeting.
Okay.
Rakesh
The report,
Tikait is a Hindu
it's
from
so
Uttar
report.
Pradesh.
Do not tell us who's Hindu or who's Muslim over. I'm asking you, were you there? You said you were not there. So the report that came across that November 2021, a Zoom meeting that was held, and Rakesh Tiket, Khalistan sympathizer, Mo Daliwal,
You said
wait a second,
Rakesh
wait a
Tikait, a
second,
Hindu
Peter,
farmer
wait
in
a
Uttar
second.
Pradesh,
No,
is
no,
Peter,
a
Peter, let her
Khalistani
finish, my friend.
sympathizer. That's insane.
Peter, wait a second. You have been
Farmer
asking.
Rakesh Tiket is a farmer,
You are
breaking
not
news.
there. So the report that came is wrong, right? That in your answer and defense, you are saying the report that came across is incorrect. Correct? Is that right? So
Is
you're
Rakesh
denying your
Tikait?
involvement,
Are,
right?
are, are, are you alleging that Rakesh Tikait, a Hindu
Are you?
farmer in
I'm not
UP,
asking about Rakesh
is a
Tiket. I'm
Khalistani
asking about
sympathizer?
you, Peter. I'm
Purnimaji,
asking
he is
about you.
morally corrupt. He's morally
Are you?
corrupt. He has no ethics. He is
Were
morally
you?
corrupt man.
Jimurti, just a second. Let him answer. Are you involved? Were you involved? Yes or no? Do not tell me who's Hindu or who's Muslim over here. I did not ask that question. Were you involved? Were you part of that meeting? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking you.
And all I'm asking is, why does it matter
Oh, it
if I
doesn't
was or
matter
if I
what
was
is
not?
matter. I'm asking you a question. You are not denying it. Understood that.
At that point,
So, Peter, let me interpret. Okay, let me interpret what just happened over here. You did not deny your involvement with Off Me. You did not deny your involvement with farmers' protest. You actually couldn't deny what Delhi police had said about you and as a ISI operative. Now let me ask you the last question. CAA, you were absolutely interested in CAA and pushing anti-CAA agenda over here. You also claim to be a human rights activist. Could you please tell me how many Muslims were thrown out of India after CAA was declared? Please tell me the number.
could you please tell me how many Indian citizens were opposed to CAA?
Could you? I have asked you a question.
So he has the only right to ask you a question, Purnimaji. He will not answer any one of those. He
Yeah,
won't.
Could you please tell me?
Could you
yeah,
Could you
please
please tell
tell
Peter.
me
me?
in the
Could you please
situation
tell?
of
Could you
the
please tell me?
Rakesh Tiket
Look,
on
Peter.
Zoom?
Come on,
Look,
Sandeep.
That
Peter.
was
Enough of ISI agents.
post farmers
Look,
protest after
Peter.
Show him
farmers lost
respect.
ground in
Respectfully ask him
Bangladesh.
to exit now.
Look, Peter. Do you think 100 crore Hindus are stupid? and they cannot figure out what is right for them or not. You as a Christian American has to figure out and poke and tell Indians what they need to do. My question is very simple. CAA was protested by you, and I want to know how many Muslims were thrown out of India because of CAA. Could you please tell us a number?
Yes, my question is very simple,
No,
Purnamaji.
that's not the question.
As far as
I
you
have asked
mentioned,
you
a
the
hundred core
question.
Hindus,
I have asked you the question.
a
You can't
hundred
answer
core
the damn
Hindus did
question.
not vote for the BJP.
You cannot answer a question.
30
It is a
in
question. The
2014,
law that was
33%
passed,
of
the
people in
sovereign
India
damn
voted for the
country,
BJP. That's not
you
a
have
hundred
the
core.
audacity
Hindus
to go
are not
around the
Hindus.
country and lobby against that country and their law. And you do not have a number to tell us live on this show that you don't know what's
Well,
the
you're a
number.
very
Why don't you,
deceptive person,
why,
ma'am,
why don't you
because
tell, why
you
don't you
talk
tell
about
us
me being
how many
opposed to
Muslims?
India. India is the
Why,
country I love with my life, with my
Hey,
heart.
hey, please, Peter, don't, don't, don't.
don't
You love
emotionally
USA, man. Don't.
Don't love India, Baba.
yeah, don't love India. We don't have any, we don't need anybody to love. But
Which is insane. You're asking
you,
me.
Oh, okay, guys, calm down. Let's not speak over each other. Peter, let Purnima ji make her point, then you can answer. Please, others, don't heckle. You're not adding any value by heckling speakers who are speaking. Raise your hand. I'll come to you. And let Purnima ji and Peter have conversation. If you want to speak, please raise your hand. I'll come to you, but no heckling, please. Yeah, go ahead, Purnima ji.
yeah, I was not able to unmute myself. So Peter, you didn't give me a number for how many Muslims were thrown, but could you please then give me a number how many Muslims were killed since CAA was declared? Please tell us that number.
Well, in the Delhi pogrom of February 2020, at least about 50.
Who caused the Delhi program?
I would blame it on Kamal Nath and other BJP politicians.
Oh, so there was no connection with the PFI and the political party, AAP political party, and etc., who's actually causing all this Shaheen Bagh and etc. So you only found one-sided narrative?
Now, you say, I mean, you're talking about like PFI is the main entity responsible for Shaheen Bagh. I mean, from what I saw and from the people I was interacting with, this seems to have been an protest in Delhi that was primarily responsible or primarily the responsibility of local Muslims living within Delhi. That
Oh,
they were catalyzed, they were motivated, that they were so concerned about this issue that they took to the streets.
yeah, so
Oh,
protest is
one.
okay because India actually is a democratic country, you know. So protest is allowed. But you're saying that blocking roads for months and months and putting women and children over there under some damn tent was a some kind of, you know, rights for the people to create inconvenient, and which actually created this Delhi 2020 riots. And you're saying there's no hands of anybody else, just a
You you
one-sided narrative, right?
you
Is
you say, for instance, like putting women over there, which in my mind takes away the agency. From what I saw, the women that were involved in Shaheen Bagh were voluntarily there because they wanted to be there. Nobody was behind them. They weren't being pimped out. Like they were there because they believed in the cause. Whether
okay.
you
So
agree with it
could
or
you,
not, they believed in the cause.
that's fine. You can all have different ideas, and you can see your whatever is right from your point of view or the glasses that you wear. But could you please tell me how many Muslims were killed because of CAA and the law sovereign of a sovereign country, because you lobbied for it? Could you please tell me a number that Muslims are being genocided? I'm just trying to figure out where you come with all these narratives and the causes that you believe in.
Well, I mean, I would throw back at you, do you ever see any of these videos of Muslims being lynched? I mean, the Muslim like accused of supposedly stealing a mobile phone on a train in Delhi and being beaten up and then thrown off the train. Like, do you
No,
ever see any of these videos?
it sounds like you are opposed to Hindu Rashtra, which India is supposed to be Hindu Rashtra from
I'm opposed,
1947. If
ma'am,
could you tell me,
ma'am.
could you
Go
tell
ahead.
me why Muslims decided to stay in India after 1947? Could you please tell me that?
As far as what you just said about being opposed to Hindu Rashtra, yes, I am.
No,
I'm opposed to Hindu Rashtra, Muslim Rashtra, Christian Rashtra. I'm opposed to any kind of government, any kind of state which is based, any kind of nation state which is based off of religion.
Yeah, in that case,
Sikh
Peter, in
Rashtra,
that case,
etc.
Peter, you should be campaigning against the very existence of Pakistan. It's based on the religion. So
exactly.
I would say anything
I have
Exactly.
coming from you
spoken against the
yeah, start
idea
a
of
campaign
Islam,
to dismantle
Pakistan being.
Pakistan because it's based on the basis of religion. So
I don't
let's
Have you
support the
have you raised
yeah
dismantleization of
have
let's
Hindu
you
let's
Rashtra.
walk the talk.
have you
Even
raised your
even even
have you
US
raised
president takes oath on a Bible.
If he chooses, members of Congress take an oath on the Quran, on Bhagavad Gita, on Bible. No, you're incorrect. In the U.S., members, elected officials, whether it's U.S. Congress or the president, have the option, according to their choice, to take an oath on any religious book.
So, Peter, how many non-Christian presidents you had till now in American history, if may I
That's
ask?
the better question is, do they have a choice to take an oath based on another religion?
No,
And they
but
do
how
have
many
the
you had? I
choice.
mean, can you name them? Like how many?
The better
You.
question is, do
So
they
No,
have
they
the
actually,
have a choice
choice?
not to take oath on any
hang on,
religious
hang on,
book.
hang on.
That's
So
they have a
you had
choice.
a
Even
choice with
they
Barack
they
Obama,
don't even have to take a choice on a religious script at all if they don't want to.
but you had the
So
choice with Barack Obama, who was a practicing Muslim, but he was coerced to convert to
Barack Obama was
Christianity
not
to
a
become the president, right?
that's
Barack
a
Hussein Obama.
right wing talking point which is completely discredited. Barack Obama was not a practicing Muslim,
He
and
was a practicing Muslim. He was born to a Kenyan mother in Indonesia.
that's
He was raised there. So
then
he was a practicing Muslim, but to
now you sound like a Trumpian. Now you
but
sound
no,
like
but
like a
he was
conspiracy
coerced
theorist.
to. That's your internal politics. I mean, but we don't interfere in anyone's internal politics. But I'm just giving you a reference point because it's closer to home. It'll be easier for you
Okay.
to. Yeah, I mean, anyways, you blocked me, so I mean, I can't
Yeah,
see. But
Indian.
you were
Just
supposed.
hold on for a second. I think we should stick to fact. Barack Obama was not a practicing Muslim.
That's correct.
He
He was
was
a
a
practicing Christian.
practicing Christian. His mother was not Kenyan. His father was, and his
His father
mother
was
was an
Kenyan. Yeah,
American.
yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, just
yeah. He was brought up by a white family, though. I mean, that
yeah.
makes it.
So
And
Yeah.
I think for me, like one of the most important points is like I understand the idea that's being raised, that's been mentioned about okay, how many of the past presidents in America have taken an oath on the Bible? That's a good point. Good point.
All of
But
Yeah.
them.
So
for
what
me,
hints you have
for
done
me,
for that, Peter?
for me, the crucial issue is that at every level in American politics, that elected officials have the option to take an oath on any religious book that is their religious book,
And
or
that is everywhere.
or
And don't
or
get high points.
or
That is also in India.
But Peter,
No,
you
no,
name how many
this is not
presidents have
applied on
done.
India.
But you tell me how many presidents have taken
or
oaths not on Bible. Name me how many number. Give me a number. You're asking the number. I want the number. How many have done it?
Zero.
Zero, none.
or
So
if it's
how
their
how
choice.
you you're a champion of free speech and human rights and religious freedom. So what you have done about it at your back in your home? I mean, charity starts at home. What have you done about it?
So you're saying because somebody chooses to take an oath on the Bible, that therefore it's a restriction of religious freedom, even if they have an option not to?
No, but the environment you have created there, that it is impossible, right, for a non-denomination person to be chosen as a president. I mean, you prove me otherwise. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. You give me evidence and I'll accept it. If you got some, yeah, throw me an evidence and I'll just shut up.
And that Christian Democratic Party rules in Germany. And what is your view on Pope?
Wow, we're very wide ranging on this discussion. What is my view on the
No,
Pope?
guys, I think it's
I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Protestant or a Catholic. I'm Orthodox, so I don't support the Pope.
guys. I think he has already said he does not support any country based on religion. I think we should leave it at that. But again, I'm just asking him to prove the point and or walk the talk. Start a campaign for making Pakistan secular, at least, or
Also Bangladesh.
Bangladesh secular. That's I think Peter, your time well spent.
There are 56
Rather than
countries.
yeah.
Let's not forget Afghanistan because he's most interested in South Asia and India is his focus because of different
No,
reasons.
let's pick one country, right? We're
So
talking about Pakistan.
if we're talking South Asia, what is that? Afghanistan,
No, forget about
Pakistan,
Peter. Forget about. I think
Bangladesh, Sri
people.
Lanka, and India.
Yeah.
And by the way, it is not South Asia, it is South Asia. South Asia is the correct.
Yeah, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't correct
I,
people what they want to say, whatever they want to say. I'm going to, bring anybody down who interrupts. This is a very decent conversation going on, and so let's just stick to this.
yeah. Thank you,
Why?
Vishwa.
Yeah.
Just hecklers add no value. Sorry. Just we're trying to have a decent conversation here. Yeah, Indian. Yeah, make your point. Don't ask any rhetorical question. Say what you want to say. Make your point. Go ahead.
No, I mean, people have freedom of right and freedom of press as well. We are not opposed to that idea, but we are opposed to the idea of twisting facts and using it against us as an arsenal, and that's what it seems here. Um, uh, we are all for free press and all for religious freedom, and our democracy is quite thriving actually. If you want to look at the data suggests that since independence in 1947, the majority community has shrunk from 86%, it has come down to 76%, wherein the oppressed minority community was around 6%, which has gone up to 17%. So the data pretty much summarizes what's happening with the minority community. So the picture that there is a effort that India should be painted as a oppressor, and which many people are collaborating. Peter is collaborating with ISI, which is proven now, and he probably is a link between the church and Islamic theologists. I mean, he probably picks nitpicks on topics which are contentious. The only motive behind them is probably to instigate violence rather than to point it out. And that's my limited point at this moment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We have Satish ji raising his hand for a long time. Sorry, Satish ji, for keeping you waiting. Go ahead, make your point, sir.
So, Peter, I have a question for you. Why do you hate Modi?
Is it the be all end all of the question?
Yes, and then I will do the follow up. I know your answer.
Okay.
But I will do the follow
No,
up on that
Satish,
one.
I think you're better than that. Don't do this interrogation thing. Make your point without asking questions.
But that is what he's been doing all along,
because
Peter.
Sandeep, we have to ask right question.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time, my friend. It's not a police station where you can interrogate people.
Okay,
Just
so let me tell you.
summarize, concise, make an accusation if you have to. Just
Yes.
summarize your point. Yes.
Yes, I will summarize the point.
I'll just before you go on, I'll just answer your question in quick. I don't, and so then I'll turn the mic back to you.
That is a blanket lie. That is a blanket lie. I tell you. And that is the blanket lie, Peter. And that what you have been ranting against BJP, against Modi, against India, and uh, against all that India stands for. And you have accused them of fascism and all those things. And I give you one example of your attitude towards fascism. On Twitter, I had put one simple argument, nothing vulgar, nothing aggressive, no bad word in that tweet. Go and check. And you had blocked me. Okay? So you are truly and in all essence duplicitous. And the second thing I will tell all the panel, please don't fall into his trap to blame Christianity, to blame United States. This loser doesn't stand for anything. He is ardent hater, intense hater. And go and see his tweet. And please, I request all of you, don't hate USA. It is his trap. He doesn't represent USA. He doesn't represent Christianity. Okay? And Peter, I have Christian in my family. Okay? I cannot be more personal than that. You don't represent them. And we will not give you right to represent them. Okay? And you don't represent Indian. Forget about Indian minorities or Muslims. You don't represent even Muslims. You are just trader. You are trading hate. You are trading your own interest. And I have
making
a
money.
okay. And no, I don't know. And I have a very nice poem for people like you. I am just reciting that poem. And I don't give you. And I beg pardon on behalf of all people who said everything, anything, even slightly against United States or against Christianity. You don't represent, my friend, for anything which stands for United States. You are absolute loser. And here is your intellectualism. I have a good poem for you and listen to it. And that's it. I'm not going to say, I don't have time for you. Okay? Listen here. The eternal magic of seeing something, intellectualism, your intellectualism, so-called, you are not intellectualism, but that is what intellectualism is. The eternal magic of seeing something and of not seeing something, with all expertise, with all research, with a stamp and seal of all highness. Highness. You claimed humanitarian. No way you are humanitarian. Don't pretend that. Okay. So with all expertise, with all research, with a stamp and seal of all highness, the mental privilege, the impulsive propensity,
Yeah, so Satish, can you wind up, please? I'm
yes,
not
yes,
sure where you're driving at.
okay, please. I am just winding up. It is not even 1 minute. The
Yeah,
mental privilege, the impulsive propensity, undying obligation towards unhinged propaganda, perpetual, pernicious, persistent, and perilous. Mostly, is it not the beautiful pattern of life, your life, or say the life itself of intellect and intellectualism these days, or maybe always for you? Thank you.
Thank
uh,
you. Thank you for your
very impressive
contribution,
poetry.
Satish Kumaji. I appreciate it.
Yeah, very impressive poetry. Thank you. Yeah, Shiva, go ahead. Yeah, try to be factual. Don't get into emotional stuff.
Yeah,
Just
thank you,
yeah.
thank you. No, I won't get emotional. So I joined a little late. I'm just curious, Peter. I just checked your bio and your webpage and everything. You say you're a freelance journalist. Is that correct, or do you work for any company, or do you all by yourself?
That's correct.
Which part is correct?
All of the above.
Okay. So how do you support yourself? Like, how do you make a living?
Through donations from the Indian diaspora,
Oh, through the
primarily.
donations. Okay. and that's sufficient to make a good living?
Yes.
Okay. So you say you're a journalist, but I heard like a lot of commentary from all the folks, and you got a pretty dark, stripped down in this channel. So I won't do that. But my observation is most of your answers were judgments. They were not journalistic. You didn't observe anything. You passed on judgments like BJP did that, and then Modi did that, or this happened. You were very conclusive in your remarks. Every single remark was pretty conclusive. That's not what journalists do. They basically observe the facts and they report it. I don't think you're doing any of that. I'm seeing your webpage. It's like pretty much all anti Modi propaganda, and there is nothing journalistic about it at all. So if you are actually an ISI agent, you need to do a little bit better in hiding, like, maybe report petty crimes here and there so you look fair and balanced. Because your Twitter timeline, your web page is just like so, I would say, badly done, that it's quite comical. So I don't know how you got so much time in this room, but when I look at such people, it's pretty much a hit job. So it's quite comical. So my first question, I was hoping somebody would ask, that is like, how do you make a living? That answers pretty much everything. So if you are I'm maybe you are having a hard time finding a job and you're just living on donations from other people, but that kind of influences you towards your masters, whoever you paying you that money. You have to report on that. So I understand that. I just feel bad. That's all.
G, briefly, if to answer you, if you could help me to redesign my website, I would greatly appreciate. I'm not a talented web designer.
No,
This was
website is
done.
quite fine. I'm talking about the content. Its content is just like
Acha.
pretty much like written by somebody extremely poor at its job. When you gotta hide your marks. We have so many people like that who try to show fair and balanced. You need to learn there, I think.
So then on that issue, I am not fair and balanced. I am biased, openly biased, and I think that you may be, unfortunately, conflating news reporters with journalists. People who report the news, I'm not one of those. Those people need to be objective and just reporting just straight facts, just what
So
happened.
you're an opinion maker. You're an
However,
opinion maker.
however, I abide, for instance, by the ideology of Maria Ressa, who's a Filipina from the Philippines, who won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021. And as Maria Ressa stated, as a journalist who won the Nobel Peace Prize, in her words, to quote exactly, she said, "Journalism is activism." And I believe that there is no differentiation between journalism and activism. That's again, if you want to talk about news
No, I think
reporting, that needs to be objective. I'm
sure.
not a
I
news
get that,
reporter.
but I think you have gone 10 steps further and become a judge, because you have pretty much concluded everything and you're reporting on your judgments. That's quite far a reach, where you don't leave any room for anybody to think. You are passing on sermons like, hey, this is what's
Well,
happening.
I mean, if I'm talking about fascism,
See, that's you just
say
did
for
that
instance,
again. So
if I'm talking about Nazism, I have to talk about Nazism. I can't talk about Nazism and not be a judge of it.
right, yeah, these are loaded words, so it's pointless to argue about that. I'm just saying, like, people can read. People are very smart these days, so you gotta up your game there. So it's very easy to spot what's going on here. And since you have no other job other than live on other people's donations, so I kind of pity that.
Well, and especially the
Have you
salary
ever
from the
been to
ISI
India?
and the
Just
KGB and the
curious, have you ever
CIA.
been to India? I don't know anything about you, so
Oh, I mean, should I tell you?
up to you.
Yes, I have been to India. Yes, I
Okay, so
have.
those are expensive trips.
I've been to India. I love India.
Okay. All right. Last thing I
Well,
would say
well,
before I hang up is, like, you look pretty cute in that RSS pictures you have posted. So yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
yeah,
So
I just want
just
to
a
add
second, just a,
want to add one point. I don't think, we need anybody's love. Thank you, Peter, for loving India. But please, don't use that as a gateway for you to go in there and start discussing about issues selectively, and also, tell Hindus what they should do for their own country. You don't belong there.
What if Hindus in India want me to be doing this?
So let's talk about it, right? I want to summarize based on what you just said, right? Just a few minutes ago. First of all, you said human rights and journalism is why, because two things you mentioned why you are interested in India. One, because India is biggest country in South Asia. Two, for humanitarian reason, right? Um, Second thing you denied, your offering.
And I would
Can I
add,
just
I'm sorry to interrupt. I would add briefly. 3 is because after a long period of doing this, I have so many, like 99% of my friends are Indians, who support me doing
You mean
this in
donors?
all
You mean
commitments.
donors? Friends or
donors?
donors?
You may want to interpret it as that, but I mean
Hey, you
friends.
yourself said all your donors are Indians.
All my donors are Indians, and all of my friends are Indians. So one or the other, donors or friends or both.
Yeah,
Okay.
Peter,
Donors are
I think
masters, my friend. Donors are masters.
Peter, I
Right.
think
Right.
Hindus of Pakistan can use your help too. I think you need
Yeah.
to show them some love too, my friend.
Sorry, I forgot to
No,
ask
no,
one
that's okay.
question. Can I
That's okay,
interject a little
Sandeep.
bit?
He's not focusing. He's not focusing in Pakistan. That's okay. Let him. He has his rights to focus on wherever he wants to as an individual.
Purnima
So
ji,
he's focused in India.
Purnima ji,
I
I
don't
have a
have
question.
issues with that.
Sorry to interrupt. One last question for Peter. So I heard you, if I'm not wrong, you were saying that you are opposed to Islamic nations, right? There are like 50 plus countries on earth. Have you ever written or mentioned a single thing opposing any of those countries? Just curious.
Yes, on Twitter. I'll briefly answer this because I want to come back. I'm not trying to dominate the space. Um, yes, I have. I have not written any actual articles. I have posted tweets at minimum about, I believe, at least Pakistan, and issues that are occurring there in relation to human rights violations against India, and also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, about my opposition to Pakistan being an Islamic republic, which I do oppose. So yes.
But like I haven't seen anything. 99.9% of your content is about Modi and all that Hindutva and all that. So maybe I'll check that out. Yeah, so that's where I would
Yeah,
start
yeah.
if I was you. If I had to cover my
I don't,
tracks, those are the kind
routinely,
of things I would do. So yeah.
I don't about it routinely. It is something that I agree with. I do post about it. It's not something I focus on. My focus for the past 7 to 8 years has been primarily on the issue of Hindu nationalism in India.
So India
And
is not Hindu
that's
Rashtra yet, right? But there are 50 plus countries which are Islamic nations. So I'm quite surprised that you haven't done anything there, even though it's closer to your heart. It's quite
well,
contradictory.
if I'm focusing on South Asia in particular, I can't be a specialist on everything
Sure. So
in the
there is
So
world.
Bangladesh,
there are two Islamic
Afghanistan,
countries in South Asia.
Pakistan.
Just a second. Why? Please don't speak over each other. Shiva, you said you had a last question. If you're
Sure, I'm
done,
done.
then we
Yeah.
can go on to some other. Yes. Okay. Um, thank you. Thank you very much. Indian, you have your hand raised. Do you have any question to ask?
One
Yeah,
question.
sure.
That was a good question. I want Peter to answer that. If his focus is South Asia, why only India and not the Islamic country in South Asia? That was a good question. Peter, please answer that, and then we can go to the next person.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
G. So I will address that. My focus is on India because, as I mentioned earlier, India is 1.3, 1.4 billion people in the world. It's the second largest populated country in the world, neck and neck with China. And It's the largest democracy in the world. It's the only real democracy in South Asia.
That's why you
And
want to kill it.
that's why I want to see it thrive. And
I
from
see.
that
I see.
from that perspective, if you want to hear my answer, I will answer it.
Be
Yeah, go
brief,
ahead, Peter.
be brief.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Let him answer as much as he answer. Please don't interrupt him. This is not nice. Let him answer. He's giving his point of view. You can laugh about it. You can find it funny. That's all fine. Don't interrupt him. Let him answer. Go ahead.
Once I state it, please feel free to come on the mic and tear it apart. But as I have the mic at the moment, I'll try and be brief. This is the reason, to be honest and transparent, and you don't have to believe that I'm being honest and transparent, but that's what I am attempting to do. That's why, is because it's neck and neck with China as far as the most populated country in the world. Within the South Asian region, it is the most influential country within the entire region. You add on Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, etc., Nepal, etc., and there is no other country in the South Asian region which is so influential for the direction of the entire region as India is. And so I, in my opinion, think it's very natural to land on focusing on India and what's happening there in that country as an issue of concern, an issue of focus for the region. So I hope that answers your question. I don't anticipate that necessarily is something that you would intrinsically accept, but that's my answer to your question. And I will shut up now and pass the mic over to others.
Thank you. Can we go to Indian now? Indian, you have a question?
Right here. So I forgot to ask a couple of things earlier. One is if Peter believes in free journalism, what's about blocking so many people without any reason? What can be the rationale behind it?
That was one. Was there two?
Sorry?
You said that was your question as far as one. Was there a second question?
Yeah, that'll be a follow-up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Number one, no. I'm opposed. I mean, I don't care if it's somebody that I disagree with. I oppose blocking them, censoring them. I'm on this space because I came on, I learned about the banning of this book on Amazon by Saurav Dutt, and I've tweeted about it. I don't support it. I don't agree with his book.
No, sorry, Peter. You got the question wrong. I'm saying about you personally blocking people.
On that case, yes. So when it comes to freedom of speech is something that I believe is related to the government or the state preventing a person or an individual from expressing their opinion. And I oppose that in every case. However, Twitter, for instance, is a private platform. It's a private company. And if I don't want to interact with you, if I don't want to interact with you or anybody else, then by blocking you and choosing to avoid hearing from you, choosing to avoid engaging with you, that is not a block of freedom of speech.
Right, but you being a public figure,
is there a way? Is there a way that we can allow him to finish his answer and then we can counter question?
I'll ask my question as well together. So
yeah,
will
I'm
you be
okay
open
with that,
to? Yeah, Peter, will you be open for an independent journalist to interview on all the matters? Will you be?
Yes, I'm open to it. I selectively block a lot of people on Twitter. Because I work against Hindu nationalism, I tend to block a lot of people that I perceive as being pro-Hindu nationalists.
Okay, we'll choose a neutral one. Let's say we choose Avi Yemeni, the guy who took down Greta. You will be all right with that reporter?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, reach out to me, DM me, and I'm potentially open to that.
Yeah, all right. I'll reach out to him as well, and probably we can arrange something if he agrees.
Awesome. Peter, I have a question. This is the question about freedom of speech. You know that in India, in a TV debate, when they're debating over the religious stories, people were talking about Prophet marrying to 9-year-old and having sex with her. So, stop it, please. I'm speaking. Just stop. Peter, so there was a lot of beheading of people who just forwarded that tweet and all. Do you support this restriction on people's ability to criticize any religion and then invite the Islamist beheading?
No, I oppose it. I think that I'm a Christian, as I mentioned earlier. If anybody wants to come out and say, I mean, there have been all kinds of incidents where, like the crucifix, for instance, has been dipped in urine and displayed publicly as a work of art. I'm not fond of that. Obviously, I would hope, but I don't oppose the right of people to do that. And I also, at the same time, don't think that anybody that does that should be subjected to any kind of violence. And I think it's the same for any religion. That you should be able to freely criticize. You should. I mean, I don't encourage things that are overtly offensive to any religion. But at the same time, when people do that, I do support their freedom to do it, and I do support their freedom to be free of violence from, their freedom to be free from violence for having done that.
So how about those views? Do they match with the burning of Quran in Sweden and Charlie Hebdo cartoons as well? Are those views they match there, or are they different?
I think the burning of the Quran is a horribly offensive thing to do. I would absolutely object to anybody that does it. I think it's incredibly offensive. Nobody should do it, but I do think I think that the Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, whatever it is, I think anybody and everybody should be protected in their
equally, right? Equally protected, you mean?
Equally protected, yes.
So what? So the problem. See, the problem, Peter, lies here. That all right, everyone agrees with the Christian Bible and Hindu Bhagavad Gita, but when it comes to Quran, out of fear, people tend not to go with it. Like you change your position suddenly, like you said, burning of Quran is wrong in so many ways. But
if I can briefly stop you, you said I changed my
Peter,
position.
don't do that. I didn't hear.
I've
Peter,
never held a different position.
Peter, just stop. Please don't interrupt him. I didn't hear what he was saying that you found it offensive.
Go ahead.
Indian, what did you say?
I said burning of Quran in Sweden. He found to be highly offensive. That's what he said just now. Before he was saying that he was up for all the freedom of speech and religion, but now he's saying that I want to hear about the Charlie Hebdo cartoons as well. What is his stand on that?
Sure. You mentioned something about me changing my position. That's not true. I've never held a different position ever, publicly, privately, at all. I do think it's offensive. I don't think anybody should do that. I think it's a wrong idea to go and go out in the streets and publicly burn the Quran. I do think that's a horrible idea, but I don't think that somebody should be assaulted for it. I don't think somebody should be arrested for it, et cetera, et cetera.
So
And
Peter,
what about the violent? Just a second, Vishwa. Just let me finish. And how about the violent protests all around the world? Just it's a burning of a book. I mean, don't get it too much.
How do you
I mean,
expect objectivity from these people? Yeah, these people are not objective people. These are Islam.
Manoj, I'm sorry to mute you. We are just we'll let you speak, but I'm trying to have some order here.
Yeah. Let me finish
And
and then
somebody,
I'll move
yeah,
down.
Indian, go ahead.
So so Charlie Hebdo cartoons. I would also like to hear about that. But burning of Quran riled up so many people, and they were on the street. Millions of people were on the street, and that gives everyone an impression that it's only one-way street when it comes to certain people, Islamic people. The stance about all these ideologies, the La La Land ends there, and a different world starts there, which is very brutal and which is very scary for certain people. How you would respond to that?
Sorry, Indian. I don't think Peter is there. Peter, are you there?
Gee, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah. Did you understand that question?
I was going to say, I apologize. I'm switching between two different sets of AirPods. Trying to
Okay.
keep one charged
Yeah.
versus the other going off.
Yeah.
And so
Same.
as the gentleman was speaking, I was actually switching my AirPods to a fully charged set. So I didn't catch the full gist of his question. So if he can summarize again.
Right. Okay. I'll quickly summarize. So I asked, like the Islamic world was on the streets protesting about just the burning of. I mean, for them it may be a big thing, but however, as you said, for certain people, it's probably a challenge to uphold free speech in their country, and it happened in the other country and all around the world. Millions of people are on street, creating violence nuisance in Western democracies. Some people like us get scared of that, and many people in America also get scared of that and say that we are harboring some violent ideas, which can propagate into real life violence and safety issues for many. So how do you take that, and what's your stance on Charlie Hebdo cartoons as well?
What's my stance on what?
Can I summarize Indian?
Charlie Hebdo cartoons, which were in France a few years ago.
Yeah. So, as far as the cartoons in France, like the Charlie Hebdo incident, again, I would revert back to, because of the nature of Islam and understanding and being sympathetic to Muslims, I think that doing that is a bad idea. I think that doing that is something that is, if you do it, it's going to be offensive. It's going to generate a reaction. It's going to cause people to be reactive, etc.
Violent. So let me stop you there, Peter. Just let me stop you there. So if that sort of a fear you are saying, if Hindu nationalists can generate that sort of fear, that'll stop you from writing as well. Is it what you mean exactly? If we are able to, if we have the potential to generate that level of fear, probably then you will stop. Is it?
Well, for instance, I'm a Christian, so I do not believe that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. I don't believe that.
No, I'm not asking about your personal
plain fact.
But
I don't believe
my line of inquiry here is, Peter, you said that probably it riles them up, so people should avoid burning and probably just poking at them, right? If I'm summarizing it rightly. But you said that you would like write about Hindu nationalism.
Not poking. Why would you want to try and poke at people?
No. But your point was
Why
that
wouldn't I?
Why would you?
Why
No,
wouldn't
but
I?
look. Hang on. So
because all thoughts are open for challenge. That's why.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
my
Peter, wait,
thinking
wait.
or my
My
exploration of idea
just
can be offensive to you. That does that mean I should not
my
think about
idea
it?
is Peter's my idea is very
but
simple.
does that apply with Hinduism in
Of
India?
Yeah,
course,
that's what I
of
was
Yes,
coming
course.
to.
and you are poking us
Peter,
every day, Peter.
Yeah.
hold on,
So
hold on, Peter.
tell me one incident.
I never talk about Hinduism. I talk about specific organizations.
So let's just say that
But
we
they are
Hindus,
Hindutva organizations.
yeah, we are
Hold on,
open for
who's speaking?
criticism.
Panjanya, hold on.
I don't criticize
Those are
Hinduism.
Hindutva organizations as well, Peter. If you're saying you don't talk to about Hindus, but they are Hindutva organizations. When that's one and the same.
Peter, I have a
No,
question for you. I think
So wait
hold
a
on.
minute, guys.
Just
There are a
one
lot of
second.
hands are up and people are
No, no,
speaking
just
out of
one
turn.
second. One
guys,
second.
Sandeepji, I would
guys,
revert. Sandeepji, I would revert to you.
guys, I have a very important question to ask Peter, because he mentioned he is interested in he is not interested in any theological country or theocratic country. Peter, could you please tell us, just acknowledge or deny if this is true? Did you ever make a statement back in 2004 and you said you are a believer in constitutional republican Christian theocracy?
Excellent question. And no, it was not. You said, what did you say? 2004?
Yes, sometime
Okay.
early 2000s. Yeah.
Yeah, I was raised in a household where I was raised in a Christian fundamentalist household where I was encouraged to believe in these ideals. I did propagate them for some time, for a year or two. I have repeatedly repudiated them over the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years at least, and said that I no longer believe in this. I reject it. I reject it whether it comes to Christianity or any other religion.
Okay, so you are saying that you had a belief, you propagated, and then you changed your mind sometime between 2004 to 2007 when you went on to Off Me. Is that right?
When I went on to Off Me, I was not with Off Me at that time. And so no, not exactly, but yes, I am saying that I have been raised as in my early 20s, like 2021, with that belief, and I did propagate it. I am apologetic for that. I've been on public record being apologetic for that, and I no longer believe it.
Now, the next question I have is for
Purnima,
individuals.
isn't it unfair to these people who are raising their hand to get them a
Sure,
question to ask, because just because
sure.
we are on
Sure,
the
sure, sure.
host
No,
position?
no, I don't know how much time Peter has. So many questions are there. Please go ahead.
I
That's
know,
fine.
but you'll
Yeah,
always get a
let's
chance,
go
right?
to other people who haven't spoken yet, please.
Could we take Iqbal Singh? I'm very interested to know if he's the Iqbal that we have been talking about. Can we hear from him?
Well,
No,
can we just hold on
Iqbal
to
has
that
already
curiosity?
spoken.
Yeah.
Let's go to the people who have raised the hands. Then we can
Iqbal
come back to
Singh, are
Iqbal.
you Iqbal Chaudhry? That's my question for you.
No, he's not Iqbal Chaudhry. No. So, I don't know whoever raised the hand first. I think 13th account was here first. Then.
No. It was not 13th account. It was actually this guy Ayush. I saw
Yeah.
Ayush
So
Dehradun.
thank you. Yeah, can I go?
Yeah, please go and keep it
I'll try to keep
brief.
it very brief. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
and also
So
don't indulge in question and answer. You get if
that's
you want to
fine.
make a
I'll
point,
ask all my
just
questions in one
make a
go.
point.
Yeah, I'll ask all my
Yeah,
questions in one go.
make
Yeah.
if you want to make an acquisition,
No.
just do that
Sure.
and let Peter answer.
Sure.
Yeah.
Please feel free to stop me if I. Okay, fine. So, Peter, thanks. So, you mentioned that most of your donors are.
Because Sandeep just said, feel free to stop you. So I'm just going to stop you there.
No, 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 no. I didn't say this.
Hey, that was me saying. That was me saying that if I
I'm
don't
joking.
stick to.
I'm joking, brother.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
joking. Let me
Right,
finish
that's fine. No,
letting you
that's
talk.
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. So quickly. So you said that most of your donors are Indians. So I just want to know what kind of due diligence do you have you put in place to make sure that there is no terrorism money being channeled through fake accounts to you, right? Because we have seen in the past that many of India's journalists and others they have been associated with ISI funded organizations like Ghulam Nabi Faiz, Kashmir American Council, something like that. So I'm assuming that ISI or any Kashmir American Council is not one of your donors, right? Or do you have such institutional donors? That is one. And if not, then how do you make sure? What kind of due diligence have you placed to make sure no such money gets channeled to you, right? That's one. The second one is I just visited your website, and the first image I saw was of Dr. Ambedkar's, right? So, do you agree with Dr. Ambedkar's views on Islam and how it does not fit with a democratic setup, right? The third thing is not an allegation, but because I saw Dr. Ambedkar's photo there, it looks like you only focus on the fault lines in India. So it could be religious fault lines, it could be other fault lines like Dravidianism or something like that. Yeah. So so how do you pick on each of these? I mean, because others have raised this, and I think you've also answered. Because you seem to be only focusing on India's fault lines and not on other things. That's it. Thank you. Over to you.
G, appreciate your questions. Please, if I forget to address one of them, please feel free to
Yeah, yeah.
remind me.
Just a quick note, Peter. You should know.
Yeah.
Just because you know the word G, you just cannot use it without adding their name. So if you want to say G, you should say Ayush G, right? I'm just telling you. Probably your Indian donors didn't teach you that. Go ahead.
By Saab, I appreciate your questions and to hopefully address them and attempt to not forget one of them. In relation to the issue of Ambedkar, my question back to you would be, I mean, you asked me about Ambedkar's views on Islam. You know, what were Ambedkar's views on the issue of Hindu Raj?
Peter, sorry to interrupt. This is unfair. If somebody asks a question, you cannot ask a question. That becomes like rhetorical, exchanges. So why don't you answer that question? Because we already know what Ambedkar said about Hinduism and all. Let's talk about Ambedkar's view. Have you read Ambedkar's view on Islam, by the way? Have you read it or not yet?
And
I have.
Christianity, both.
And I have read it on Islam. And brother, I would add that this is basic, like 2,000-year-old Socratic method. That somebody asks a question. It's very much fair to ask a question in response to their question.
So,
No, I
following
mean,
that logic, anything which is ancient should be still applied. Is that
no,
the
no,
argument?
Peter, hang on for a second. You cannot answer a question with answer. Question with question, my friend. You have to provide an answer. You can ask supplemental questions to understand a clarification, but you cannot answer a question with a question. That's I don't know, 2,000 years or 4,000 years. I don't care. It doesn't work that way.
All
Yeah,
right.
please
So
go
then,
ahead and answer the question.
as far as the gentleman's other question about tracking my donors, I believe it was.
Why are you skipping the Ambedkar's Islam opinion question? What do you think about it? Why are you skipping that? Are you uncomfortable?
I don't agree with it.
You don't agree with Ambedkar. Good.
I do not.
Okay.
So you choose to agree
Okay,
with it
go ahead.
whatever you want.
Basically, whatever Ambedkar says against Hindu, he agrees with it. But when he says about Christianity, against Christianity, Islam, he doesn't agree. So that's good selectivism. So that's the point. Thank you very much for Ayush asking that question. Really helped us. Go ahead, Peter. Second question.
Well, I mean, particularly as a born Hindu, Ambedkar's position on Hinduism is especially relevant. And his position on Islam or Christianity or Sikhism or any other religion is less relevant because he was
No,
actually born as a Hindu.
This interruption is bad manners. But you
Yeah.
would know that Ambedkar was the chairperson of the drafting committee of Indian Constitution, right?
This
So
is
his
true.
saying
Yes.
that Islam doesn't agree or align with democracy, right? That is very relevant. I don't agree to that, right? There are crores of Hindus,
Neither
right?
do I.
That,
Neither
so
do I.
no, no, no. So sorry, go on. But I interrupted because what you said did not make any sense. Please go on.
No, no. No, no. I think the logical flaw, fallacy here is, Peter. Sorry to interrupt. Is that just because somebody is not born in that faith, cannot criticize, that faith, because following that logic, if you are a woman and if you're criticizing masculinity, so you cannot say that women, you are not born as a man, so you cannot criticize masculinity, right?
Going by that logic,
Only Peter. Peter is the only
Peter should be
exception.
worried
Peter
about
can
sodomy
criticize
and
Hindus.
churches. Yeah, he should be worried about churches, right? All the allegations these pastors have, he
Now,
should be
now,
worried
now
about them.
we're diverting. What was the gentleman's original other questions, if I may?
But Peter, does that give you the right to criticize Hindus?
What were the gentleman's other questions?
Okay, Peter is uncomfortable answering. He's feeling a little cornered. Let's not do that. The second question is, how do you vet your donors that they are not funded by terrorist sympathizers and terrorist organization?
I don't.
Oh, so you don't vet them. Okay, fine.
Because my donors are not, they're not giving me money based off of strings attached. And so if people were giving me money and there were strings attached, absolutely I would vet them. But if people just want to give me money and put it in my pocket, why should I vet them? I have my own agenda. I follow my own agenda based off what I believe is right, based off of my own principles. And so if people are giving me money and I don't know where they're from, but they don't ask anything for me in exchange, then what's the point in vetting them? I mean, can you tell me? I mean, why should I do that?
Because you are serving them without asking.
But you said they're Indian donors.
But as I said,
You said they're Indian donors,
no
Peter.
string, no. As I said, no strings attached. So I am not serving them.
But you said they are Indian donors.
They
You
are.
know where they're from.
I do
You just
primarily.
denied you didn't know where they're from, but you know where they're from.
Pardon?
And he knows the motive also.
Pardon?
Well,
Yeah, I think Peter doesn't have answer to that. Peter, there's you can be tried for criminal accomplishment, right? Like
No,
being an
that's
accomplice,
not true.
because
Yeah, that's not
it is
true.
very hard. I tell you what, if you are mowing a lawn somewhere, for example, you're mowing a lawn over Hindutva, and you are doing that job, and somebody is just giving you money. They are giving you money to continue what you're doing. They may have a different agenda. You don't know. You never know, and you would never make a diligence to find out. Then the onus is on you to
And
find out that
if
if you're
somebody
taking
gives,
money,
if
yeah, but it's
somebody,
onus on you, yeah. If
if
if they're
somebody,
giving you money, the onus, according to criminal laws in the United States, an onus is on you to make sure that money giver is not a drug dealer, is not coming from an illegal source. It's the same thing. Somebody is giving you a stolen car. It's onus on you to establish that the car is actually, the person has a right to give you that car, rather than taking it as it is. Otherwise, you can be also tried to helping that
if
guy to do the criminal activities.
if somebody is financing me and not asking anything in return, and I am basing what I'm doing off of my own agenda, personally chosen, then there's no strings attached, and there's no dictation by any entity. No, that's not what you're talking about. You're
Okay,
very misguided.
fine. We already know who's misguided. Other people have questions. I think there was another hand up. I think who's next after Ayush? 13th भाई एक minute आप.
Oh, what happened? Is anybody speaking?
I can't hear anybody.
Me
No, we
neither.
can
Can
hear.
I?
We can
It was
hear.
my
Maybe.
turn, perhaps.
I'm here. I'm listening, but yeah, I'm not hearing anybody on the mic.
Are you there? Vishwa, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, who is next? I think Babu was next.
अरे यार
Thank you.
विश्वामित्रा भाई I was next.
Yeah,
Yeah,
13th,
hang
you can take a minute. 13th, go ahead.
Thank you, Babu bhai. Only 1 minute. And I have no quarrel with people like Peter Friedrich the Christian. I love people like him, Sardar Kasai, Kambal, etc. There are many of like them in India also, in fact, in a huge number. But I want to put some facts which were come during discussions. First of all, he was emphasizing very heavily on Asifa case. One culprit, Vishal Jangrotra, was factually at an ATM in Meerut or somewhere when this incident was reported. So he is perhaps acquitted. And second thing, Gujarat riots were most shooted riots in India by police. Perhaps lump sum 300 Hindus were died by police shooting. Some Muslims were also dying because they were corporators. Perhaps parliament election fighters from Congress were also involved. So these two facts I was wanting to clear. In between, I forgotten my facts. So if permitted, I will speak later to collect them.
Do you have any question for Peter?
No question, Purima.
Okay. Thank you.
These people are above question.
That's
They
true.
are.
There are other people raising their hand. Can we also invite them to
Yes.
speak?
Thank you, 13th. Yeah, let's listen to Babu.
Thank you. Jai Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jai Shri Krishna. That's what I do, the chanting, so nobody should have confusion that I'm a radical Hindu, okay? Okay, coming back to Peter, you are a human right activist, yes, and I also subscribe to your channel, by the way, which is fine, good. First point which I may have that whatever you practice against the, like what you call the Hindutva and all, this is hurting the Hindus who live in Canada on a platform where I live currently. Peter, please recall the 2020, the harsh winters of Freedom Convoy movement in Ottawa. Would you agree that the Canadian government can be termed as an oppressing regime to suppress that freedom of movement, freedom of speech? That's my question number one. Because many of the accounts, even $20, were frozen by Justin Trudeau, which is a Liberal Party. In one of your statements, you said that you fight against a system, against a party. Would you please clarify your stand on the Canadian government where Liberal Party is a governing party which suppressed the Freedom Convoy movement in Ottawa? Thank you.
Sure, if I may, Sandeepji, briefly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was Babu. I think who just spoke.
Yeah, Babu.
Yes.
Yeah, Babaji. Point one, point two. Point one, I have never made any public commentary on the convoy, the blockade, the freedom movement, the truck convoy that occurred in Canada. I've never talked about it at all, ever. So you mentioned that, like, you suggested, as I recall, that I'd made some kind of commentary on it. I've never done that. As far as making a statement about it, I don't talk about North American politics. I don't talk about European politics. I talk about South Asian politics.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I interrupt
Yeah.
you now?
Gee.
You are a freelance journalist, right? And your profile is very open on a public platform on a Twitter. Everybody reads. Doesn't matter that you practice the South Asian politics. Okay? Even the Hindus, they read. And they read your comments upon the Indian subcontinent, right? But Hindus also live in Canada, by the way. My question is again, as a freelance journalist, although I understand your point that you don't really practice, the North American journalism, but would you consider Justin Trudeau's oppressing as a regime on freedom convoy, because it is not a democratic thing what he did. And then Justin Trudeau, as well as his partner in, which is Jagmeet Singh, if you know the politics of, they both were interfering in the internal politics of India against the Kisan movement. You should be aware about that. So what I'm trying to ask you is your opinion, that would you consider, what is your decision today in the public platform to label Justin Trudeau as a democratic country or a oppressive regime? Thank you. Freedom of expression. That's the key word, my friend.
Thank you, Babaji. I think that it's a very open question of what is the definition of interference. Now, when we talk about interference in the internal affairs of any country, that, in my opinion, that talking about what's happening in that country does not constitute interference. Sending troops across the border of that country, that's a the extreme example, but that would certainly constitute interference. So, say for instance, in the case of Iraq, if we talk about how Iraq is an oppressive regime, Saddam Hussein is a dictator, etc., I don't think that's interference in the country. But I do think that once we start to send troops across the borders of the country of Iraq, that is interference in the politics of the country. And I would analogize the same situation to India, that talking about what's happening in India is not interference in the internal matters of the country. And that then beyond that, there's actually really specific examples of ongoing interference in the affairs of India. In the case, for instance, I would argue, of the OFBJP USA, where the OFBJP USA, which consists and is led by mostly American citizens, not Indian citizens, and they were mobilizing 2,000 or 3,000 people to travel from America to India to actually campaign on the ground for the election of the BJP, even reportedly participating in polling booths in the country. And also from America, if they didn't travel, they were leading and conducting mass phone banks in which hundreds of people at a time were calling, reportedly, according to them themselves, around the clock back to India to tell voters in India to vote for the BJP. And these are people that are not Indian citizens. They're American citizens. This is an American organization.
My last counter to my last count. Sorry.
I would argue, 2 seconds. I would argue that is a premier example of actual real world interference in a country's internal matters. That's a real world example
But
of
they have
internal
OCI
interference
cards,
from
man.
America in sovereign Indian politics.
My
They have
last
OCI
counter,
cards.
with the permission of the host. Thank you. My last counter. You refer Iraq, right? Can you tell to the group in an open environment today, is there any UN resolution? Again, I repeat, is there any UN resolution on record for Canada to supply the military equipment to Ukraine?
Not that I'm aware of, and
So
disassociate.
isn't
See,
it considered as a direct military interference in a sovereign country against Russia?
perhaps.
God bless you. At least you spoke the truth. Coming back to the first counter, do you support that what Justin Trudeau did to the freedom convoy movement, which was a blot on the democracy under the definition of a freedom of expression?
I'm going to go ahead and do a very American thing and plead the Fifth Amendment. I reserve my right to remain silent. I have no opinion that I'm willing to express on that issue. I
Thank you very much.
oppose.
Thank you very much. No, we got it.
I oppose authoritarian and totalitarian measures in any country against
Thank you very much. Thank you so
group.
kindly.
Except Canada,
Yeah,
except Western countries.
yeah. That's why, because you're putting our
I
lives in
was I
danger.
was
Well,
thinking
as I just expressed, including in Canada, so which is a Western country.
You didn't make any comment on that, Peter. By the way, you have been. Don't you see you have been a
I
hypocrite?
am not an expert on issues related to North American politics. I'm an expert on issues related to South Asian politics. That's what I talk about.
Right. So where you live, you're not an expert, but
No,
the
no, that's
country
okay.
where
That's all
you
right.
live.
That's not the issue. The problem is he keeps saying South Asia, but within South Asia, he's only interested in India. And within India, he's only interested in Muslims and possibly some Christian.
So
There's some
and one more
contradiction.
thing.
And Purnima ji, I mean, I would ask you, like, why do you underestimate the influence of India within the South Asian region?
We are not underestimating anybody, whether small or big country. But interestingly, you haven't answered the questions when you say South Asia. Why is it just Hindu nationalism is your interest in India? Not Hindus of Bangladesh, not Hindus of Pakistan. Afghanistan doesn't have any Hindus left right now, but you are interested in talking about Hindu nationalism in India. What is your interest? And specifically, I wanted to ask you this actually, but I will wait for this particular question later on.
Oh, can we go to other hand
Yes,
raise?
yes. Prashnottara, Prashnottara, yeah.
Prashnottara, yeah, go ahead. Mukunda, welcome. Feel free to ask. Raise your hand, Mukunda, if you have any point to make.
Hi, giving us your time. Truly appreciate this. First of all, I just want to say, given the spelling, given the way you spell Peter and your last name, for some reason, I thought you were from Germany. So finding out that you're actually from California was incredibly surprising for me. Anyway, I just want to make an observation first, which is the way you've been speaking so far. I've been listening to you, and you're incredibly non-committal. What I've observed in your vocabulary and verbosity, like when you talk about, say, Congress, you will if someone raises a question about Congress, you will add if they have done it. But but the moment you bring up BJP, you will assert they must have done it. Then when you another thing, what I observed in the way you said, when you talked about other topics, I may or may not be. You always begin the phrase with "I may or may not commit." Say about this. You're always living a way out. So when even earlier, when someone asked you, would you be comfortable with this neutral journalist asking you, having this conversation with you, you said potentially. You're always leaving yourself a way out. You're completely non-committal. So when you keep asserting that you're a journalist, I'm trying. And you keep saying you're an activist. As an activist, one of the things what I've observed, it is tremendous commitment to a belief. And somehow you do not uphold yourself. And the one thing which I find really fascinating, whenever anyone catches you on a wrong footing, you always go back to a simple statement: "I'm a Christian." I mean, I honestly do not see the connection between you being practicing your faith and your personality and behavior. But if that is your choice, good luck to you. Having said that, I'm just curious: what made you so non-confrontational? Like, what happened to your life that made you so non-confrontational and avoiding of commitments? I'm just curious, man. Thanks.
Sure, I appreciate your input. As far as my name, I mean, my family's lived in the U.S. for generations, Like many Americans, I'm a European mutt. My ancestry has been traced. A lot of it is Dutch, Irish, German, Polish, French, etc. My first name is a Dutch name. It was chosen by my parents, not because of my Dutch ancestry, but because they liked the uniqueness of the name. My last name is a German name, but I'm not exclusively German. And a lot of people do tend to arrive at that conclusion just because it's a German name that I happened to have been from Germany. I'm not. I'm from California. I'm from the USA. As far as your other questions, brother, I'm not exactly sure how to address those. I appreciate hearing your perspective, but those are some interesting questions, and I'm happy to engage with them. But they're questions that are not
Bro,
easy to answer offhand.
bro, if you're from California and if you live in LA, trust me, I can recommend quite a few therapists. I know plenty. I lived in LA. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, but I also find that deeply insulting. The idea that because of the beliefs I hold and the ideology that I propagate, the work that I do, that somehow I need a therapist.
But Peter, you are same as Donald Trump. He's also having a German ancestry and he's American. There's quite a similar ground. You said it was quite opposing, but here I find the similarity.
There's millions of people in America who have German ancestry, man.
But I'm here to find the common denominator as you are. Like that's quite fascinating, though.
But so I mean, if you want to talk about the common denominator between Donald Trump and somebody, we could talk about the common denominator between Donald Trump and Modi, or quite a bromance.
Yeah, nothing wrong in it. It
What's
was
wrong with that, Peter?
two elected heads
Yeah,
of states
what's wrong
mingling.
with
Yeah,
that,
what's wrong
Peter?
with that?
Yeah, Purnima, can you fix your mic? There's some problem.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better. I think when you start speaking, when somebody else speaks, then your voice breaks up and then it creates a lot of distortion. Yeah, so what's wrong with two elected people being compared with each other? I think Peter doesn't have an answer to that.
He will take Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, that's we respect that. Okay, we have quite a hands raised. Peter, if you don't want to answer that, we can go to the question.
No, I mean, there's not a real legitimate question there in my perspective. As far as Modi and Trump, they have a lot of similarities. Modi is very, and both of them are extremely right wing.
But I would say one is the president, or
Happens to be differentiating between the
Define
two.
right wing. Define right wing, Peter. Like you're saying, from what point of view you're saying they're extreme right wing? Define that.
Fascistic.
Define that, please. What is fascism? Define that in the context of Trump and in the context of Modi. Tell me.
They're authoritarian.
Define that. Like how?
They tend to focus on another group as being the primary group to blame for the ills of the nation.
You are doing the same thing, right?
Ills of which nation? We were not able to understand, Peter.
Yeah, no, never, no. Peter, aren't you doing the same thing? You are also being fascist. Are you being fascist?
How's that?
Because you're targeting Hindu nationalists. You're otherizing them.
I'm against religious nationalism of any sort.
So
But
you are.
if that's
But
the
not
case,
against Pakistan. But not against Pakistan.
I'm against religious nationalism in Pakistan.
Peter, are you against Pakistan?
But you haven't written anything about it.
No,
I'm against
Peter.
again,
are you against the idea of Pakistan, which is the foundation of Pakistan is the religious nationalism?
I believe Pakistan should not be an Islamic republic.
Do you think Pakistan should ever exist?
You are saying, Peter, it should cease to exist in its current form?
I believe Pakistan should be a secular, pluralistic nation.
So that's the thing, right? So why would you even create Pakistan if you don't want to have an Islamic nation? There's no reason. The whole foundation of Pakistan is Islamic nation.
Because Pakistan exists as a nation for the past 75 years.
Oh, that is the reason.
It's
Is
a
the reason.
reality. It's a
Peter,
reality
why
in the
haven't
real
you
world.
written anything
I
about
mean, do you want to
Pakistan?
live in the real world?
Okay, let's not poor. I mean, he's
But
feeling
see,
very poorly.
just one point, Vishwa. But we see Modi as the leader of the largest democracy, which has a good chance of returning in 2024, and Donald Trump again as the at that time he was the leader of the oldest democracy, which again has a good chance of returning in 2024. But then, if they return back again together, then how do you see that? I mean, that'll be again return of quote unquote fascism in 2024. How about that?
It's a rhetorical question, Indian.
Yeah,
No, but
Yeah.
I need to know because
No,
but
I mean,
if
Peter,
I
come
know
on.
the answer,
Like we already know what his views are. We already know that, and he doesn't have
but
explanation besides
how is
adjective. Hang on,
insulating
Indian.
him?
Indian,
I want to know
Indian,
how is
Indian.
he
I'm
insulating?
sorry to mute you. Sorry to mute you, Indian. Don't interrupt me. What I'm trying to say here, listen to this. He cannot explain what fascism, how fascism is. It's just that his definition of fascism is that otherization of a community group, which Peter is doing himself. So we already agreed that Peter is not different than Trump and Modi, if at all. That is his definition of fascism, because otherwise he's not able to establish any
I
substantive
just want to know that
evidence.
how he was insulating himself and preparing for next year. That's what was my polite inquiry. But
it
anyway,
His donors are taking care of him, so you don't have to
is
worry.
let's
Mukunda, I see your hand up. Mukunda wants to ask a question. Mukunda, go ahead, please.
Trust me. The ISI has me covered.
That is true. The ISI will. Peter
that
is
we all know,
in the
Peter.
safe hands of the ISI, which is taking care of Pakistan. So they are taking care of Peter as well. Mukunda, go ahead. Ask your question.
Hey guys. Hey Peter. So first of all, I do think it's quite respectable of you to jump on here and speak to such a vast swath of different people of various backgrounds that don't agree with you. I tend to be one of those people that don't agree with you, but I have my own reasons for that. And part of this is, I think, is like, I think a lot of your writing, I mean, obviously you write well. And I've read the work you've did on Tulsi Gabbard and this new wave of work you've been doing on what basically seems like any, this is my impression, any Hindu that tends to be open about their Hinduness, and you automatically start doing what's called guilt by association. This seems the kind of journalism that tends to be the case here, where links are made up, even though they have hundreds of donors, thousands of donors. The focus really tends to be on any connection to any individual that is somehow tangentially connected to RSS, BJP, VHP. So I think what you're passing off as what I would think is like well below the threshold. I'm a lawyer. I used to be a criminal lawyer, worked for the government, and the kind of evidence you're providing is circumstantial at best, which you're trying to convince people to be direct evidence. And I think that's, first of all, that's kind of not fascism, but what you're trying to do is demonize an entire community for basically supporting the president or the prime minister of India and a particular ideology. And first of all, I'm not saying I support BJP or I'm a Hindutva person. I'm not Hindutva in the political sense because I don't have any stake on the ground there. I'm an American. I lived in U.S. I've lived in India, but my biggest problem is with a lot of what's happening, especially among Western journalists like yourself, is if I can ask you, and you can respond at some point, do you speak any Indian language? Do you write any Indian language? And what I have found is most people that write on India, whether they're mostly if they come from the West, don't speak a lick of Indian languages. It's much like a lot of people that go to China and write on Chinese, what's happening in China. They don't speak Chinese. They tend to have local interlocutors that provide them the information. And the similar brace, I do think a lot of Western journalists do the same thing. So I do find it very, very problematic that one, although you do say you're a South Asian expert, like everyone's pointed out, you tend to focus mostly on India. Number two, the work you do that's connected to India you particularly focus on Hindus and you connect it to the Indian diaspora and make it seem as if we are Hindu nationalists. For a large part, this is crazy to me because most of us are very strong liberals and Democrats that have supported anti-fascist governments, have supported African American rights, have supported Muslims in America. We also have the nuanced look at what happens in India historically and think about what our families are gone through, our own relatives have gone through. And not to say that any demonization to any group of people on this planet is evil and incorrect. It should never be done. But, and I do recognize, like you asked the question earlier, and I heard, and this is a problem also, I think with a lot of people that come up and want to talk and have their opinion, is India has done human rights violations. Every fucking country does. Sorry for cussing. Every goddamn country does human rights violations. The government itself is not some sort of pristine, perfect entity that will follow the rules. The government has its own interests and has its own views. So absolutely, India has done some crap that we can't agree with. But at the same point, I think it's not some sort of conspiratorial, overarching, planted disenfranchise Muslims to remove Muslims from India. And I think that injustice you do in your rhetoric, and Trusky does the same thing. She claims to be an expert on this. Is even though you might yourself in the West call yourself some sort of Democrat leaning, I'm a Democrat. It's the same dumb argument that fucking Dinesh D'Souza makes about the Democrats. Democrats in the 1850s were anti-black people, were pro-slavery, but they changed over time. So what might have been the case with the RSS in 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, organizations just like you yourself have changed your views from the time you were in your 20s or early 20s to now to have a different view. The organizations themselves change. And the fact you don't look at what they say today and hold that to be of paramount value as opposed to what they say in 1920, I find that, again, disingenuous and intellectually dishonest. And I think this is where my issue tends to be. It's not that you have an opinion, have all the opinions you want, but the way you put your opinion across, it seems to be utterly uncritical, unnuanced, and biased, and affects us, people that live in America and have fought for so many of the things we value in this country, to be some like we're some sort of supporting fascism. And I think that's absolutely like heinous, because most of us want nothing bad to happen to Muslims in that country. I've lived in India for years. I went and lived there in my 20s. I lived there in my 30s. And I have many Muslim friends, and to see any of them hurt is disgusting to me. And I think, yeah, there's a portion of Indian population that has that mentality. Of course they do. But that's also because when you have constant friction between communities and there's communal violence all the time, what else would you see? And the fact that we're not even using our innate human ability to understand social interactions between groups, and instead of making it all political, is a problem, man. And if you don't see the dangerous impact you're having on people's lives, and I'm not to say that you shouldn't be talking about what you're talking about. Please, you go ahead, but you should take a little more care as to how you parse the evidence and how you present it. This is just one point, so thank
No,
you.
he's a terrorist, right? He will do that.
No, but don't do that,
No,
guys.
no,
So
don't
we
do
should
that.
not do
Mukunda,
that.
Mukunda, I have a question. I have a technical question since you're a lawyer.
Guys,
Just a quick question.
leave
Purnima, can I
that.
ask you a question?
Yes, but please don't target anybody. He's answering questions. If you have facts, put it forward. Let him answer. Don't target. Don't name call. This is not.
Look, you
It
cannot, yeah, we cannot
reduces,
call
it
everybody name and
reduces,
win this debate.
it reduces the validity of our space, and it
And he
actually.
showed up here. He's actually showed up here. He's talking to people. That's
Exactly.
commendable.
Ask your question. Don't put label on there yet. Okay.
Yeah, because there is no difference between you and him. He's calling you fascist, and and if you are
He
behaving
couldn't
like him,
define. No, listen.
you're
He
big.
couldn't
You're
define
taking
fascism. He couldn't define right wing. He went on a
rhetoric.
tangent on it. He is exposing himself, and let him do it. That's
So
okay.
So
can
hang on, I have a
Peter,
question.
if you could you answer or respond to me like however you see fit? Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm happy to respond, but I'm waiting for the invitation.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Peter,
Peter, go
please
ahead. Go ahead.
respond to Prashnotter.
Okay, so if I can have the floor for a couple of minutes, Mukunda, I appreciate your commentary and listening to what you have to say. Some of the things you mentioned, I mean, I would agree, like, as you mentioned, like, every country has massive human rights violations. You know, I would name first and foremost, because I'm an American citizen, the US. But of course, I would also name, for instance, Saudi Arabia. They basically have a flat out denial of religious freedom in the country, you know, to name a number of other issues that are ongoing there. That's undeniable. I would flatly, undeniably agree with that. In context of talking about, I think you mentioned talking about American politicians who support Modi in India. If I and please feel free to interject after I speak. But in context of what I understood you saying, that's what I heard. Is that you're talking about there's politicians, elected officials in America who are speaking in support of the elected PM, Prime Minister of India. And for me, I'm like, well, why should any elected official in America be speaking in support of any elected official in any non-American country at all, good or bad? You talked about guilt by association, and I think you mentioned Tulsi Gabbard, for instance. Um, you know, I've heard that in the past. Um, for me, if I look at these issues, I look at a number of different issues. I look at, like with Tulsi Gabbard, I look at what events she attended, what policy decisions did she make, who financed her, and to what extent. And I look at the financing. I look in her like first two terms in Congress, and the people that financed her were like 20 to 25% of campaign financing coming from people that were members, leaders of the HSS, OFBJP, VHP America, etc., of these American Song Parvar organizations. Like 20 to 25% of her campaign financing in her first two terms was coming from these people outside of Hawaii, outside of her home state, which is pretty unusual. It's a pretty significant amount. It's a highly influential amount. I look at the events that she attended. She attended in, again, probably like her first two terms in Congress. She attended HSS events, HSS USA, and also HSS in Australia. She attended VHP America events. She attended OFBJP USA events, including the OFBJP USA events. She was at them and on the record, on camera, basically praising people at the events for supporting Modi, for like actually going to India to work for the election of Modi. And then in addition to that, she was actually in India itself, attending events that were sponsored by RSS leaders. And then I look at the policy decisions that she made in office in Congress, both before Modi was elected and after Modi was elected. And I see a track record of her doing things which she, in so many words, basically said she viewed as significant, like insignificant in the moment, but significant in the long run, actions where she was speaking out and attempting to derail or sideline congressional efforts to, whether it was like a hearing or a resolution, congressional efforts to hold the Hindu nationalist movement accountable for its violence and to affirm the ban on Modi's visa. And so then beyond that, you mentioned like, you know, something about like being Democratic leaning. I've never called myself Democratic leaning. I've been very officially for the past several years, I am not involved in American politics. I'm not a supporter of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, neither or. Um, and I have no affiliation like ideologically with either. Um, you talked about how like the RSS over the past years, what is it, 97 years old, 98 years old almost, I think, this year. Um, and about how, it's changed, evolved, etc. Yeah, that's kind of true, but I mean, would you make the same argument about the KKK in the US? Like, is the KKK, I mean, yeah, they've evolved. And if I can finish my thought, please, before anybody else interjects, I'm happy to turn the mic over to anybody else in a moment. The KKK in the US, I mean, they still hold to the basic ideology of white supremacy. And I don't think anybody would argue otherwise, even though their methods, even their ideology has evolved over the past 100 years. But at the same time, they're still an extremist organization with that basic underlying ideology of white supremacy. And I have like maybe two more points to make. With the RSS, for instance, in India, yeah, since they were founded in 1925, along Hindu nationalist lines, they have evolved. But in particular, one thing I would point to is their guru that they identify as their guru to the present day is M.S. Golvarkar. And they've, in 2006, they disowned one of his books. In 2000, I think 14 or 15, they disassociated from portions, although they didn't specify which portions, of his second book. And so they've taken some of his teachings and said, like, well, we don't actually believe a lot of that anymore, but they still hold him up as their guru. They still propagate him and put him on the platform with his image as the guru of the organization. And so I don't understand how you can say, this guy's our guru. We don't believe his teachings anymore, but we still propagate him as our guru. And so his teachings, I mean, I guess, like, because he's our guru, we adhere to them, but we disavow most of them. I can't wrap my mind around that. And then, the last thing I would say is, I mean, in context of the BJP being in power today, I would revert to questioning, like, for anybody, and especially for yourself, because you asked the questions and made the commentary. Do you understand, like, the origins of the BJP? Like, in 1980, 1981, the BJP
Yeah.
was founded by RSS members.
It started Johnson, but yes, Johnson, yes, yeah.
Peter, you have turned this
Excuse me,
into
Peter. Purnima, fix your mic. It's really disturbing. Please don't do that.
Peter, you're turning this into RSS. You mentioned something about Tulsi Gabbard's financing, and 20 to 20% came from outside. It's difficult for you to understand. But it was not the same case for your donors. You don't know where the 100% of Indian donors.
So if I can, Purnima, I just a couple points here.
Wait
I
a
just want to
second.
respond to him.
One second. Peter,
Purnima, hold on. Mukunda is already having. He's answering to Mukunda. Let him finish with it. And I also saw that, double standard. He's disingenuous, like comparing to KKK and RSS. Like KKK has any, black African wing. RSS has a Muslim wing. He doesn't understand. His mindset is very Abrahamic. He thinks that if you just don't appreciate somebody's certain thing, you just completely reject it. That's not how Hinduism and Hindu society works. We take things which we appreciate and then we still consider them to thank, and then we don't 100% agree with everything. So that doesn't mean we completely throwing the baby away out of the bath water. So Mukunda, go ahead and just answer that.
So I mean, Peter, you're a Christian, and
if I can, I'm almost done. If I can just
okay,
wrap
fine.
up
I'll respond
my
after you're
thoughts.
done. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So and with
can I speak
yes.
right now? Because I've been waiting for quite some time.
Let Peter answer.
Sure, not a problem.
Hello, can I speak, ma'am, please?
Not,
Peter, you are
not
doing a very
now.
good job.
Peter needs to answer the question.
If I have the floor for a moment longer.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. So in relation, because you brought it up, this wasn't my original thought, but because you brought it up as far as the issue well, I'll just move on.
Okay.
The main thing I would say, ultimately, is my question boils down to, as far as all of these questions towards me, including Mukunda, is, I mean, is the BJP and the RSS a Hindu nationalist organization? Are they Hindu nationalist organizations with a Hindu nationalist agenda, or not? Are they, or are they not?
Right. Well, I think that's look. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Can I just respond?
Not.
Hold on.
Don't
Peter.
open up. Don't unmute yourself. It's between Mukunda and Peter. Let them have this conversation. We'll
Vishwa,
come
I
to
just
you.
want to say 10 seconds and I'll leave the show because I want to set a context correct. I have interacted with Peter 2 times before. I have a history with him. Peter, good evening. Do you remember me? I think you do. So let me give you a quick 10 seconds background to get everybody's questions in context. Peter has written some kind of a book. If you read that book, it's about hatred about RSS, BJP, and he believes that the terrorism in Kashmir is actually a freedom struggle. And when I asked him the questions about who are your donors, Peter himself said the donors are the ones which you would not consider as worthy for or as nationalist, as Indian nationalist. So if you see, he has a donor box there. When I asked him what are the sources of funds, he clearly said it's mostly anonymous donors who generally believe in the cause of
I
Khalistan
see. We
and
already discussed that and
uh,
length, and he admitted that he doesn't even check, and he doesn't check the background of the donor for why
no,
they
no,
are
he
giving
clearly
information.
admitted with me. He clearly admitted with
So,
me.
so,
So
and
that
he has a, yeah. So he says multiple things at multiple times, and he, contrary to his own standards, it's okay for him to evolve and change his mind, but it's not okay for any other organization to evolve and change their thoughts. So that's fine.
Actually,
We'll go back to Mukunda.
Sandeep, he went on a tangent when a pointed question was asked by somebody else. He went on a tangent and he kind of described something else, which is a
Hey guys,
hearsay.
just leave it be, dude. Why is everyone attacking? Just ask questions and respond.
Yeah,
You
just
don't need
ask
to attack.
questions, right? So we
That's
already
all.
established what he stand for. We know the double
I
standards.
mean,
That's fine. So let's go Mukunda and Peter.
Okay, so Peter, yeah,
so
I appreciate your responses. Couple things here. I would say first on the Tulsi Gabbard issue, we can go into back and forth on a lot of this. I've studied her record. And by the way, prior point, I never said you were Democratic. I just was saying that Democratic leaning meaning more liberal, progressive in the American context. I didn't say you
Gotcha.
support Democrats. Okay. So, anyways, in the context of Tulsi Gabbard, we can look at her policies, go back and forth, and see where she's quote unquote leftist, quote unquote rightist. We also have to be very clear to understand what left and right mean in the U.S. Political context versus globally are two different worlds. Sometimes sometimes they coalesce, and large part of the times they don't. What is considered right wing or left wing in the U.S., like general social programs, is much more basic, taken for granted in India. But put that aside. So one thing I would say is when it comes to the funding issues with American politicians, as well as I do, super PACs are quite clearly keep a lot of this donations anonymous. They would make very similar responses that you would make about why your donations are not kept track of. So I'm not saying that you are doing anything untoward or you're supporting untoward people, but just recognize the argument you're making for why you don't need to look at your donors are similar reasons why people give money to super PACs and then fund the politicians. So that's one point. The other point is I think the encouragements or the excitedness you saw amongst what you call VHP, HSS, adjacent groups or direct people there for someone like Tulsi Gabbard is she was frankly the first in many of our minds as Hindus in America to be outwardly, openly, clearly, strongly Hindu. You have seen people like, Ro Khanna and these other people, they weren't. It was tangential to them. For someone like Tulsi, it made sense for many people in our community to do so. I have, if we want to do anecdotal evidence, I have thousands of people that I've interacted with about this. And not that I sent her money, I didn't promote her, but at the same point, I understood why people did that. Thirdly, I think the issue with the Modi and having blocking the ability to deny his visa is ultimately your first point as to why U.S. politicians have anything to say about any other politicians globally. We've done this since the dawn of history. People supported other people versus Putin, or support a particular candidate in South America or other candidates. We've been playing this game in America and across the world in real politics for the past hundreds of years. So I don't think that particular point is salient or relevant to the larger context. I understand that you believe it should be, but the should is not what is, and I think we should deal with what is. And I would say the other points as to the RSS issue comparing to KKK, I think that's, first of all, I think that's a fallacious analogy. Number one, because the RSS wasn't developed as anti-Muslim. It was developed primarily to address the issue of statehood and freedom within India, as opposed to KKK, which is fundamental premise was anti-blackness, very much so. And I think, as a journalist and someone that looks into the history, that should be very, very telling. That if you're equating the two, even though the origins are fundamentally different, and you're making that analogy the same, I don't think the logical consistency here makes any sense. So aside from those points, Peter, I do think, like I asked an earlier question, do you speak, read, or write any Indian language? Or is most of your information brought through interlocutors? I mean, you
Yeah,
could just answer that.
and I appreciate you reminding me of that, because I actually just note that down as something that I didn't actually address. Let me, I'll touch on that in a moment after I briefly address some of the other points that you raised. I would say, as far as the KKK RSS analogy, that's not original to me. That's original to Indian diaspora members, like as far as what I've seen, at least tracing back the past 20 years.
Yeah, but that's not the point. Anyone can make that argument.
And I would also argue based off of that, like, as far as the RSS being like, KKK was anti-black, RSS being anti-something, I would say that you have to read the original documents written by Savarkar and Golvarkar, which I
I
have read.
have, man. I wrote an entire undergrad thesis on this. So yes.
From the 30s, I've read those. They're anti-Muslim, they're anti-Christian, intrinsically.
I don't think so. I think they're anti-Islam and they're anti-Christianity as exclusive faith providers, absolutely, but they're not anti-Christian or Muslim. So I think there's a very big difference between the two, that there's a theological issue versus a humanistic issue.
Well, my reading of them is that they're anti-Muslim and anti-Christian intrinsically. That's my reading. I have read them. We may arrive at different conclusions. But from reading the original sources from, these authors, that's what I see. And that's what I see as a foundational ideological aspect of Hindutva, Hindu nationalism, and the RSS in particular. As far as your specific question about speaking Indian languages, I do not. I speak no other language fluently aside from English. I am in constant routine contact for the past 15 years with people from India who speak many regional languages and who also speak Hindi as well. And in addition to that, my writings have been translated into at least 6 Indian languages. I've been translated
Right,
into.
but Peter, if I could just respond to this, man, this is if you don't find this for all the progressive values you're advocating, if you don't find the fundamental issue that in some decolonization mentality here going on, that only in the West do you find experts of a region without being able to have a single. You call yourself like South Asia, but you don't speak a single South Asian language. You don't speak, if you don't understand the language, how do you understand its people? How do you understand how they think about the things? How do you understand the words?
Then,
No, hold on.
how do you rationalize me being translated into half a dozen Indian languages?
Who cares who translates it? That's just absurd to me. At the end of the day, the translation is someone else is doing it. It's like back and forth. If you don't like, honestly, this, like
How do you
you don't see this
rationalize
anywhere else in the world. Anywhere else in the world.
being promoted primarily by Indians?
Who cares about that? That's ancillary. That means nothing.
So Indians support me, Indians translate me, Indians fund me.
So what?
Indians pat me on the back, and you're like, well, I'm just a colonialist.
So let me ask you a question. If you want to understand the Bible, do you go to a person that reads and writes in English, or do you go to the person that a person that understands it in Aramaic, Greek, or the Judaic text?
I'm an English speaker, so I go to multiple
No,
translations.
but if you want to understand the real meaning, if you want to understand the linguistic meaning of what these terms mean before they're translated, I'm sorry, man.
I go to an English speaking to an English
No, but
translation,
but this is why it's not
English
sophisticated
translations of
arguments.
the Bible.
Exactly the point, where it's not sophisticated arguments. What you're doing is
look, man. You either don't understand the nature of the RSS or you're rationalizing it.
no. Hold on. See, so that hold on, Purnima. Let me have the conversation. Please. So
No,
this is the
just Mukunda, hold on 1 second, okay? 1 second. He turned this discussion to RSS. I want to put a stop to it.
You want to talk
Peter.
about Hindu?
No, I opened that.
No. Let Purnima, let Mukunda and Peter have this discussion. Purnima, hold on for a sec. Go ahead, Mukunda. Purnima, please don't mute.
Yeah, I opened
Go
up
ahead,
that.
Mukunda.
I opened up that floodgate on RSS. So let me go with this. So this is exactly the problem. So Peter, right now the thing you just did to me, where I've been fairly dealing with you and not calling you ignorant, not calling you rationalizing anything. What someone else said to you about needing a psychologist, you felt I was demeaning. You did the same thing to me, man. Like ultimately, you and I can have different positions, and we both are people that have the ability to reason properly and think properly. We just
I'm
come to
going to
different
go
conclusions.
ahead right now. I'm going to call you either ignorant or indifferent or actually complicit.
Okay, see, exactly the
I have
problem.
a verse from Golwalker. I like to ask Peter if this is.
Hold on 1 sec. I just want to respond to Peter, and then you can go ahead and do this. And this fact, Peter, is fundamentally why the work you do is not journalistic and it's not intellectually honest. It's because you are sitting.
You're conflating news reporting with journalism.
No, you're not. I could write something on a blog. That's not fucking journalism. That's just me writing shit on a blog. I mean, honestly, like the intellectual rigor you have here is substandard. Like ultimately, so the same thing, the same point you made about like Goldwalker, I can make about the Christian God. The Christian God killed in the Old Testament, killed the Canaanites and ordered Joshua, but you still worship him because you have the later vision of Jesus, who's not that. How do you reconcile the two? The same way these people in the reconcile Goldwalker.
Peter, let me just read you something. Let me just read you some. This is from MS Goldwalker.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In a bunch of his text, a bunch of thoughts. I'm sure you've heard of it. I'll read this.
I have a physical copy right here in my hands.
Yeah, so let Shivam read, and you can verify if he's not saying correct, right? Go ahead, Shivam.
What's the page number?
Let me read this first. Those creeds, Islam and Christianity, have but one prophet, one scripture, and one God, other than whom there is no path of salvation for the human soul. It requires no great intelligence to see the absurdity of such a proposition. As far as the national tradition of this land is concerned, it never considers that within a change in the method of worship, an individual ceases to be a son of the soil and should be treated as an alien. Here in this land, there can be no objection to God being called by any name whatsoever. Ingrained in this soil is love and respect for all faiths
and religious beliefs. He cannot be a son of the soil at all who is intolerant of other faiths. 78.
Are you done, Shivam? Okay. Peter, have you read this?
Well, I have read the entirety of the book. Are you
Entirety.
aware that
So I
are,
look.
are you aware that in Bunch of Thoughts that Golwalkar describes Christians and Muslims, those who convert outside of Hinduism, as traitors to the nation?
Yeah, I think
Are
that's correct.
you going to
Yeah.
respond to the actual verse that I just quoted?
Or what
Yeah.
about Ari?
I'm
What
asking
about
you, are
so look,
within
Peter,
context of this
just
book.
hang on, Peter. Just you can be selective in accepting Ambedkar's idea. What is wrong with people are being selective to accept Golwarkar's idea? What is wrong with that?
Peter, I don't know what type of like a pseudo intellectual you are, but the thing you're cherry picking exactly what to selectively outrage on, and I don't know. I don't.
Confirmation bias. Confirmation bias.
Confirmation.
Can you then inform me which portions of M.S. Golwalkar's writings you reject?
Peter, I asked you something. Well, I quoted something, and I want to know: is this consistent with your evaluation of Golwalkar being anti-Muslim and anti-Christian? Is that verse consistent with what you said?
Did or did not Golwalkar state in Bunch of Thoughts that
Don't ask a question
Hindus
with.
or
Don't
the
answer a
Christians, the
question with a
Christians and
question.
Muslims are traitors if they
So Peter,
convert?
we already established you have a very bad habit to not answering questions, but pitching rhetorics, and I think that is
Yeah,
where a lot of people have a
but here's
problem.
the point, Peter, that we could go back to your writings and say, well, you said this about gay people. It means you change. You have different views over time, and again and again and again. If you
Is Golwalkar on record disavowing any of his particular perspectives?
well, have you
So
looked at his writings to see sequentially how they come about? It's. I
Yes,
mean, this is
I've
so.
read all of
This
them.
so you've read them all. So
Is
hold on, Peter.
Golwalkar on
Hold on,
record
Peter.
disavowing any of his writings?
Shivam just gave you a verse. Can you tell me when that verse comes from? Does it come from early Goldwalker, late Goldwalker, middle Goldwalker? Does it come from what period of time? Because you're the
It comes.
expert here.
Sure, it comes. He told me it comes from a bunch of thoughts. Therefore, it would be coming from 1966, which is
I gave you
about
the answer. So
4
basically,
years. 4 years before Golwalkar died.
Oh, so
So
that's
very,
much
very
later, where
late.
he's making these statements. So near the end of his life,
Which is the same book, exact same book in which Golwalkar claims that those who convert away from Hinduism, and Christians and Muslims in
so
particular,
now
are
what do we have to
traitors to
do
the
here,
nation.
Peter? We have to learn to either reconcile these two things, meaning that he had two different thoughts in his head, which are totally possible and written at different times, different places. We have that situation, or he had a more complex, nuanced view of these
Peter,
ideas.
even if
once
that's a
again,
claim that he made, even if that's a
did
statement he made,
Golwalkar
Peter,
ever go back
Peter,
and
Peter,
say, "I said this
even if that's
before, I
something
no
he
longer believe
said,
it"?
if that's something he wrote, okay, is he saying that Muslims and Christians should be killed?
May I step in?
Be killed?
I do.
That
I think I
they
can
should
bring
be
some
hung?
light to this conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
who's
ahead.
this? Just a second.
This
Just a second. Yeah, who's this?
is Prashant.
Yeah, go ahead. Quick one. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So I'll just briefly say it. Peter, since you keep comparing the RSS to Nazi Germany, the thing is, during World War II, Goldwacker very openly
Or the
cooperated with.
KKK.
Or the KKK. I'm not getting. I'm not going down that tangent. First, let me clarify point by point what you said.
Or maybe it's gone
Goldwacker.
A
Peter,
white
man,
guy
please
is
speak.
lecturing us on the KKK. Look at this.
Yeah,
Goldwacker.
Peter, it's a very Western view you're gazing on us, right? It's very colonized mindset. So don't bring, like you were expecting people will interrupt you when you mentioning KKK. Nobody interrupted because we really laugh at this. This is very childish, analogy. So let's not bring that again because really it doesn't stick to us by no means. Go ahead,
Okay.
Prashant.
Well, hey,
Okay.
have you ever lived in India, Peter?
I touch your feet. Please proceed.
Have you lived
Peter.
in India, real quick? Before you go ahead, sorry, buddy. And then I just want to ask: have you lived in India?
Yes, I have been to India.
No, I didn't
I would love
been.
to go back there and spend
Have you
years
lived
there,
there?
but
Have you lived there?
yes,
For how long?
Yeah, it doesn't matter,
I
man.
cannot
It
go
doesn't
back at the
matter.
moment.
it doesn't matter. Even if he was from India and he's making this kind of, duplicit, double standard, what about selective thought, and then propagating the lies and posing it as like a journalism, I think even we will call you out. Like, even if you are an Indian, even if you are a Hindu, even if you, regardless of any, denomination of Hinduism, we would call you out for being a, hypocrite and disingenuous.
Okay,
Like,
Mukunda, aren't you
so,
affiliated with
Prashno,
Rajiv
would you
Khan? Does that
discriminate? Would you discriminate, Prashnottar, if this guy was actually living in India and he was a Hindu?
Hey, Peter has a question for me real quick. What'd you say, Peter? Sorry.
I said, aren't you affiliated with Rajiv Khan, if I recall correctly, Brown Pundits, who is total hack?
Well, I mean, I am friends with him as I am friends with many people. What's that have to do with anything?
Yeah,
By the way,
I'm
there is a
checking out your
tweet that you have been
profile.
associated with
Yeah.
the Khalistani terrorist, Peter.
Hold on, guys. I don't want to give
Uh,
this chatting match. He's
let,
asked a question.
let,
Go ahead.
let
What's
me
the
kind
point,
of
Peter?
let me not derail this. I'll answer this question. My name is Pandey. I'm a Brahmin. I'm married to a Shudra. I'm a North Indian, married to a South Indian. I live in Bombay. Peter, you don't know anything about India, so please don't even tweet about India. I don't tweet about your country or anything of that sort. So just stop doing that because you are interfering, and you at least kind of somebody Mukunda had kind of
Guys,
mentioned this. Have you have you kind of visited India
why are
ever?
we giving so much
Yeah,
Do
importance?
it's
you
already been
languages?
established.
Hey guys,
Everybody's trying to ask this
how many
question.
times you're going to ask him? Have you visited India? Have you lived
This
in
is
India? What's
nonsense.
this nonsense? Let's get on with the topic,
Why are we giving this one man so much importance?
please. Let's have a civil discussion.
By the way,
Absolutely.
Sandeep, good.
I think
Hang on, just a second, How's Emma? Sandeep, good you came because I was. It's my time to go to RSS Shakha, where we actually going to talk about Hindu nationalism and how it is beneficial for mobility, upward mobility, breaking all the caste and religious boundaries. And actually, guess what? Who is the leader of the Shakha? His name is Zahir Khan. He is a local Muslim and is a RSS pracharak. He belongs to the Muslim Jagran Manch, which is the RSS, Muslim wing. So I wish I can bring this conversation, but we are not allowed to use social media. Otherwise, I really want, Peter, I really want to invite you. If you come India next time, I'm an African Hindu, and it's BJP. First ever time send an African origin Hindu, African origin Indian to the parliament in Karnataka. So we are very proud and we are thankful to this BJP government for recognizing us micro minority, ethnic minority. And I really want you to come to India. I would like to take you around and I can show you that what type of it's a rainbow nation. RSS, the Hindutva nationalism, is not what you are trying to make based on your understanding of Nazism, because that's what only thing you can think of. Your worldview is limited. I want you to break your Abrahamic worldview and please come and understand from the Indic point of view, what are we trying to say here? What point we are trying to make here? And then, my friend, we'll be able to have a very decent conversation without any biases, without any, selective choosing here, there, because otherwise you are just making a mockery of this whole idea of journalism, whole idea of activism, and that is not good for the journalistic the sector, the entire sector of journalism. You're doing a disservice by calling yourself journalist, because you're not journalist. You are a propagandist. You are a
He's a
propagandist. You are an
freelance,
activist.
freelance journalist.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So these are euphemism, right? It's an American euphemism. That's all fine. I have no problem. But please understand what is the reality on the ground, and then say. I thank you very much. I followed you, Peter, and I would like to engage with you in future,
I
and
I
want to have
I
you on my
add
podcast.
I add something when I ask a question to the Peter because he wrote
Yeah,
he is
thank
a
you,
journalist from
Vishwamitra.
South Asia.
Let's
Thank you,
shift
No,
Sandeep.
no,
gears.
just give me 1 minute,
Let's
sir,
shift gears
bro.
a little bit.
Just give me
We
one
have
minute. When
our Baloch friend from
yeah
Pakistan.
yeah no, I
Yeah,
asked
Baloch,
him
go
a
ahead, my
question.
friend.
Yeah, thank you so much, Peter. You remember we had talked already 3 months before. You had written you are journalist from South Asia. Okay, I can understand you can be journalist, but the time I ask you, you are just focusing one country, and I mentioned you about the Baloch issue. You said you don't know even about Balochistan issues. I ask you here, how many Hindus were killed by RSS last month and how many Baloch were killed by Pakistan ISI last month? Do you know about it? And you call yourself a journalist, an expert from the South Asia? I mean,
Baloch, but
I just give you
it's
one
very
example.
clear. The fact that he's a freelance journalist is he's gonna go to whoever the highest highest payer is. The way the Western media is, the Western media doesn't understand India. They don't understand Sanatan Dharma. And so they're
No,
going
I
to
just ask him one more
yes.
question. He cannot reply me.
Hey,
Peter, I have one simple
guys.
question. Peter,
Hey, I'm going to
there
mute
is a one
you.
house.
Can you stop yelling? Number one, the same questions you've asked again. I don't want this. I'm sorry. I
I'm
want to.
not yelling. I'm just asking. Just let me finish my question, please.
No, your question's
Peter,
the same question you've asked before.
no, no. I'm just asking one more other question. Peter, in a one house, 10 different people and two different people. 10 people, they are very calm. Two different people, they are little bit aggressive. And the two people, they are keep asking 10 people, don't do this, do what we want. Don't drink alcohol, don't wear this, blah, 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 everything in the same house. How you react? Just my simple question to you, 10 and 2. How you favor two people, the 10 people? And the 10 people, they do not beat them, they do not quit these two people. They are just telling us be peaceful, learn tolerance, and keep